First Battle of the Marne, remembered in France as the Miracle on the Marne, unfolded between the 5th and 12th of September in the year 1914. It was a turning point in the opening months of the First World War, a battle that decided the fate of France and set the stage for the brutal years of conflict that would follow. The German army had entered France with a plan to win the war in 40 days, sweeping toward Paris with the goal of destroying both the French and British armies. Their early victories in August, including the battles of Mons and the frontiers, forced the Allies into a desperate retreat. The Germans advanced relentlessly, covering more than 250 kilometers southward, pushing the Franco-British forces toward the Marne River Valley. By early September, German troops were a mere 40 kilometers from Paris. As the German war machine pressed forward, British commander John French lost confidence in his French allies. He began considering a withdrawal to the port cities along the English Channel, preparing for a possible evacuation back to Britain. But the French commander, Joseph Joffre, remained steadfast. He reorganized his forces, integrating reserve units into the regular army and shifting reinforcements from the Eastern Front. By the 3rd of September, the military governor of Paris, Joseph Simon Gallieni, saw an opportunity. He realized that the German right flank was exposed, and he positioned his forces to strike. On the 4th of September, Joffre issued the order for a counter-offensive. The battle raged across the land between Paris and Verdun, stretching 230 kilometers from west to east. The heaviest fighting was concentrated in the western half of this vast front. By the 9th of September, the momentum had shifted. The Franco-British counterattack had placed the German 1st and 2nd armies in a precarious position, threatening to encircle them. German commanders had no choice but to order a retreat to the Aisne River. Pursued by the Allies, they withdrew over a distance of 65 kilometers before digging in along the heights north of the river. There they prepared for a new engagement, the First Battle of the Aisne. The German retreat marked the collapse of their attempt to conquer France in a swift and decisive blow. Instead, both sides scrambled to outflank each other in a desperate race to the north, an operation that would become known as the Race to the Sea. This manoeuvring would culminate in the First Battle of Ypres, and from there, the war would spiral into a grim and unrelenting stalemate, with trench warfare dominating the Western Front for the next 4 years. The cost of the battle was staggering. In just 7 days, an estimated 250,000 French soldiers were killed or wounded. The British suffered nearly 13,000 casualties. The German toll was even higher: 298,000 dead, wounded, or missing. Some have called the Battle of the Marne the most important land battle of the 20th century. Others argue that it was the most significant battle in all of history. To the French, it was nothing short of a miracle, a moment when all seemed lost, yet through sheer determination, they turned the tide. It was the battle that saved France. Now let's rewind a bit. Germany declared war on France on the 3rd of August 1914. Both sides believed the war would be short. Germany faced the daunting challenge of a two-front war, battling Russia in the east and France and Britain in the west. Their strategy relied on overwhelming speed. According to the Schlieffen Plan, as revised by Helmuth von Moltke, the Germans launched a sweeping offensive through Belgium into France, aiming to capture Paris and crush the French army in a matter of weeks. Their timetable allowed only 6 weeks to achieve victory before turning their attention to Russia. But in violating Belgium's neutrality, Germany triggered Britain's entry into the war, bringing the British Expeditionary Force into the fight. Germany deployed 7 armies to the Western Front, 3 of which would play critical roles in the Battle of the Marne. The First Army, initially numbering 320,000 men, was led by Alexander von Kluck. The Second Army, with 260,000, was commanded by Karl von Bülow. The Third Army, under Max von Hausen, had 180,000. However, by the time they reached the Marne, these numbers had been drastically reduced by the brutal fighting of the opening weeks. The French army, stationed along the Western Front, had 5 primary armies at the war's outbreak. Among them, the 4th Army under Fernand de Langley de Cary and the 5th Army under Charles Lanrezac would be most heavily engaged in the coming battle. As the German offensive gained momentum, France created 2 additional armies to counter the threat. The 6th Army under Joseph Gallieni, charged with protecting Paris, and the 9th Army under Ferdinand Foch. The French forces on the Marne swelled rapidly, reinforced by fresh recruits and transfers from other fronts. In just 2 weeks, the number of French divisions facing the Germans rose from 17 to 41, bringing their total strength to over 700,000. The British Expeditionary Force, initially composed of 130,000 highly trained soldiers, was commanded by Field Marshal John French. The British played a pivotal role in the battle, though their leader initially doubted France's ability to hold the line. The 2 supreme commanders embodied strikingly different leadership styles. German Chief of Staff Helmuth von Moltke remained in Luxembourg, issuing orders from afar and granting his generals broad discretion. Meanwhile, Joseph Joffre, the French commander, was in constant motion. Though famously committed to fine dining and 8 hours of sleep each night, he travelled tirelessly to rally his forces, visiting frontline commanders and removing any general who did not meet his expectations. More than 30 French generals were dismissed under his command. John French, the British commander, was far more cautious. Shocked by the high casualties suffered in earlier battles, he hesitated to commit his troops fully. However, as the situation at the Marne unfolded, his forces would prove vital in turning the tide. The strategic approaches of France and Germany could not have been more different. France had concentrated its defences in the east, expecting the Germans to strike there, and hoping to reclaim the lost territories of Alsace and Lorraine. Their northern border with Belgium remained largely undefended to avoid accusations of violating Belgian neutrality, a concern that ultimately proved irrelevant when Germany ignored such restrictions and marched through Belgium regardless. For Germany, speed was everything. They knew that a prolonged war would favour the Allies, as Britain, France and Russia possessed greater resources and manpower. To stand a chance, Germany had to win quickly. The Schlieffen Plan was an all-or-nothing gamble, a bold and reckless bid to knock France out of the war before the full strength of the Allies could be brought to bear. Both France and Germany entered the war with the expectation of a swift victory. France's top priority was reclaiming Alsace-Lorraine, lost to Germany decades earlier. Germany, facing the prospect of a 2-front war, sought to defeat France quickly before turning east to confront Russia. Both sides believed that offensive action would be decisive. The French military doctrine revolved around the cult of the offensive, where courage and sheer willpower were seen as the keys to victory. But as the opening battles of August unfolded, a grim reality emerged. Artillery and machine guns shredded advancing troops before they could close the distance. A young French lieutenant named Charles de Gaulle would later remark that no amount of bravery could overcome the destructive power of modern firepower. August of 1914 saw devastating clashes across Belgium and northern France, nearly all of which ended in German victories. The Germans rapidly occupied most of Belgium and forced the British and French into a desperate retreat. While the French launched futile offensives in Alsace-Lorraine, believing the main German thrust was coming from the east, the true danger lay to the northwest. General Charles Lanrezac, commander of the French Fifth Army, repeatedly warned that the Germans were advancing through Belgium in overwhelming numbers. Retired General Joseph Gallieni also recognised the threat, but French High Command clung to outdated assumptions. It wasn't until the 24th of August that Joseph Joffre finally acknowledged the reality. He abandoned his initial strategy, Plan 17, and ordered his forces into a defensive posture. The Great Retreat began. French forces, alongside the British Expeditionary Force, withdrew over 300 kilometres, trying to maintain cohesion as they fell back under relentless pressure from the German 1st, 2nd and 3rd Armies. In the brutal heat of late summer, hundreds of thousands of men marched southward, burdened by heavy wool uniforms and 60-pound packs. The Germans, believing victory was imminent, pressed forward with determination. But their Chief of General Staff, Helmuth von Moltke, saw warning signs. Despite their relentless advance, German forces were capturing few prisoners or enemy weapons, suggesting that the retreat was not a rout, but a calculated withdrawal. As the French fell back, Joffre took bold steps to reorganise his forces. He created two new armies. The 6th Army, under Michel-Joseph Montoury, was tasked with defending Paris, while the 9th Army, led by Ferdinand Foch, was positioned between the 3rd and 4th French armies. Using France's extensive rail network, Joffre transferred reinforcements from the Eastern Front and integrated thousands of reserve troops into the fight. The French defences were strengthening, but the Germans had problems of their own. The rapid pace of the German advance had stretched their supply lines to the breaking point. The First Army under Alexander von Kluck had pushed 140 kilometres beyond its main railhead. Their supply convoys, including 60% of their motorised transport, had begun breaking down. Horses were left without fodder, and soldiers, exhausted from weeks of marching and fighting, became gaunt and ragged. Some had marched over 500 kilometres since the campaign began. Casualties were mounting. 20,000 had been killed, wounded, or taken ill. The men had fought hard, but many were beginning to resemble what one officer called living scarecrows. As the German offensive continued, their numbers were also quietly diminishing. Helmuth von Moltke, under pressure to reinforce other fronts, made a fateful decision. He transferred 2 army corps to fight the Russians in the east and reassigned 2 more to besiege Antwerp and Maubeuge. These decisions siphoned away more than 200,000 men from the Western Front. By the time the Germans reached the Marne, their 1st and 2nd armies had been reduced to 372,000 men. Facing them were 980,000 French troops and 100,000 British soldiers. The Germans retained an advantage in artillery, with 3,300 guns to the Allies' 3,000. But sheer numbers were no longer in their favour. By the 2nd of September, cracks were beginning to show in the German war efforts, though neither Helmuth von Moltke nor Alexander von Kluck fully recognised it at the time. Moltke had already realised that his forces were insufficient to execute the original Schlieffen Plan, which had envisioned the First Army sweeping west and south around Paris to encircle the French. Adjusting his strategy, he issued a new grand directive. Instead of encircling Paris, the German advance would now bypass the city to the north, attempting to trap the French armies between Paris and Verdun. This shifted the primary offensive role to Karl von Bülow's 2nd Army, with Kluck's 1st Army ordered to follow in echelon to protect Bülow's flank. Moltke believed his decision was sound. It was based on intercepted French radio transmissions, indicating that the enemy was retreating across the Marne. But Kluck, known for his boldness, had no patience for a slow, methodical advance. He either misinterpreted or simply ignored the new orders, pushing his troops southward toward the Marne in pursuit of the retreating French Fifth Army. On the 3rd of September, his forces became the first Germans to cross the river, advancing nearly 60 kilometres east of Paris. Confident that the French and British were on the brink of collapse, Kluck gave little thought to the possibility of an organised counterattack. He was unaware that a new French force, the 6th Army under Joseph Gallieni and Michel-Joseph Montgomery, was already in position to his west. Nor did he pay much attention to the British Expeditionary Force, which had withdrawn from the battlefield days earlier. In Kluck's mind, the battle was all but won, but French commander Joseph Joffre saw things differently. He had spent weeks carefully reinforcing his forces, waiting for the right moment to strike. He had created 2 new armies, the 6th to guard Paris and the 9th under Ferdinand Foch. And now, on the 3rd of September, he made a decisive move. He dismissed Charles Lanrezac, the commander of the 5th Army. Lanrezac had been correct in his warnings about the German advance through Belgium, and had defied French military doctrine by adopting a defensive posture to preserve his forces. But Joffre, a firm believer in discipline, removed him nonetheless and replaced him with Louis Franchet d'Espèrey. Meanwhile, the French government was taking no chances. Fearing the imminent fall of Paris, they abandoned the city on the 2nd of September. On the 4th of September, d'Espèrey met with British General Henry Wilson and laid out a daring plan: a counter-offensive against Kluck's 1st Army. The attack would come from multiple directions: the 5th Army striking from the south, the British Expeditionary Force pushing from the west, and the 6th Army advancing towards the Ourcq River. Gallieni had already reached the same conclusion a day earlier, and had sent Montgomery eastward in search of the German flank. That same day, Joffre spent the afternoon in deep contemplation beneath an ash tree, considering the fate of the campaign. That evening he received word of d'Espèrey's plan. He knew it was time to act. That night, he issued a new directive, halting the French retreat and ordering the counterattack to begin on the 6th of September. There was just one problem: the British were under no obligation to follow his orders. Joffre knew that British participation was critical, and he needed to convince John French to stand and fight. At first, he appealed to British diplomatic channels, hoping that London would pressure their commander. When that failed, he took matters into his own hands. On the 5th of September, he travelled to British headquarters in person. The meeting was tense, with French hesitant to commit, but Joffre was not a man to be denied. In a dramatic moment, he slammed his fist on the table and declared, "Monsieur le Maréchal, the honour of England is at stake." It was enough. By the end of the meeting, French had agreed. The attack would begin the next day. At dawn, on the 6th of September, nearly 1 million French soldiers, joined by 100,000 British troops and supported by 3,000 guns, launched a massive counter-offensive against a German force of 750,000 men with 3,300 artillery pieces. The battle stretched from Verdun to Paris. After weeks of retreat, this was the moment that Joseph Joffre had been waiting for. The time for defence was over. The Allies would now strike back. The fighting unfolded across 2 primary fronts. In the south, the French 5th and 9th Armies clashed with the German 2nd and 3rd. Meanwhile, to the north of the Marne, the newly formed French 6th Army faced off against Kluck's 1st Army. But German coordination was in disarray. With Moltke directing the battle from Luxembourg, hundreds of kilometres away, there was little communication between the German armies. Each would have to fight its own battle. The first engagement took place even before Joffre's offensive formally began. On the 5th of September, northeast of Paris, elements of the French 6th Army encountered a German force under General Hans von Gronow. Gronow, commanding just 24,000 men, faced an overwhelming enemy numbering 150,000. His troops were vastly outnumbered, but he understood the gravity of the situation. If he retreated too quickly, the entire right flank of Kluck's army would be exposed. Instead, he took the fight to the French. Against the odds, his men held them off for an entire day before finally withdrawing. It was enough. Kluck had been warned of the danger to his right flank, and he acted decisively. Rather than continuing southward as planned, he turned his entire army westward to confront Maunery's advancing French Sixth Army. This manoeuvre required a complete repositioning of his forces. The men who had already crossed the Marne were forced to march 130 kilometers in just 2 days to face the French head-on, but Kluck's swift and aggressive reaction worked. By the 6th of September, he had stabilized his position, preventing the French from breaking through. Then came one of the most storied moments of the battle. On the night of the 7th, with Kluck's forces pressing hard against Maunery's exhausted men, military governor Joseph Gallieni made a bold decision. He began shuttling reinforcements from Paris to the front using every available means, rail, truck, and in an unprecedented move, the city's taxicabs. In total, 600 Renault taxis were commandeered and sent to the battlefield, ferrying troops 50 kilometers to the front lines. By the next morning, most of the taxis had returned to the city, but the impact of this moment extended far beyond the battlefield. While militarily insignificant in terms of numbers, the sight of Parisian taxis delivering soldiers to the front became an enduring symbol of French resilience. Even as the battle raged, the drivers ran their meters, and later, the French government reimbursed them in full, 70,000 francs. The so-called taxis of the Marne lifted French morale at a critical moment. By the 8th of September, Kluck remained confident. That night, he sent an urgent message to Moltke. The decision will be obtained tomorrow by an enveloping attack by General von Quast. And by morning, it seemed that victory was within reach. Quast's troops had broken through French defences, and the road to Paris lay open just 50 kilometers away. Bülow's Second Army, battered and exhausted, had reached its limit. By the 6th of September, after marching more than 440 kilometers since leaving Germany, his forces had been whittled down from 260,000 men to just 154,000. Fatigue, illness, and relentless combat had taken their toll. And now, as Kluck pressed forward in his aggressive push near Paris, Bülow found himself forced into a defensive posture. On the 7th of September, under the pressure of relentless attacks from Franchet-Desperat's Fifth Army, whom the British admiringly nicknamed Desperate Frankie, Bülow ordered his right wing to pull back 15 kilometers to the Petite Morin River. During this retreat, 450 German soldiers attempting to surrender were slaughtered by the advancing French. Meanwhile, rather than retreating entirely, Bülow ordered his left wing to strike back, with the support of Hausen's Third Army. Hausen's troops launched a daring night assault on the French Ninth Army in the marshes of Saint-Gond near Cézanne. With no artillery preparation, his soldiers stormed through enemy lines, overrunning French artillery positions in brutal bayonet combat. The attack pushed the French back 13 kilometers, but the cost was staggering. Exhausted and having suffered 11,000 casualties, Hausen's offensive ground to a halt. Meanwhile, an even greater danger was forming in the German lines. Kluck's decision to pivot his army northwest to counter Maunery's Sixth Army had inadvertently created a massive 50-kilometer gap between his troops and Bülow's Second Army. French reconnaissance planes spotted the exposed corridor, and Allied forces seized the opportunity. The British Expeditionary Force pushed northwest toward Kluck, while the French Fifth Army struck northeast at Bülow, driving deep into the gap. the French managed to pin Bülow's forces at the Battle of the Two Moraines, named for the twin rivers that cut through the battlefield. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of the British in the gap, outnumbering German forces 10-1, their advance was frustratingly slow. On the 6th of September, the British moved so cautiously that they ended the day 12 kilometres behind their objective, suffering only 7 casualties. Over the next 3 days, they advanced just 40 kilometres. The delay infuriated French commanders, particularly D'Esperey, who needed the British to move faster. Even so, by the 8th of September, French forces had crossed the Petit Morin, forcing Bülow to withdraw his right flank. The next day, the French advanced over the Marne, driving the Germans back even further. At German headquarters in Luxembourg, Helmuth von Moltke had lost control of the battlefield. He relied on couriers rather than telegraph lines, sending Lieutenant Colonel Richard Hench on what would become one of the most consequential staff missions in military history. On the 8th of September, Hench arrived at the headquarters of the German 5th, 4th and 3rd Armies, where he found the situation still favourable. But when he reached Bülow's headquarters that evening, he was given a far grimmer report. Bülow described his army as cinders, incapable of further offence. His right flank was collapsing, and the only way to salvage the situation, he argued, was for Kluck to immediately abandon his battle with the French 6th Army and fall back to close the gap. If not, disaster was imminent. Hench, operating on vague verbal orders from Moltke, asserted that he had full authority to command a retreat. During the meeting, news arrived that Bülow's forces were buckling under the pressure of French and British attacks. Bülow ordered his army to withdraw 20 kilometres, warning of incalculable consequences if the situation worsened. Hench agreed if the Allies crossed the Marne, a full-scale German retreat would be necessary. On the morning of the 9th of September, without waiting to see what Kluck would do, Bülow ordered another withdrawal. Hench pressed forward, reaching Kluck's headquarters near the Ork River at 11:30 am. The devastation of war was everywhere. When he finally met with Kluck's chief of staff, Hermann von Kuhl, he delivered a stunning order. The First Army must retreat. Kuhl was dumbfounded. The First Army was poised to strike toward Paris. Victory seemed within reach. But Hench was adamant. Bülow was already withdrawing, and if Kluck did not do the same, the entire German front could collapse. Reluctantly, Kluck issued the retreat order, claiming that he was doing so at the behest of Moltke's general staff. 2 days later, on the 11th of September, Moltke himself visited the front lines and ordered a general retreat. The entire German advance was collapsing. Over the next few days, they fell back 65 kilometres to the Aisne River, where they would dig in and prepare for a new phase of the war. For the German soldiers who had marched for weeks through Belgium and France, fought brutal battles, and suffered casualties, the retreat was crushing. They had pushed to the very doorstep of Paris, believing victory was imminent, and now they were ordered to give it all up. Across nearly 400 kilometres of front line, German troops turned around and retraced the steps they had fought so hard to gain. The First Battle of the Marne, the battle that saved Paris, was not decided by sheer force of arms. It was decided by a single moment, by one side's decision not to fight. The German retreat between the 9th and 13th of September marked the collapse of the Schlieffen Plan. It was a devastating blow. In its aftermath, Helmuth von Moltke is said to have confided to Kaiser Wilhelm II, "Your Majesty, we have lost the war." Whether he truly uttered these words remains uncertain, but his own letters reveal a grim realization. On the night of the 9th, he wrote to his wife, "Things have not gone well. The fighting east of Paris has not gone in our favour, and we shall have to pay for the damage we have done." By the 14th of September, it was clear that Moltke was no longer in control. His nervous exhaustion had crippled his ability to command. German military officials informed the Kaiser that Moltke's condition was beyond repair, and he was forced to resign. War Minister Erich von Falkenhayn was appointed to replace him. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, German forces continued their retreat for as much as 90 kilometers, leaving behind thousands of prisoners and hundreds of captured weapons in the hands of the Allies. 11,000 German soldiers were taken by the French, along with 30 field guns and 100 machine guns. Another 3,500 Germans were captured by the British. The retreat dashed Germany's hopes of pushing beyond the Verdun-Marne-Paris line and securing a swift victory. Now the war had entered a new, grinding phase. With the failure of both sides to outflank the other during the race to the sea, the era of rapid movement ended. In its place, a brutal, stagnant front line took shape, an unbroken wall of trenches and defences that would hold for nearly 4 years. At the start of the war, both the Germans and the Allies had envisioned a short, decisive conflict. But despite the German invasion's failure to deliver a knockout blow, the situation still favoured the Central Powers. The German army occupied vast swathes of northern France and nearly all of Belgium. France had lost 64% of its iron production, 62% of its steel, and half of its coal resources. The disastrous failure of France's Plan 17 had directly contributed to this staggering loss. Yet if Germany had gained ground, it had not gained victory. The credit for halting their advance rested largely on Joseph Joffre, who transformed a desperate retreat into a counteroffensive. He exploited interior lines to move troops rapidly, dismissed generals who failed him, and repositioned forces to strike at the crucial moment. By the time the battle reached its climax, the German First Army faced 191 battalions of French and British troops, while the German Second and Third Armies were opposed by 268 battalions of fresh French reinforcements. Joffre's ruthless efficiency held the line. Even so, it was Desperat who devised the bold counterattack plan. In his memoirs, Joffre later admitted it was he who made the Battle of the Marne possible. Historians remain divided on how to characterise the battle. It was, by all accounts, a partial success. British historian John Terraine remarked that it never presented the traditional aspect of victory. Yet, the Franco-British breakthrough into the gap between the First and Second German armies, he argued, made it the decisive battle of the war. Other scholars, including Barbara Tuchman and Robert Doughty, viewed it as an incomplete victory. The opportunity for a definitive, crushing blow had slipped through Joffre's hands. Kluck himself, when reflecting on the battle, pointed to one factor above all others: the resilience of the French soldier. That men will let themselves be killed where they stand, that is well known and counted on in every plan of battle, he wrote. But that men who have retreated for 10 days, sleeping on the ground and half dead with fatigue, should be able to take up their rifles and attack when the bugle sounds. That is a thing upon which we never counted. It was a possibility not studied in our war academy. For Germany, the true cost of the Battle of the Marne was not just in casualties, but in its long-term strategic consequences. Military historian Richard Brooks noted that its most significant outcome was the collapse of the Schlieffen Plan, forcing Germany into the one scenario it had feared most: a prolonged two-front war. This was a war it had sought to avoid at all costs, one that would stretch its resources to the breaking point. The Battle of the Marne was also a testament to a new kind of warfare. For the first time in history, aerial reconnaissance played a decisive role, spotting weaknesses in the German lines that the Allies exploited. The battlefield was changing. The tools of war were evolving. But as the lines hardened and the trenches deepened, one thing was certain: this war, which so many had expected to be swift, was only just beginning. The scale of destruction at the Battle of the Marne was staggering. Over 2 million men fought along the Marne front in early September, and while exact figures remain elusive, estimates suggest that around 500,000 men were killed or wounded during the battle. French casualties alone reached 250,000, with approximately 80,000 men killed. Historian Barbara Tuchman recorded French losses in August at over 206,000, while other estimates placed total French casualties from August and September just under 420,000. These staggering numbers highlight the sheer cost of the early months of the war. On the German side, losses were similarly devastating. Estimates for the entire Western Front in 1914 suggest that 500,000 German soldiers were lost in the opening campaigns. Specific figures from German medical reports detail the cost of the Marne itself: 13,000 casualties for the First Army, 10,000 for the Second, nearly 15,000 for the Third, over 9,000 for the Fourth, more than 19,000 for the Fifth, over 21,000 for the Sixth, and just above 10,000 for the Seventh. The total number of German casualties along the Marne front is estimated to have been at least 67,000. For the British Expeditionary Force, the cost was lower but still significant. Official reports counted around 13,000 casualties, including nearly 1,700 killed. In total, some historians estimate that the combined casualties on both sides exceeded 300,000 men. Others argue that isolating the losses at the Marne from the greater campaign of the Western Front is difficult, as the battle was part of a larger struggle that had begun in August and would continue to grind forward in the months that followed. Beyond the raw numbers, the battle also claimed the lives of notable figures. Among them was Charles Péguy, the French poet and philosopher, who led his men into combat at the battle's outset and was struck down while charging forward with his platoon. His death was a tragic symbol of the war's relentless devastation. With the German retreat from the Marne, the Allies pressed forward, gathering prisoners, weapons, and abandoned supplies as they pursued the retreating enemy. By September 10th, Joffre ordered a full advance, but the Germans managed to slip away, ending their withdrawal on high ground along the north bank of the Aisne River. There, they began to dig in. From September 13th onward, the Allies launched repeated attacks against the German positions, but the high ground and well-prepared defences made any progress costly and slow. As French and British forces battered the entrenched enemy, it became clear that frontal assaults would not dislodge them. Joffre pivoted, shifting the Second Army to the western flank, beginning what would later be known as the Race to the Sea. Both sides now recognised the strategic importance of securing the northernmost flank. Beginning in mid-September, the French moved fresh reinforcements westward, utilising their well-maintained rail network to shift entire corps in just a few days. At the same time, Germany was reinforcing its own right flank, sending troops from Belgium and other sectors of the front to shore up their defensive lines. Each side sought to outmaneuver the other, probing for an open flank that no longer existed. By early October, these manoeuvring attempts solidified into brutal engagements across northern France and Belgium. The French and British launched attacks in Picardy and Artois, hoping to outflank the Germans, but instead met stiff resistance. The Germans too attempted to push through at Arras, La Bassée and Messines, but the Allies held firm. By the middle of October, the northern flank had fully solidified. With the once mobile war grinding to a halt, the final German push came in the battles of Yser and Ypres. where the German 4th and 6th Armies attempted to break through. The battles raged from mid-October to late November, but despite their relentless offensives, the Germans could only capture small sections of ground. The race to outflank one another had failed. As the winter rains set in, the exhausted armies now faced each other from long lines of trenches stretching from the Swiss border to the North Sea. The war of movement had ended. The war of attrition had begun. The Battle of the Marne had saved France, but at an immense cost. It had shattered the German dream of a quick victory, forcing them into a long and grueling conflict that neither side had anticipated. The trenches of the Western Front would remain nearly unchanged for the next 4 years, defining the brutal nature of the First World War. Now, let's look to the foggy waters of 1915, where secrets, strategy, and steel clashed in one of World War I's most dramatic naval encounters, the Battle of Dogger Bank. Let's start off with an overview of the events. On January 24th, 1915, the cold waters of the North Sea became the stage for one of World War I's pivotal naval clashes, the Battle of Dogger Bank. It was a confrontation between the might of the British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet. But this wasn't just a chance encounter. The British had an edge: intelligence. Through intercepted and decoded German wireless transmissions, they learned of a German raiding squadron heading straight for Dogger Bank. Seizing the opportunity, ships of the Grand Fleet set out to intercept. The German squadron, smaller and slower, was caught off guard. Realizing the danger, they turned for home, but the British were in pursuit. What followed was a high-stakes chase across the North Sea, with British ships pushing hard to close the distance. Long-range gunfire echoed across the waves as the British bore down. In the chaos, the German armoured cruiser Blücher, lagging at the rear, became the prime target. Under relentless shellfire, she was disabled, turning into a sitting duck. Yet, in a twist of fate, the British flagship HMS Lion wasn't spared either. German shells found their mark, leaving Lion crippled and out of action. Then came a moment of critical miscommunication. British signalling faltered. The pursuing ships, misreading orders, broke off their chase of the fleeing Germans to focus on sinking the already doomed Blücher. While Blücher met her end beneath the waves, the rest of the German squadron slipped away, vanishing into the mist and smoke. The Germans returned to harbour, battered and bruised. Several ships required extensive repairs, but they had survived. HMS Lion managed to limp back to port, but would be sidelined for months. For the British, the cost was light. No ships lost and minimal casualties. The Germans, however, had paid dearly, losing Blücher and most of her crew. The Battle of Dogger Bank was declared a British victory, but it was a victory that came with hard lessons. Both navies took a hard look at their tactics and leadership. Officers who faltered were replaced, and procedures were overhauled. The battle was a reminder that in war, even with the upper hand, missteps could turn the tide. Dogger Bank was more than just a clash of steel. It was a glimpse into the evolving nature of naval warfare in the modern age, where intelligence, speed, and precision could decide the fate of fleets. Now, let's rewind a bit. Before the outbreak of World War I, the arteries of global communication lay beneath the oceans, undersea cables stretching along vital shipping lanes. Most of these cables were under British control, so when Britain issued its ultimatum to Germany in August 1914, they didn't just declare war, they severed Germany's voice to the outside world. In a calculated move, British forces cut Germany's undersea cables, leaving the Kaiser's navy reliant on wireless transmissions. It was a shift that exposed German communications to prying ears, despite the heavy use of complex ciphers to mask their messages. But the British needed more than just static. They needed the keys to the codes. The first stroke of luck came on August 26, 1914, when the German light cruiser SMS Magdeburg ran aground in the Baltic Sea. Russian forces quickly boarded the stranded vessel and recovered a critical asset, the Signalbuch der Kaiserlichen Marine, or SKM, Germany's primary naval codebook. The Russians shared their prize with their British allies, handing Room 40 its first major breakthrough. But fortune wasn't finished smiling. Just weeks earlier, on August 11th, Australian authorities had intercepted the German-Australian steamer Hobart near Melbourne. On board, they found the Handelsverkehrsbuch, or HVSB, the codebook used by the German Navy to communicate with merchant vessels and coordinate within the High Seas Fleet. This precious document was rushed to Britain, arriving by the end of October. Then on October 17th, during the Battle of Texel, the German destroyer SMS 119 met its end. As the ship sank beneath the waves, the crew made a desperate attempt to prevent their secrets from falling into enemy hands, casting a lead-lined chest of classified documents into the sea. But fate had other plans. On November 30th, a British trawler dragged the chest from the deep. Inside was the Verkehrsbuch, or VB codebook, used exclusively by flag officers of the German Navy. With these codebooks in their hands, the British Admiralty created a code-breaking powerhouse, Room 40. Rear Admiral Henry Oliver, head of the Intelligence Division of the Admiralty War Staff, assembled a team of academics, linguists, mathematicians, and classicists to turn intercepted German transmissions into actionable intelligence. But there was a problem. These brilliant minds had little naval experience, leading to misinterpretations and costly mistakes. In the early days, Room 40's findings were treated with caution, especially by the Admiralty's Operations Division, who doubted the reliability of intelligence from scholars with no sea legs. Realising this gap, Oliver brought in Commander H.W.W. Hope, an experienced naval officer who bridged the divide between the civilian cryptographers and the demands of naval warfare. His presence helped solidify Room 40's credibility, but internal politics still hampered its full potential. Oliver ran Room 40 like a personal fiefdom. Even after his promotion to Chief of the Admiralty War Staff, he kept tight control over what intelligence left the room. Important decrypts were often filtered, delayed, or withheld entirely. Critical information flowed directly to Winston Churchill's inner circle at the Admiralty, but often bypassed those who needed it most, commanders at sea. German naval protocol played into British hands. Every night, German ships were required to report their positions via wireless. British listening stations, dotted along the east coast, used cross-bearings to triangulate these transmissions. This signals intelligence gave the Royal Navy a distinct edge. They no longer needed to waste time and fuel on constant patrols or wide, aimless sweeps of the North Sea. Instead, they could target German movements with precision, conserving resources while maintaining strategic dominance. Through Room 40, the Admiralty pieced together Germany's naval order of battle, tracking ship deployments and anticipating enemy raids. This intelligence should have given Britain an overwhelming advantage, but bureaucracy got in the way. The Admiralty's lack of an effective war staff and the poor communication between Room 40, Oliver, and the operations staff meant that valuable intelligence often arrived late, was incomplete, or was misunderstood. Even Admiral Jellicoe, commander of the Grand Fleet, recognised the flaw. He requested a mobile decryption team to accompany his ships at sea, only to be denied on security grounds. It wasn't until 1917, after missed opportunities and preventable setbacks, that the Admiralty overhauled its approach. By then, Room 40 had matured into a vital cog in Britain's naval war machine. But the early years were marked by a critical lesson. Even the most groundbreaking intelligence is powerless if it can't reach the people who need it in time. In the early months of World War I, the mighty German high seas fleet found itself largely bottled up in port after the British victory at the Battle of Heligoland Bight in 1914. But Admiral Friedrich von Ingenohl, the commander-in-chief of the German fleet, wasn't content to sit idle. He devised a bold plan, a raid on the English east coast, targeting the towns of Scarborough, Hartlepool and Whitby. At the heart of this operation was the 1st Scouting Group, led by Admiral Franz von Hippe. His force was formidable. 3 powerful battle cruisers, a large armoured cruiser, supported by a screen of light cruisers and swift destroyers. The goal was simple: strike at Britain's coastline, create panic, and lure out elements of the Royal Navy. On the morning of December 16th, 1914, as the winter sea churned under overcast skies, Hippe's squadron opened fire at precisely 8 o'clock. Shells rained down on the unsuspecting towns. In Hartlepool, the industrial port bore the brunt of the attack. The coastal defences fired back, but against the sheer firepower of German battle cruisers, their resistance was fleeting. In Scarborough and Whitby, there were no defences. Civilians ran for cover as shells smashed into homes, churches, and public buildings. By the time the guns fell silent, 108 civilians lay dead, and 525 more were wounded. The news spread like wildfire across Britain, igniting outrage and fear. This was the first successful foreign attack on British soil since the 17th century. The public was stunned that German warships had sailed so close, shelled peaceful towns, and vanished into the mist, unchallenged. But it wasn't for lack of trying. The Royal Navy had, in fact, sailed out to intercept the raiders. But stormy seas, thick fog, and, critically, failures in communication allowed Hippe's squadron to slip through the cracks. Despite British efforts, the Germans vanished back into the North Sea without a scratch. The raid was a propaganda victory for Germany, but within the walls of the German Admiralty, blame was quick to follow. Admiral Ingenohl, the architect of the operation, was criticised for not seizing what many believed was a missed opportunity to trap and cripple British naval forces. In truth, Ingenohl had taken a daring risk, striking deep into enemy waters, and his plan had worked. Yet instead of praise, he faced scorn. For Britain, the raid was a wake-up call. It wasn't just about the loss of life or the damage to coastal towns. It was a blow to national pride. The British public demanded answers. How could the mighty Royal Navy have failed to protect its own shores? But for the Germans, the raid had achieved its psychological impact. Fear had been sown. Britain was vulnerable. And the North Sea, once considered a shield, was now a doorway through which war could reach British soil. The British response to the German raid on Scarborough, Hartlepool, and Whitby left the public furious and the Admiralty embarrassed. To many, it seemed as though the Royal Navy had been caught completely off guard, allowing German warships to approach the English coast, bombard towns, and then slip away unscathed. In truth, the British had known about the raid in advance, thanks to intercepted and decoded wireless messages from the brilliant codebreakers in Room 40. They had been forewarned. But despite this crucial intelligence, the British still failed to stop the German squadron. In 1921, the official naval historian Julian Corbett wrote a damning assessment. 2 of the most efficient and powerful British squadrons, knowing approximately what to expect, had failed to bring to action an enemy who was acting in close conformity with our appreciation and with whose advanced screen contact had been established. The reality was that the British had narrowly avoided a much greater disaster. The 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, commanded by Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty, had gone out to intercept the raiders but was left exposed, unsupported by the 2nd Battle Squadron under Vice Admiral Sir George Warrender. When contact was finally made, the British ships failed to bring the German raiding force into full battle. At the heart of this failure was a breakdown in communication. The code breakers of Room 40 had done their job, providing key intelligence about German movements. But as messages travelled through layers of command, delays crept in. Some intercepts, decoded during the action, took as long as 2 hours to reach British commanders at sea, by which time the information was outdated or misleading. In one critical instance, news of the German high seas fleet's movements reached British commanders so late that they believed the Germans were still approaching when, in fact, they were already on their way home. Confusion reigned at sea. Beatty's signals to his squadron were ambiguous, and some British commanders hesitated, waiting for clear instructions instead of using their initiative. This hesitation allowed the German ships to escape. The British Admiralty took the failure seriously. On December 30th, Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, commander of the Grand Fleet, issued new orders. From then on, officers were instructed that when in direct contact with German ships, they should treat orders from commanders unaware of local conditions as guidelines, not strict commands. This gave officers more freedom to act on the spot, but even with this shift, Jellicoe and Beatty rejected some Admiralty recommendations, especially the idea of loosening ship formations to allow more flexible tactics. They feared that doing so would decentralize command too much and risk chaos in the heat of battle. The failed counteraction revealed cracks in Britain's naval strategy. Intelligence was only as good as its delivery, and rigid command structures could stifle initiative at the critical moment. The raid had humiliated Britain, but it also served as a harsh lesson, one that the Royal Navy would not forget. Admiral Franz von Hipper was convinced that British forces had been receiving advance warnings of German naval movements. He suspected that British and Dutch fishing boats, blending in with local fleets near the German Bight and Dogger Bank, were acting as covert observation posts. Positioned midway between Germany and the English coast, the Dogger Bank was a strategic choke point. A single signal from a fishing trawler could alert the British in time for their battle cruisers to intercept German ships, especially on their return journey. To counter this, Hipper ordered German ships to rigorously enforce search and seizure rules. Fishing boats suspected of spying were hauled into Cuxhaven for thorough inspections. But Hipper wasn't content with simply tightening patrols. Buoyed by the success of previous coastal raids, he began planning a more aggressive operation, one that would clear the Dogger Bank of British fishing vessels and any neutral ships acting as informants. More than that, he aimed to target any small British warships patrolling the area. By early 1915, the German fleet had grown significantly. 4 new König-class dreadnoughts, SMS König, Grosser Kurfürst, Markgraf, and Kronprinz, had bolstered the 3rd Battle Squadron, along with the formidable Derfflinger-class battlecruiser, Derfflinger. This reinforced the striking power of the German high seas fleet. Yet, Kaiser Wilhelm II remained cautious. Since the start of the war, he had strictly limited the use of the high seas fleet, prohibiting large-scale operations that could risk its destruction. On January 10th, he reiterated this ban, but allowed for limited strategic sorties, designed to isolate and destroy small British units or catch segments of the Grand Fleet under favourable conditions. With this in mind, Hipper's operation was carefully crafted. The plan was simple: clear the Dogger Bank, destroy any British light forces encountered, and then retreat under the protection of the main fleet. But recent British activity near the German Bight had not gone unnoticed. On January 19th, Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty had conducted a reconnaissance of the area. A German aircraft spotted his movements, raising alarms within the German command. Fearing an imminent British threat, Admiral Friedrich von Ingenohl ordered Hipper to act swiftly. On January 24th, Hipper sailed with the 1st Scouting Group, a powerful formation of battlecruisers. Seydlitz as his flagship, Moltke, Derfflinger, and the armoured cruiser Blücher. Supporting them were 4 light cruisers and 18 destroyers. Hipper's goal was to surprise and eliminate any British forces in the area. But unknown to Hipper, the British were already one step ahead, thanks to the silent work of their code breakers in Room 40. The stage was set for a clash that would test the speed, firepower, and strategy of both navies at Dogger Bank. On January 23, 1915, the British Admiralty received a critical breakthrough. Wireless transmissions from German ships in the Jade Bight had been intercepted and decoded by the cryptanalysts of Room 40. The message was clear. Admiral Franz von Hipper was leading a German sortie toward the Dogger Bank. The clock was ticking. At the Admiralty in London, Admiral Sir John Fisher, First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, and Rear Admiral Henry Oliver wasted no time. They devised a plan to confront the Germans with overwhelming force. A rendezvous was set for 7 a.m. on January 24th, 30 nautical miles north of the Dogger Bank, roughly 210 miles west of Heligoland. The British intended to catch the German squadron before it could retreat. The spearhead of the British response was the 1st Battlecruiser Squadron under Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty. His flagship, HMS Lion, was joined by HMS Tiger and HMS Princess Royal, 3 of the most powerful battlecruisers afloat. Supporting them was the newly formed 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron, led by Rear Admiral Gordon Moore. His flagship, HMS New Zealand, along with HMS Indomitable, added to the British firepower. But the plan didn't end there. From Harwich, Commodore Reginald Tyrwhitt sailed with Harwich Force, 3 light cruisers and 35 destroyers. Their mission was to sweep the Dogger Bank and rendezvous with Beatty's battlecruisers at dawn on January 24th. The idea was simple: block the German escape and close the trap. To ensure complete coverage, the British cast an even wider net. The 3rd Cruiser Squadron, along with the 7 pre-dreadnoughts of the 3rd Battle Squadron under Admiral Edward Eden Bradford, sailed from Rosyth. They moved into a position in the North Sea, where they could cut off the Germans if they attempted to flee northward. And finally, the might of the Grand Fleet was set in motion. Leaving Scapa Flow at 9 p.m. on January 23rd, the fleet began a sweeping manoeuvre across the southern North Sea. Though they wouldn't reach the Dogger Bank until the afternoon of the next day, their presence would loom over the battle. As the German force moved closer to its target, the British counterforce was already closing in. At 7:05 a.m. on January 24th, under clear skies and with excellent visibility, the British 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, led by Commodore William Goodenough, spotted German screening vessels near the Dogger Bank. On the morning of January 24th, 1915, the North Sea became the stage for a dramatic naval clash, the Battle of Dogger Bank. As dawn broke, smoke from approaching ships was spotted on the horizon. Admiral Franz von Hipper, leading the German force, quickly realised he had been caught off guard. At 7:35 a.m, he ordered his fleet to turn southeast, aiming to escape the British trap. But there was a problem. The German squadron was slowed by the armoured cruiser Blücher and a group of coal-fuelled torpedo boats. The British battle cruisers were faster and gaining ground. By 8 a.m, lookouts aboard the British flagship HMS Lion had the German battle cruisers in sight. But there was another issue. The older British ships in the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron lagged behind, leaving the 1st Battlecruiser Squadron to press the chase. Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty took a calculated risk. He angled his approach so that the wind would clear the British smoke away, while blowing the German smoke into their own line of sight, obscuring their gunners' vision. At 8:52 a.m, Lion opened fire from a staggering 20,000 yards, about 11 miles. One by one, the British ships joined the fight as they came within range. The Germans couldn't return fire until 9:11 a.m, their guns lacking the same range. No warships had ever fought at such long distances or at such high speeds before. Accuracy was a challenge for both sides. The British focused their fire on Seydlitz at the front of the German line and Blücher at the rear. Beatty intended for his 2 trailing battlecruisers, New Zealand and Indomitable, to target Blücher, while his 3 leading ships took on the German vanguard. But there was confusion. HMS Tiger, under Captain Henry Pelly, mistakenly doubled up fire on Seydlitz, leaving Moltke untouched. Pelly misread the splash patterns from Lion's shells, believing them to be his own. The mistake proved costly. At 9:43 a.m, Seydlitz was struck by a 13.5-inch shell from Lion. The hit penetrated the aft turret barbette, triggering a devastating fire. Flames raced through the working chambers, igniting propellant charges all the way to the magazines. Both rear turrets were destroyed, and 165 men were killed. Only the quick thinking of Executive Officer Wilhelm Heidkamp, who ordered the magazines flooded, saved Seydlitz from total destruction. But the British weren't unscathed for long. At 10:18 a.m, the German battlecruiser Derfflinger landed several 12-inch shells on Lion, damaging her engines and causing severe flooding. The mighty flagship slowed and began to fall behind. At 10:41 a.m, disaster nearly struck again. Lion took another shell hit on her forward turret. Flames briefly flared, threatening a magazine explosion, but the crew managed to extinguish the fire just in time. By 10:30 a.m, Blücher, the slowest ship in Hipper's fleet, became the main target. A shell from Princess Royal ignited fires and crippled her boiler room, forcing her to reduce speed to 17 knots. She lagged behind, a sitting duck. Beatty ordered Indomitable, his slowest ship, to break off and finish off Blücher. Meanwhile, with ammunition running low, Hipper faced a hard decision. At 10:54 a.m, he ordered his remaining ships to break for home, leaving Blücher to her fate. It seemed that the British were on the verge of annihilating the entire German squadron, until disaster struck their command chain. From the bridge of the Wounded Lion, Beatty spotted what he believed was a submarine periscope at 10:54 a.m, right in their path. He immediately ordered a 90-degree turn to port to avoid the perceived threat. The periscope may have actually been the wake of a torpedo launched 15 minutes earlier by the German destroyer V5, now surfacing. At 11:02 a.m, realizing that the sharp turn would allow the Germans to escape, Beatty tried to course correct. He ordered course northeast to limit the turn and followed with engage the enemy's rear, signalling his ships to continue the chase. But there was a problem. With Lion's electrical systems crippled, the crew had to use flag signals, and both orders were hoisted at the same time. Rear Admiral Gordon Moore, commanding from New Zealand, misread the signals. Instead of chasing the fleeing German fleet, he interpreted the orders as a command to focus entirely on Blücher. The entire British squadron turned its attention to the doomed cruiser. Blücher put up a fierce fight. She managed to cripple the British destroyer HMS Meteor and scored 2 hits on the British battlecruisers with her 8.3-inch guns. But she was outnumbered and outgunned. Around 70 shells tore into Blücher, devastating the ship. 2 torpedoes from the light cruiser Arethusa finally finished the job. At 1:13 p.m, Blucher capsized and sank at the coordinates 54 degrees 25 minutes north, 5 degrees 25 minutes east. 792 men went down with the ship. British destroyers rushed to rescue survivors, but the operation was cut short when the German Zeppelin L5 and a seaplane arrived, dropping small bombs on the rescue effort. Though no British ships were hit, the threat forced the rescuers to withdraw, leaving many survivors in the water. Meanwhile, the main German fleet was already out of reach. Lion, crippled and listing, began the long, slow journey home, making only 10 knots. Vice Admiral Beatty considered sending the rest of his fleet after the German ships, but Lion's condition worsened. Seawater contaminated her boilers, reducing her speed to a mere 8 knots. Eventually, Indomitable had to take her under tow, a dangerous operation in waters prowled by German submarines. For 2 tense hours, Indomitable towed the wounded flagship, the fleet crawling along at 10 knots. By 5 p.m, the Grand Fleet arrived, bolstering the escort with 13 light cruisers and 67 destroyers. But the threat wasn't over. The Admiralty warned of a possible German nighttime destroyer attack. However, the German ships were too far away, and their destroyers were low on fuel. The attack never came. The Battle of Doggerbank was over. 1 German cruiser lost, a British battlecruiser crippled, and a near miss at total disaster. The North Sea had been the stage for a fierce clash, but it wouldn't be the last. By the morning of January 25th, 1915, the wounded HMS Lion and her escort, Indomitable, were still struggling through the North Sea. Overnight, Lion's engine troubles worsened, forcing the ships to slow to just 7 knots, barely over 8 miles per hour. At dawn, they were still 100 nautical miles, about 120 miles, from the safety of the Firth of Forth. The British destroyers reformed into an anti-submarine screen, guarding the vulnerable battlecruiser as they crept closer to home waters. It was a long and nerve-wracking journey. Any lurking German submarine could have finished Lion with a single torpedo. Finally, at midnight, the battered ships reached the Firth of Forth. Meanwhile, the damaged destroyer Meteor, crippled during the battle, was successfully towed into the Humber estuary. But Lion's ordeal was far from over. She was out of action for 4 months. First Sea Lord Admiral John Fisher insisted that the damage be repaired at Armstrong Shipyard on the River Tyne, without the ship ever entering dry dock. It was an ambitious and incredibly difficult undertaking, one that significantly slowed the repair process. On the German side, the surviving ships limped back to port. Derfflinger required only minor repairs and was back in action by February 17th, but Seydlitz had suffered far worse. With extensive damage from the ammunition fire that nearly destroyed her, Seydlitz needed dry dock repairs and wasn't ready for sea again until April 1st. The Battle of Doggerbank had ended, but its effects lingered. The British had secured a victory, but it had come at a cost. The Germans had lost Blucher, and their battlecruiser force had been severely shaken, but crucially, the British had failed to deliver a decisive blow. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Doggerbank, confusion clouded both sides' understanding of what had truly happened. The Germans initially believed that the British battlecruiser Tiger had been sunk after witnessing a large fire blazing across her decks. But as reports filtered in, it became painfully clear that the battle had been a serious German setback. For Kaiser Wilhelm II, this was unacceptable. He swiftly issued an order forbidding unnecessary risks to surface vessels, a directive that would shape German naval operations for the rest of the war. Admiral Friedrich von Ingenol, commander of the High Seas Fleet, bore the brunt of the blame and was dismissed, replaced by Admiral Hugo von Pohl. The damage inflicted on the battlecruiser Seydlitz exposed critical flaws in the German Navy's ship design and operational procedures, especially in the protection of the magazines and the handling of ammunition. Investigations revealed that poor safety protocols had almost led to Seydlitz's destruction. Reforms followed, correcting many of these dangerous oversights before the next major naval engagement at Jutland in May of 1916. Yet, the Germans misread one of the most crucial lessons from Dogger Bank. The precise timing of the British interception seemed too perfect to be a coincidence. Convinced that British fishing trawlers or local spies had tipped off the Royal Navy, the Germans failed to realise that their encrypted wireless messages were being read by British codebreakers in Room 40. Even years later, Admiral Reinhard Scheer, writing in 1920, admitted suspicions that the British might have known about the raid in advance, but chalked it up to chance. Or at least, that's what he'd let the public believe. On the British side, the victory at Dogger Bank felt hollow. Vice Admiral David Beatty saw the battle as a missed opportunity. Though Blucher had been sunk, the main German force had escaped. The Admiralty initially believed that Derfflinger had been heavily damaged and shared Beatty's disappointment in not turning the tactical victory into a decisive one. Worse still, the battle exposed deep flaws within the British fleet. The very issues that had allowed the German battlecruisers to escape, poor communication, ineffective signalling, and misinterpretations of orders, remained unresolved. Beatty's attempt to signal a continued pursuit had been garbled, with two separate commands hoisted on a single flag signal, leading to the disastrous misreading that cost the British their chance to finish off the German squadron. Rear Admiral Gordon Moore, who had misinterpreted Beatty's intentions, was quietly reassigned, sent to the Canary Islands, a polite exile. Captain Henry Pelly of Tiger was blamed for failing to assume command when Lion was disabled. Yet, the officer most responsible for the signalling error, Beatty's Flag Lieutenant Ralph Seymour, remained at his post. The British believed they had learned valuable lessons, but many of the same mistakes would haunt them again. At the Battle of Jutland, just over a year later, the Royal Navy would once again struggle with poor communication, flawed tactics, and catastrophic ammunition handling procedures. Errors that would cost them dearly. Still, the Battle of Dogger Bank gave the British public a much-needed morale boost. Newspapers hailed the sinking of Blucher as a triumph, and victory posters dotted the streets of London. But beneath the surface, both navies were now aware of the brutal realities of modern naval warfare, where speed, firepower and communication could determine victory or disaster in mere moments. In the aftermath of the Battle of Dogger Bank, the human cost became painfully clear. According to the official naval historian Julian Corbett, writing in 1929, out of the 1,026 crew members aboard the German cruiser Blucher, 792 were killed and 45 wounded. The British managed to rescue 189 men from the sinking ship. On the Seydlitz, the damage was severe as well, with 159 sailors killed and 33 wounded. The light cruiser Kolberg reported 3 men killed and 2 wounded. In 1965, historian Arthur Marder estimated that over 1,000 German sailors had been either killed or captured, compared to British casualties of fewer than 50 men killed or wounded. Martin Middlebrook, writing in 2003, offered slightly updated figures, estimating that 951 German sailors had been killed and 78 wounded. Most of these losses came from the Blucher. The devastating fire in the Seydlitz's 2 rear turrets claimed 153 lives and wounded 33 more. British ships rescued 189 unwounded German sailors and 45 who were injured. On the British side, casualties were notably lower. The battlecruiser Lion suffered 2 dead and 11 wounded, mostly due to a shell hit in the forward turret lobby. The Tiger had the heaviest British casualties, with 10 killed and 9 wounded. The destroyer Meteor lost 4 crew members, with 2 more wounded. In total, the British reported 15 killed and 80 wounded. The gunnery records from the battle offer a telling glimpse into the intensity of the confrontation. HMS Lion fired 243 13.5-inch shells, managing to hit the Blucher once, the Derfflinger once, and the Seydlitz twice. In return, the Lion was struck 16 times by 11 and 12-inch shells, and once by an 8.2-inch shell, resulting in 1 fatality and 20 wounded. HMS Tiger fired the most shells, 355 13.5-inch rounds, but only scored 3 hits, 1 on the Derfflinger and 2 on the Seydlitz. The Tiger was hit 6 times by heavy shells and once by an 8.2-inch shell, leading to 10 deaths and 11 wounded. HMS Princess Royal launched 271 13.5-inch shells, striking the Derfflinger once, but emerging unscathed. The HMS New Zealand fired 147 12-inch shells, but failed to land a single hit and also avoided enemy fire. HMS Indomitable fired 134 12-inch shells, hitting the Blucher 8 times and taking 1 minor hit in return. On the German side, the Seydlitz fired 390 11-inch shells, scoring 8 hits on the Lion and Tiger, but absorbing 3 13.5-inch shell hits herself, 1 from the Tiger and 2 from the Lion. These hits resulted in the deaths of 159 crew members and left 33 wounded. The Moltke launched 276 11-inch shells, hitting the Lion and Tiger 8 times but miraculously avoiding any return fire. The Derfflinger fired 310 12-inch shells, landing between 5 and 6 hits on the Lion, Tiger and Princess Royal, but also took 3 13.5-inch hits, 1 from each of the British battlecruisers, without suffering any casualties. The Blucher, heavily outgunned and slower than the other German ships, managed to fire 12 8.2-inch shells, landing 1 hit each on the Lion, Tiger and Indomitable before being relentlessly pounded by approximately 70 shells and eventually struck by 7 torpedoes. Her losses were staggering, with 792 killed and 234 taken prisoner, 45 of whom were wounded. This sobering tally of lives lost and damaged ships highlights the brutal cost of naval warfare during the First World War. The Battle of Dogger Bank, though tactically inconclusive, had a lasting impact on naval strategies and ship designs, influencing future engagements in the war. The Gallipoli Campaign, also known as the Dardanelles Campaign, was one of the most ambitious and tragic military operations of World War I. The Entente powers, Britain, France and the Russian Empire, set their sights on breaking the Ottoman Empire, a key member of the Central Powers. Their goal was to seize control of the Turkish Straits, opening the way for warships to bombard Constantinople, the Ottoman capital, and cutting it off from its Asian territories. If they succeeded, it would safeguard the Suez Canal, a vital lifeline for British control over the Middle East, and allow crucial supplies to flow into Russia through the Black Sea. The campaign began in February 1915 with an attempt to force the Dardanelles Strait using a mighty fleet of Entente battleships. But Ottoman resistance and a deadly combination of naval mines and coastal artillery turned back the attack. Realising that naval power alone would not be enough, the Entente launched a full-scale amphibious invasion in April 1915, hoping to break through Ottoman defences on the Gallipoli Peninsula. For 8 gruelling months, the beaches, hills and trenches of Gallipoli became a living hell. Fighting in the brutal heat of summer and the freezing cold of winter, soldiers on both sides endured relentless artillery barrages, bayonet charges and disease-ridden trenches. Casualties mounted, 250,000 men on each side, but the Ottoman defenders, under the leadership of Mustafa Kemal, held their ground. By January 1916, the Entente forces admitted defeat and withdrew, having gained nothing at a terrible cost. For the Ottoman Empire, it was a hard-fought victory, a symbol of resilience as their empire crumbled on other fronts. For Britain and its allies, it was a humiliating disaster, one that haunted its chief architect, Winston Churchill, for years to come. But the legacy of Gallipoli extended far beyond the battlefield. It forged a national identity for Australia and New Zealand, whose troops, the ANZACs, fought with legendary bravery. The anniversary of their landing, April 25th, became Anzac Day, the most sacred day of remembrance in both nations. For Turkey, Gallipoli was more than a victory. It was the spark that ignited a revolution. The campaign propelled Mustafa Kemal Ataturk into the spotlight, and within a decade, he would reshape the Ottoman ruins into the modern Republic of Turkey. Gallipoli wasn't just a battle, it was a turning point in world history, a collision of empires and a testament to courage, endurance and sacrifice. Now, let's rewind and explore the background of this epic campaign. On October 29th, 1914, 2 warships flying Ottoman flags set out across the Black Sea. But these were not just any Ottoman ships. They had once belonged to Germany, and they were about to pull the Ottoman Empire into the most destructive war the world had ever seen. The battle cruiser Yavuz Sultan Selim and the light cruiser Midilli launched a surprise raid on the Russian port of Odessa, bombarding the city and sinking several Russian ships. Just 2 days later, the Ottoman Empire officially entered the war, opening up a new front in the Caucasus against Russia. The British, reacting swiftly, bombarded Ottoman forts at Gallipoli, invaded Mesopotamia, and began considering an even more ambitious plan, the idea of forcing the Dardanelles Strait. This wasn't the first time Britain had entertained the idea of an amphibious landing in Ottoman territory. Before the Dardanelles campaign was even conceived, British strategists had discussed an invasion at Alexandretta, a key railway hub in the Ottoman Empire. The plan, backed by Field Marshal Earl Kitchener, would have severed Constantinople from its southern provinces, cutting off the empire from Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. The port was home to a large Christian population, and a successful landing there would have divided the Ottoman Empire in two. But politics, as much as strategy, dictated the course of war. France opposed the idea. Alexandretta lay within their sphere of influence, and they were unwilling to let British troops operate there. Britain had agreed to these spheres back in 1912, and the plan was abandoned. Instead, British commanders turned their attention to another target, the Dardanelles. By late 1914, the war on the Western Front had devolved into a bloody stalemate. The initial offensives had given way to trench warfare, with both sides suffering enormous casualties at Ypres and the Marne. Meanwhile, Germany and Austria-Hungary had severed Russia's overland trade routes, cutting the Eastern Front off from critical supplies. The Baltic Sea was blockaded by the Imperial German Navy, the White Sea in the Arctic was frozen over, and the Sea of Okhotsk in the Far East was simply too far from the fighting. That left only one remaining lifeline, the Black Sea, and the only way into the Black Sea was through the Dardanelles, controlled by the Ottoman Empire. Had the Ottomans remained neutral, Russia could have continued receiving supplies through the straits. But with their entry into the war, the Dardanelles were sealed shut. By November 1914, the Ottoman military began mining the waterway, cutting Russia off from its allies. In France, the politician Aristide Briand pushed for a preemptive attack on the Ottoman Empire, but his idea was dismissed. At the same time, the British government tried to bribe the Ottomans into joining the Entente. That effort also failed. But one man wasn't ready to give up on the Ottomans just yet. Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty. Looking at outdated reports of Ottoman troop strength, he became convinced that a naval attack on the Dardanelles could work. Churchill proposed using a fleet of old, obsolete battleships, vessels too slow and outdated to fight the German high seas fleet, but still formidable enough to blast their way through the straits. If successful, the attack wouldn't just open the Dardanelles, it might also force Bulgaria and Greece to join the war on the side of the Entente. Then, on January 2nd, 1915, a desperate plea arrived from Russia. Grand Duke Nicholas, commanding Russian forces in the Caucasus, begged Britain for assistance against the Ottoman advance. With that, the Dardanelles campaign was set in motion. A naval operation was planned, designed to divert Ottoman troops away from the Caucasus and, just maybe, break the deadlock of the war. On February 17th, 1915, a British seaplane lifted off from the deck of HMS Ark Royal, soaring over the Dardanelles Strait. This was the first reconnaissance flight of the campaign, a quiet but historic moment, the beginning of a desperate struggle to break the Ottoman hold on these vital waterways. 2 days later, the silence was shattered. An Anglo-French fleet, led by the mighty dreadnought HMS Queen Elizabeth, opened fire on the Ottoman coastal batteries, launching a long-range bombardment. The plan was simple: reduce the fort and batteries guarding the straits, clear the minefields, and force a naval breakthrough that would take the Entente fleet straight to Constantinople. But war is never that simple. Bad weather slowed the attack, but by February 25th, the outer Ottoman forts had been silenced. Minesweepers pushed forward, clearing the entrance to the Dardanelles. British Royal Marines landed at Kum Kale and Sedlbahir, destroying Ottoman gun positions. With each blast of heavy naval artillery, the way to Constantinople seemed closer. But there was a problem, a big one. The Ottoman coastal guns, under the command of General Otto Lehmann von Sanders, weren't sitting still. These mobile batteries moved constantly, dodging the bombardment and harassing the Entente minesweepers. The result? The mines in the Dardanelles remained untouched, leaving the straits a deadly trap for the advancing fleet. Back in London, Winston Churchill was growing frustrated. He pressured the naval commander, Admiral Sackville Carden, to intensify the attack. In response, Carden drafted new battle plans and confidently sent a message to Churchill on March 4th. He believed his fleet could reach Constantinople within 14 days. British intelligence intercepted a German message. The Ottoman forts were running low on ammunition. It was the breakthrough the British had been waiting for. The final naval assault was set for March 17th, but fate had other plans. The pressure broke Carden, and suffering from stress and exhaustion, he was forced to step down. Command passed to Admiral John de Robeck, just as the decisive battle was about to begin. On the morning of March 18th, 1915, 18 battleships, along with cruisers and destroyers, steamed into the Dardanelles. Their target? The narrowest point of the straits, just 1 mile wide. At 2 in the afternoon, the Ottoman defences were barely holding together. Their communication lines had been cut, their artillery fire was fading, and some guns had been knocked out completely. And then, disaster struck. The French battleship Bouvet hit a mine and capsized in less than 2 minutes, taking 643 men down with her. British minesweepers, manned by civilians, tried to push forward, but were driven back by Ottoman artillery fire, leaving the deadly minefields intact. Then came the killing blow. HMS Irresistible and HMS Inflexible both struck mines. One sank, the other barely limped away. HMS Ocean was sent to assist, but was hit as well, abandoned by her crew before she too slipped beneath the waves. On the French side, Suffren and Gaulois unknowingly sailed through a fresh minefield, one secretly laid by the Ottoman mine layer Nusret just 10 days earlier. For the Entente fleet, the battle had turned from a path to victory into a naval disaster. Admiral de Robeck had no choice. He ordered a full retreat. Back in London, Commodore Roger Keyes, commanding HMS Queen Elizabeth, still believed they had come agonisingly close to victory. Some officers argued that one more push could have broken through the straits, but Admiral de Robeck, First Sea Lord Jackie Fisher, and the rest of the British High Command weren't willing to take the risk. The naval assault on the Dardanelles was over, but the campaign, that was just beginning. With the Navy unable to force its way through, the only option left was land. The Entente powers now turned to the army, preparing for an invasion of Gallipoli itself, an operation that would become one of the most infamous battles of the First World War. After the failure of the naval attacks, the Entente powers were forced to change their approach. If ships alone couldn't break through the Ottoman defences, then soldiers would. The plan was set: a massive amphibious invasion of the Gallipoli Peninsula. The goal? Eliminate the Ottoman artillery that had made clearing the minefields impossible and secure the land route to Constantinople. For this task, General Sir Ian Hamilton was given command of the Mediterranean Expeditionary Force, a massive force of 78,000 men. Among them were Australian and New Zealand troops, known as ANZAC or ANZAC, under the command of Lieutenant General Sir William Birdwood. These soldiers, still training in Egypt, were supposed to be headed for the Western Front. Instead, they were now preparing for an entirely different kind of war. A brutal, grinding battle for control of the rocky, inhospitable terrain of Gallipoli. The Anzac troops were joined by the British 29th Division, the Royal Naval Division, and a contingent of French forces. As they gathered, Hamilton and his commanders crafted their strategy. The main landings would take place on the southern part of the peninsula, near Cape Hell and Sedlbahir. The planners expected little resistance, believing the Ottomans to be poorly trained and demoralised. Some officers even handed out leaflets telling soldiers how to recognise surrendering Turkish troops, warning that a real white flag should be viewed with suspicion. A bizarre assumption based on deeply flawed intelligence. This underestimation of the Ottomans was not uncommon among the Entente commanders. They saw the Ottoman Empire as a dying force, basing their opinions on its poor performance in previous wars, particularly the Italo-Turkish War and the Balkan Wars. But in reality, they were walking into a battlefield carefully prepared for months, and they didn't know it yet. Gathering the invasion force was slow and chaotic. Troops had to be loaded onto transports in a precise order, delaying the departure. Some were even rerouted to Alexandria to board the correct ships. In total, it took 5 weeks to assemble the force, 5 weeks that the Ottomans used wisely. Back in Turkey, General Otto Liman von Sanders commanded the Ottoman Fifth Army, a force of around 60,000 men, reinforced by German officers. Ottoman leadership knew an invasion was coming. They just didn't know where. The entire coastline of the Dardanelles was a potential target. The Ottoman generals debated fiercely over where to expect the landings. One man, however, had no doubt. Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal, a veteran of the Balkan Wars, was convinced the Entente would strike at Cape Helles and Gaba Tepe. If the British landed at Gaba they would be dangerously close to the Narrows, where the Dardanelles made a sharp right-angle bend, an ideal spot to cut off Ottoman supply lines. But Lyman von Sanders disagreed. He believed the Asiatic coast at Besseker Bay was the most likely target. There, the terrain was flatter, and an attack would put Entente forces in striking distance of the main Ottoman batteries guarding the straits. He positioned 1/3 of his army there. To protect Ottoman supply lines, Sanders stationed 2 divisions at Boulaire, on the northern end of the peninsula. The 19th Division, under Mustafa Kemal, and the 9th Division were placed along the Aegean coast and Cape Helles. Instead of spreading his men evenly across the coast, Sanders kept his main forces inland, ready to move where needed. It was a classic defensive strategy. Hold the high ground and let the enemy land before striking. But Kemal disagreed. He saw the flaw in this plan. If the British and Anzac forces landed in force, they could dig in before reinforcements arrived. To Kemal, the only way to win was to stop the Entente on the beaches. But his superior officers didn't listen. As the weeks dragged on, Ottoman engineers dug trenches, wired the beaches, and built makeshift mines using torpedo warheads. German officers oversaw artillery placements, ensuring that Ottoman guns could strike from above. Road networks were improved, so reinforcements could move quickly and under cover of night, evading Entente reconnaissance planes. Meanwhile, the British still believed they were marching toward an easy victory. By early April, Hamilton and his headquarters arrived at Mudros. The Anzac Corps departed from Egypt, assembling on the Greek island of Lemnos, where they conducted practice landings. The British 29th Division rehearsed separately on Skyros, and the Royal Naval Division prepared for their role. But even before the landings began, the danger of the Dardanelles was clear. On April 11th, an Ottoman aircraft flew over Mudros, watching the Entente fleet gathering. The British submarine HMS E-15 tried to force its way through the straits, but struck an Ottoman submarine net and ran aground. It was pounded by Ottoman artillery, killing Lieutenant Commander Theodore Brodie and 6 of his men. The survivors were forced to surrender. For the Ottomans, it was a sign that their defences were working. For the British, it was a reminder that this campaign would not be as easy as they once thought. The Entente powers had devised an ambitious plan: secure the northern shore of the Dardanelles, capture the Ottoman forts and artillery batteries, and open the way for a naval advance to Istanbul. It was meant to be a decisive blow to the Ottoman Empire, one that would force its surrender and change the course of the war. Originally scheduled for April 23rd, the landings were postponed 2 days due to bad weather. The main force, the British 29th Division, would land at Cape Helles on the southern tip of the Gallipoli Peninsula, while the Anzac forces, led by the 3rd Australian Infantry Brigade, would land north of Gaba Tepe. Their mission? Cross the peninsula, cut off the Ottoman troops at Kilit Bahir, and prevent reinforcements from reaching Cape Helles. To confuse the Ottoman defenders, the French launched a diversionary attack at Kum Kale on the Asian shore, while the Royal Naval Division simulated landing preparations at Boulaire in the north. New Zealand officer Bernard Freyberg even swam ashore under fire to light flares, luring Ottoman troops away from the real landings, a daring act that would later earn him the Distinguished Service Order. Naval fire support was critical, but the plan was changed at the last moment. Instead of bombarding the beaches, the Entente fleet targeted the ridges beyond the landing zones. The beaches were only lightly shelled before the landings, leaving Ottoman defences intact. No clear orders were given to the captains of the support ships, forcing them to act on their own initiative. At V and W beaches, the lack of covering fire would prove devastating, while at S, X and Anzac beaches, naval fire would offer some relief. By April 24th, the troops were loaded onto transport ships. The plan was simple but daring. Approach under cover of darkness, land at dawn, and take the Ottoman forces by surprise. But the Ottomans were already watching. At 2 in the morning, an Ottoman observer at Aribirnu spotted dozens of ships on the horizon. Captain Faik, commanding a company from the 27th Infantry Regiment, confirmed the sighting and immediately reported it to his superior, Ismet Bey. By 3 in the morning, the moon disappeared behind the clouds, and the ships vanished from sight. The Ottoman commanders hesitated. Was this the real invasion, or just a distraction? Meanwhile, General Lyman von Sanders, commander of the Ottoman Fifth Army, was at Boulaire, convinced that the main attack would land there. For 2 days, he remained in Boulaire with the 5th Division, distracted by a handful of Entente warships. His absence delayed critical decisions, throwing the Ottoman defensive strategy into disarray. By 4 in the morning, the first wave of Entente troops, the 3rd Australian Infantry Brigade, began their descent toward the shore. But something went terribly wrong. Due to undetected currents or a navigational error, the landing force drifted too far north, coming ashore at a completely different location, the steep, rugged coastline of Anzac Cove. The Ottoman defenders, though outnumbered, held the high ground. As the first boats reached the shore, they opened fire, cutting down the Australians as they waded onto the beaches. The terrain was far worse than expected. Instead of flat open land, the Australians faced steep ridges, dense scrub, and narrow ravines. The planned advance inland quickly fell apart. Communication broke down, and units became scattered, isolated in the chaos of the battlefield. Some Australian troops pushed forward, reaching the second ridge, but they were cut off from reinforcements. The Ottoman defenders, reorganised by Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal, launched a fierce counter-attack, driving the Australians back. By mid-morning, Kemal had regained control of the battlefield. At 10:30, the right flank of the Australian force collapsed, with the Ottomans reclaiming most of 400 Plateau. In the north, the Australians lost ground at Baby 700 and the Neck. By evening, Generals Bridges and Godley recommended evacuation. The landings had failed. General Birdwood agreed, but when he asked the Navy to re-embark the troops, they refused. There was no going back. Hamilton ordered them to dig in. This beachhead, no matter how small, had to hold. By the end of April 25th, the Anzac forces had taken enormous casualties, around 2,000 men killed or wounded. But against all odds, they had held their ground, forming a narrow defensive perimeter less than 2 kilometres wide. The landings at Cape Helles were meant to be the decisive blow that would break the Ottoman defences and allow the Entente forces to push inland toward the fortresses at Kilitbahir. The British 29th Division, commanded by Major General Aylmer Hunter Weston, would land at 5 separate beaches, designated S, V, W, X and Y, spanning the southern tip of the Gallipoli Peninsula. At Y Beach, the Entente forces landed unopposed. They pushed forward and even reached the village of Krithia, where only a small Ottoman garrison stood in their way. The road to victory was open, but hesitation proved fatal. Lacking orders to press forward, the British troops withdrew back to the beach. It was a moment of lost opportunity, as Ottoman reinforcements from the 25th Regiment soon arrived, sealing off the village and ending any chance of an early breakthrough. The Entente would never get that close again. But the real battle was fought at V and W beaches, where fierce Ottoman resistance turned the landings into a slaughterhouse. At V Beach, the Royal Munster Fusiliers and Hampshire Regiment attempted a bold amphibious assault. A coal transport ship, SS River Clyde, had been converted into a makeshift landing craft, designed to run aground beneath the Ottoman fortress of Sedlbahir, allowing troops to disembark quickly along ramps. But the plan collapsed almost instantly. The Ottoman machine gunners, positioned in fortified positions overlooking the shore, turned V Beach into a killing ground. As the first waves of Royal Dublin Fusiliers attempted to land in open boats, they were cut down before they even reached the shore. On SS River Clyde, the plan to disembark through sally ports became a death trap, as soldiers stepped out one by one, only to be gunned down instantly. Of the first 200 men who tried to land, only 21 reached the beach alive. At W Beach, the Lancashire Fusiliers faced a similarly brutal reception. The shore was lined with barbed wire, and the Ottoman defenders occupied high ground overlooking the entire landing zone. As the Lancashires waded ashore, they were hit with withering fire. The casualties were staggering. Out of 1,000 men, 600 were killed or wounded. But against all odds, the survivors pressed forward. The Lancashires charged the Ottoman positions, fighting hand-to-hand with bayonets and rifle butts. Slowly, yard by yard, they overwhelmed the defenders. By the end of the day, they had secured W Beach, later known as Lancashire Landing, a name earned in blood and sacrifice. The fighting at V Beach was even more brutal. The Ottoman defenders, though vastly outnumbered, had the advantage of fortified positions and the high ground. But by the morning of April the 25th, their ammunition was running dangerously low. Then came the order that would define Ottoman resolve. Mustafa Kemal's 57th Infantry Regiment, holding the ridges above the beaches, was ordered to stand its ground at all costs. Kemal's message was clear. "I do not order you to fight, I order you to die. In the time which passes until we die, other troops and commanders can come forward and take our places." The 57th Regiment obeyed without hesitation. They fought to the last man, inflicting heavy casualties on the British forces before they were overrun. Not a single Ottoman soldier from the 57th Regiment survived the battle unscathed. For their heroic stand, the 57th Infantry Regiment was never reformed. Their sacrifice became a symbol of national pride in Turkey. Despite the terrible losses, the British troops at V and W beaches eventually broke through. The survivors fought their way inland, capturing key fortifications around Sedlbahir. In the chaos, 6 Victoria Crosses were awarded to the Lancashires at W Beach, with 6 more at V Beach, making it one of the most decorated battles in British history. But victory came at a cost. The Royal Dublin Fusiliers and Royal Munster Fusiliers had been so badly mauled that the survivors had to be merged into a single unit, known as the Dubsters. Of the 1,012 Dublin Fusiliers who landed, only 11 survived the entire Gallipoli Campaign unscathed. With the beaches secured, the British forces had a foothold, but their momentum was lost. No immediate push inland was made, giving the Ottoman defenders critical time to regroup and reinforce. What had begun as a desperate defence was now turning into a prolonged battle of attrition, one that neither side would walk away from easily. The land war at Gallipoli quickly turned into a brutal, grinding battle of attrition. What had begun as an ambitious plan for a quick advance across the peninsula was now descending into trench warfare, with both sides locked in a desperate struggle for survival. The high ground that the Entente forces failed to capture on the first day would haunt them for months to come. By the afternoon of April 27th, just 2 days after the landings, the Ottoman 19th Division, now reinforced with 6 additional battalions, launched a counterattack against the Entente positions at Anzac Cove. Despite the fierce assault, naval gunfire support from offshore kept the Ottomans at bay. Meanwhile, the British at Cape Helles were reinforced by French troops, who were transferred from the Asian shore to Morto Bay. On April 28th, the Entente launched their first major offensive, the First Battle of Krifia. The objective was simple: capture the village of Krifia and advance toward Achi Baba, a strategic hill that dominated the southern peninsula. But poor communication and exhausted troops led to disaster. The Ottoman defenders stood their ground, stopping the Entente advance dead in its tracks. By 6 in the evening, the attack had failed, leaving 3,000 Entente soldiers dead or wounded. As more Ottoman reinforcements arrived, the possibility of a swift Entente victory vanished. The battle at Helles and Anzac had now become a grueling war of attrition. By the end of April, the Royal Naval Division landed at Helles, while the Ottomans launched a major counterattack. At Helles, the French line was briefly broken, but massed machine gun fire from the Entente positions repelled the assault, inflicting heavy losses on the attackers. At Anzac, the New Zealanders and Australians launched a night attack on April 29th, aiming to seize Baby 700 Ridge. But as they advanced through the darkness, they became disoriented and scattered. Under heavy Ottoman gunfire, the attack collapsed, leaving 1,000 casualties behind. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, a silent war was raging. On April 30th, the Australian submarine AE2, which had made history by being the first Allied submarine to breach the Dardanelles, was forced to surface after sustaining critical damage from an Ottoman warship. With no hope of escape, Lieutenant Commander Henry Stoker ordered the vessel scuttled. The crew was captured, but their mission had already sent shockwaves through the Ottoman defences. Just one day earlier, another British submarine, HMSE-14, had entered the Sea of Marmara. Over the next 3 weeks, she would wreak havoc on Ottoman supply lines, sinking 4 ships, including a transport carrying 6,000 troops and an artillery battery. Though the number of ships sunk was small, the psychological impact was immense, and for his daring actions, Lieutenant Commander Edward Boyle was awarded the Victoria Cross. But success came at a cost. The French submarine, Jewel, attempted the same passage on May 1st, but struck a mine and was lost with all hands. The French submarine, Saphir, had suffered a similar fate weeks earlier, running aground near Nagara Point. By early May, both sides were consolidating their positions, preparing for the next major offensive. On May 5th, reinforcements arrived, the British 42nd East Lancashire Division, as well as the Australian 2nd Infantry Brigade and the New Zealand Infantry Brigade. These fresh troops were immediately thrown into the Second Battle of Krifia, a daylight assault involving 20,000 Entente soldiers. On May 6th, after 30 minutes of artillery bombardment, the British and French attacked. But the terrain was treacherous, with deep gullies and fortified Ottoman strongholds that Entente reconnaissance had failed to identify. Under machine gun fire, the attack stalled. For the next 2 days, bitter fighting continued. By May 8th, the Australians charged across open ground, advancing nearly 600 metres, but still 400 metres short of their objective. With 1,000 casualties, they were forced to dig in. The battle had failed. The campaign was now turning into a nightmare of attrition. The Entente forces were running dangerously low on artillery shells, while the Ottoman defenders, despite mounting casualties, refused to yield. On May 19th, the Ottomans launched their largest attack yet. 42,000 troops against the 17,000 Australians and New Zealanders at Anzac Cove. The Ottomans hoped to push the invaders back into the sea, but the Entente had seen them coming. British aerial reconnaissance had spotted the massive troop movement a day before. As the Ottomans attacked, they were cut down by machine gun fire and artillery. Within hours, the battlefield was a slaughterhouse. By the end of the failed assault, the Ottomans had suffered 13,000 casualties, including 3,000 dead. In contrast, Australian and New Zealand losses were less than 600. Among those killed was John Simpson Kirkpatrick, an Australian stretcher bearer whose heroic efforts to evacuate the wounded under fire became legend. The losses were so catastrophic that a temporary truce was arranged on May 24th, allowing both sides to bury their dead. Much like the Christmas truce of 1914 on the Western Front, soldiers from both sides emerged from their trenches, laying down their arms to retrieve the fallen. It was a moment of eerie peace, one that would never be repeated. Meanwhile, at sea, the Ottomans struck back. On May 13th, the battleship HMS Goliath was torpedoed and sunk by the Ottoman destroyer Muavene Emilia, killing 570 British sailors. Just days later, a German submarine, U-21, arrived in the area. On May 25th, HMS Triumph was sunk, followed by HMS Majestic on May 27th. The loss of these battleships forced the British to pull their fleet back to Imbros, where they were kept tethered between missions, effectively neutralising Entente naval firepower at Helles. But the Entente submarines weren't done yet. On May 18th, HMS E-11 slipped through the Dardanelles. Over the next few weeks, she sank or disabled 11 ships, including 3 in a single day on May 23rd. In a daring raid, she even entered Constantinople harbour, sinking a gunboat and damaging the Ottoman arsenal. Despite their devastating losses, the Ottoman defences held firm. Supplies were running low, but Ottoman forces had learned their lessons from the failed frontal assaults in May. Instead of massive offensives, they turned to tunnelling and mining operations. On May 29th, they detonated a massive mine beneath Quinn's post at Anzac Cove and launched a fierce assault. The Australian 15th Battalion was forced back, but by the end of the day, counterattacks had regained lost ground. By early June, the fighting had settled into an agonising stalemate. The trenches at Anzac and Helles had become no man's land, where grenades and sniper fire were the only means of attack. The original plans for a quick campaign were long gone. Gallipoli was now a war of endurance. The Entente's failure to capture Krithia or break through the Helles front led General Ian Hamilton to devise a bold new plan. His objective? Seize the Sari Bair range and capture the high ground at Hill 971, a dominant position above the battlefield. Both sides had reinforced their armies. The Entente expanded from 5 divisions to 15, while the Ottomans had grown from 6 divisions to 16. With this build-up, the campaign entered a decisive new phase. The plan called for a fresh landing by 2 infantry divisions from the 9th Corps at Suvla Bay, about 5 miles north of Anzac. From there, they would advance toward the Sari Bair Ridge from the northwest. Meanwhile, at Anzac, a daring push was planned against the ridgeline itself, advancing through rugged, lightly defended terrain north of the existing perimeter. The assault was to unfold in multiple coordinated attacks. Australian light horsemen of the 3rd Light Horse Brigade would charge the Ottoman positions at Baby 700 from the neck. Meanwhile, New Zealanders of the New Zealand Infantry Brigade would scale Rhododendron Ridge, pushing through the apex and the farm to seize the summit of Chunuk Bair. At the same time, Gurkhas of the 29th Indian Brigade, along with the Australians of the 4th Infantry Brigade, were ordered to take Hill 971. Above the battlefield, air support played a growing role. The Entente now had 40 aircraft, mostly from the 3rd Wing of the Royal Naval Air Service, operating out of Imbros and Tenedos. These included Farmans and Nieuport fighters, replacing the ageing Voisins. The Ottomans had 20 aircraft, with 8 stationed at Kanakkale. Entente pilots provided reconnaissance, directed naval gunfire, and carried out bombing raids against Ottoman reinforcements. In one daring operation, a seaplane from the British ship Ben Mai Cree struck an Ottoman tugboat with an aerial torpedo, the first recorded use of such a weapon in combat. The Suvla Bay landings began under cover of darkness on the night of August 6th. Opposition was light, but British commander Lieutenant General Frederick Stopford hesitated, issuing only limited objectives. His failure to press forward immediately left the British stalled on the beaches. This delay allowed the Ottomans to rush reinforcements into the hills, securing the Anafarta heights and preventing the British from advancing inland. The opportunity for a breakthrough was lost, and Suvla quickly became another static battlefield of trench warfare. While the landings were underway, diversionary attacks unfolded elsewhere. At Hels, the Battle of Krithia Vineyard turned into yet another costly stalemate. At Anzac, the Australians of the 1st Infantry Brigade launched the Battle of Lone Pine, capturing the main Ottoman trench line in brutal close-quarters combat. The action forced the Ottomans to divert reserves, but the larger offensives at Chunuk Bair and Hill 971 failed. At Chunuk Bair, the New Zealand Infantry Brigade made rapid progress, pushing within 500 yards of the peak by dawn on August 7th. But taking the summit proved far more difficult. At the same time, the Australians of the 3rd Light Horse Brigade charged at the neck, expecting to catch the Ottomans in a pincer attack. The timing, however, went disastrously wrong. The opening artillery barrage lifted 7 minutes too early, alerting the defenders. When the Australians surged forward, they were met with devastating rifle and machine gun fire. The charge was a massacre. Meanwhile, the attack on Hill 971 never materialised. The Australian 4th Infantry Brigade and their Indian allies became disoriented in the darkness. Their attempts to resume the assault were easily repelled by the well-prepared Ottoman troops, dealing yet another crushing blow to the Entente's plans. Despite these setbacks, the New Zealanders held Chunuk Bair for 2 days before being relieved by 2 British battalions from the Wiltshire and loyal North Lancashire regiments. But on August 10th, the Ottomans counterattacked. Led by Mustafa Kemal, they surged up the heights and swept the British from the summit. The Wellington Battalion of the New Zealanders suffered catastrophic losses. Of the 760 men who reached the top, only 49 remained unscathed. With Chunuk Bair back in Ottoman hands, the Entente's best chance for victory was gone. As the situation deteriorated, reinforcements continued to arrive. The 10th Irish Division landed on August 7th, followed by the 53rd Welsh Division on August 8th and the 54th East Anglian Division on August 10th. The 2nd Mounted Division, a cavalry force fighting dismounted, arrived on August 18th. Still, these fresh troops were not enough. On August 12th, the 54th Division attempted to push forward across the Anafarta Plain, but was thrown back with heavy losses. At this point, Hamilton considered evacuating Suvla and Anzac entirely. In the final desperate push of the offensive, the British launched the Battle of Scimitar Hill and the Battle of Hill 60 on August 21st, hoping to link the Suvla and Anzac sectors. But, like the assaults before them, these attacks ended in failure. Back in London, the situation at Gallipoli was being closely scrutinised. On August 17th, Hamilton had requested another 95,000 reinforcements. The very next day, however, the French announced plans for a major autumn offensive on the Western Front, and British leaders decided to support it at all costs. The Gallipoli front would have to make do with a mere 25,000 additional troops. On August 23rd, Hamilton finally accepted reality. Offensive operations at Gallipoli were no longer possible. The final blow came with Bulgaria's entry into the war on the side of the Central Powers. With a direct land route now open, German supplies and reinforcements flooded into Ottoman hands. This included modern artillery, new aircraft, and experienced crews, further tilting the balance against the Entente. By September 20th, the Newfoundland Regiment had arrived at Suvla, part of the 29th Division, while the British continued discussing the fate of the campaign. On September 25th, Kitchener proposed withdrawing 2 British divisions and 1 French division to reinforce the new front at Salonika in Greece. Though Hamilton objected, only a partial compromise was reached. The 10th Irish Division and the 156th French Infantry Division were withdrawn from Gallipoli. By the end of September, these troops were regrouping at Mudros for redeployment elsewhere. For the exhausted soldiers still fighting on the peninsula, the long stalemate dragged on. As Alan Moorhead later wrote, an unusual kind of war took hold during this lull. Along some sections of the line, an old Ottoman batman was permitted to hang his unit's laundry on the barbed wire undisturbed. Soldiers on both sides exchanged gifts, dates and sweets from the Ottoman trenches, cans of beef and cigarettes from the Entente. But despite these small moments of human connection, conditions at Gallipoli worsened with each passing day. The summer heat, combined with inadequate sanitation, caused a fly epidemic. Unburied corpses rotted in no man's land, filling the air with an unbearable stench. Dysentery swept through the trenches, striking down both Entente and Ottoman troops alike. With supplies limited, soldiers struggled to find food and clean water. The once ambitious Gallipoli Campaign had become a brutal war of attrition, one that neither side could afford to continue much longer. As the August offensive collapsed into yet another bloody stalemate, the Gallipoli Campaign began to drift. Ottoman success on the battlefield was now shaping public opinion back in Britain. Reports of failure, smuggled out by journalists like Keith Murdoch and Ellis Ashmead Bartlett, painted a grim picture of the campaign. British officers like General Stopford also voiced their discontent, further adding to the growing calls for withdrawal. By October 11th, the idea of evacuation was formally raised. General Hamilton resisted, fearing the damage it would do to Britain's reputation. But before long, the decision was taken out of his hands. Hamilton was dismissed and replaced by Lieutenant General Charles Monro. By then, winter was setting in. The sweltering heat of summer gave way to howling gales, freezing rain, and bitter snowstorms. Men who had survived bullets and bayonets now drowned in floodwaters or froze to death in the trenches. Thousands suffered frostbite. Meanwhile, events beyond Gallipoli further complicated the situation. The Serbian front was collapsing under an invasion by Austria, Hungary, Germany, and Bulgaria. Britain and France were forced to divert troops to Greece in an attempt to prop up their Serbian allies. At sea, German and Ottoman forces had tightened their grip on the Dardanelles. British submarine operations in the Sea of Marmara had been highly effective early in the campaign, but now the enemy was adapting. On September 4th, the British submarine HMS E7 became ensnared in an Ottoman anti-submarine net. Later that month, French submarine Turquoise was captured intact when it ran aground near a fortress. Its crew was taken prisoner, and among the seized documents was a scheduled meeting with another British submarine, HMS E20, set for November 6th. But instead of a British vessel, it was the German submarine U-14 that arrived at the rendezvous. Lying in wait, it launched a torpedo and sank E-20, killing all but 9 of its crew. By November, Bulgaria had officially joined the Central Powers. This gave Germany a direct land route to supply the Ottoman Empire with heavy artillery, modern aircraft, and battle-hardened crews. With rearmament underway and winter setting in, Monro presented his report to Lord Kitchener, who personally visited the region to assess the situation. The evidence was undeniable. withdrawal was the only viable option. The British cabinet agreed, and in early December the evacuation was set in motion. But there was one final looming fear. With the trenches of Gallipoli so close together, a withdrawal under enemy fire could be catastrophic. Some estimates suggested that as many as 30,000 men could be lost in the retreat. And yet, the Entente commanders devised a plan that would go down as one of the most successful evacuations in military history. A rainstorm on November 26th provided the final proof of how untenable the situation had become. Torrential downpours flooded trenches and washed unburied corpses into the lines. Days later, a blizzard swept in, freezing more men to death. The final operation had to move forward. In the days leading up to December 20th, troop numbers at Suvla and Anzac were gradually reduced. In their place, clever deception tactics were used to keep the Ottomans from realizing a retreat was underway. Soldiers rigged rifles with self-firing mechanisms, where water dripping into a pan would eventually pull the trigger, creating the illusion that sentries remained in the trenches. To further mislead the enemy, the Anzacs staged a brief but furious burst of gunfire before going silent for over an hour. When Ottoman troops cautiously advanced to investigate, they were met with a sudden, deadly ambush, successfully discouraging any future inspections. As the last boats departed under cover of darkness, not a single Australian life was lost on the final night. However, vast quantities of supplies and equipment fell into Ottoman hands. Helles, however, was another matter. Unlike Anzac Cove and Suvla, where the Ottomans had been caught off guard, they were now watching for signs of a withdrawal. But Britain had already made its decision. On December 28th, orders were given to evacuate. Sanders, now aware that an evacuation was imminent, launched an attack on January 7th. British forces at Gully Spur endured heavy Ottoman artillery and infantry assaults, but the attack ultimately failed. The following night, under the cover of darkness and naval gunfire, British troops pulled back from their trenches, using makeshift piers to board transport boats. The final troops departed from Lancashire Landing at around 4 a.m. on January 8th, with remnants of the Newfoundland Regiment staying behind to cover the withdrawal before leaving on January 9th. Despite dire predictions, the operation had been a remarkable success. Over 35,000 troops, 3,600 horses and mules, 127 artillery pieces, and 1,600 tons of supplies were extracted. However, 500 mules were killed to prevent them from falling into Ottoman hands, and over 15 heavy guns had to be left behind and destroyed. A premature explosion in a British ammunition cache resulted in one fatality, and a picket boat and lighter were lost in the final moments. At dawn, Ottoman forces retook Helles. The disastrous campaign had finally come to an end. But for the British, the ordeal was not yet over. In the days after the evacuation, Ottoman air defences had been reinforced by a squadron of German fighter pilots. British reconnaissance aircraft, now unescorted, paid the price. Just days after the last soldier left Gallipoli, 3 German Fokker Eindeckers intercepted and shot down 2 British naval aircraft, the first British flying casualties of the campaign. The Gallipoli Campaign, once envisioned as a swift and decisive victory, had ended in withdrawal. The Gallipoli Campaign had ended, but its consequences were only beginning to unfold. In its wake, the world was left to grapple with the staggering losses and the bitter lessons learned from months of bloodshed. Military analysts would later debate whether the campaign had been a crushing defeat or a stalemate, but one thing was clear: it had been a disaster for the Entente. The operation, plagued by poor planning, inadequate intelligence, and an over-reliance on untested forces, had failed to break through the Dardanelles. While the campaign had forced the Ottoman Empire to divert valuable troops and resources, it had also drained the Entente of men, weapons, and morale, at a time when the war in France demanded their full strength. The Ottomans, despite suffering immense casualties, emerged with newfound confidence. The victory at Gallipoli was seen as proof that they could stand against the might of Britain and France. That confidence would shape their military campaigns in the Middle East, where they went on the offensive, surrounding a British force at Kut al-Amara in Mesopotamia and threatening the Suez Canal in Egypt. Though their advance was eventually stopped, the psychological impact of Gallipoli had changed the course of the war. Despite its failure, the campaign had at least one notable success: Entente submarine operations in the Sea of Marmara. Between April and December of 1915, British and French submarines wreaked havoc on Ottoman supply lines, sinking 1 battleship, 1 destroyer, 5 gunboats, 11 troop transports, and over 148 supply vessels. This relentless assault crippled Ottoman logistics and nearly led to the collapse of their army at Gallipoli, but ultimately it was not enough to turn the tide. For the British leadership, the disaster at Gallipoli marked the end of the line for many key figures. General Ian Hamilton was recalled and never held another command. General Frederick Stopford, whose failure at Suvla Bay had doomed the August offensive, was permanently disgraced. But others, like General John Monash and Harry Chauvel of Australia, rose through the ranks, their leadership recognised and rewarded in later campaigns. In Britain, the political fallout was immediate. The campaign had already triggered a crisis in May of 1915, leading to the resignation of key military leaders and the formation of a new coalition government. Winston Churchill, one of the architects of the Dardanelles Plan, was demoted and later resigned from the government altogether, choosing instead to serve on the Western Front as an infantry officer. Prime Minister Herbert Asquith, blamed for the disaster, was forced out in December of 1916, replaced by David Lloyd George. A formal inquiry, the Dardanelles Commission, was established to investigate the failures of the campaign. Published in 1919, its findings revealed a grim picture: poor coordination, unrealistic expectations, and a shocking underestimation of the Ottoman defence had doomed the operation from the start. Though Hamilton emerged from the inquiry with some degree of sympathy, he would never again hold a position of command. The cost of the campaign was staggering. Over 100,000 men had died, 56,000 Ottoman soldiers, and around 53,000 from the Entente. Among them were 34,000 British troops, almost 9,000 Australians, and nearly 3,000 New Zealanders. In total, more than 500,000 men were killed, wounded, or struck down by disease. But it wasn't just the battlefield that claimed lives. Disease spread like wildfire through the trenches, as unsanitary conditions led to outbreaks of dysentery, typhoid, and trench fever. Over 90,000 British Empire soldiers were evacuated due to illness, and thousands died of disease before ever setting foot in combat. The Ottoman forces fared no better, with tens of thousands of troops succumbing to sickness in the miserable conditions of Gallipoli. Gallipoli left scars that stretched far beyond the battlefield. The campaign would shape the future of warfare, providing crucial lessons for amphibious operations. Military planners studied the failures at Gallipoli to prepare for future invasions, from the Normandy landings of 1944 to operations in the Pacific, and even the Falklands War in 1982. But Gallipoli's greatest impact was not military, it was national. For Australia and New Zealand, the campaign became a defining moment, marking their emergence as nations in their own right. Though they had fought under the British banner, the bravery of the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, became the foundation of a national identity. The concept of the Anzac spirit, courage, endurance, and mateship in the face of adversity, was born in the trenches of Gallipoli. Each year, on April 25th, Australians and New Zealanders gather to honour the sacrifices of those who fought and died. Anzac Day, first observed in 1916, has since become a solemn day of remembrance, surpassing even Armistice Day in significance. Thousands make the pilgrimage to Gallipoli to attend the dawn service, standing where their ancestors once fought, surrounded by the silent graves of those who never returned. Today, the cemeteries and memorials of Gallipoli stand as a testament to the immense cost of war. Among them, the Commonwealth War Graves Commission maintains 31 cemeteries on the peninsula, preserving the resting places of thousands of British, Australian, and New Zealand soldiers. The Çanakkale Martyrs Memorial honours the Ottoman troops who defended their homeland with unwavering resolve. For those who fought at Gallipoli, the campaign was more than just a battle. It was a trial by fire, one that forged legends and shaped nations. And though the guns fell silent more than a century ago, the memory of Gallipoli endures, a lasting reminder of courage, sacrifice, and the tragic cost of war. And that brings us to the end of this journey through the Gallipoli Campaign. Now, let's begin with an overview of the Battle of Verdun, how it started, why it mattered, and the unimaginable toll it took on those who fought there. On the 21st of February 1916, the German Fifth Army launched an assault on the French Second Army along the rugged hills north of Verdun. This would become the longest battle of the First World War, stretching across 302 days of relentless combat. The Germans had chosen Verdun not just for its strategic importance, but for its symbolic value, knowing that the French would fight to the last man to defend it. The German plan was designed to break the French army, not just by seizing ground, but by bleeding them dry. Their objective was the Meuse Heights, an elevated position perfect for artillery fire, where German guns could hammer Verdun while forcing the French to commit wave after wave of reinforcements into the grinder. The Germans believed they could force France to collapse under the weight of its own casualties. Poor weather delayed the assault, but when it began, it struck with devastating force. Within the first 3 days, the Germans overran Fort Douaumont, one of Verdun's key defensive strongholds. The French reeled under the impact, suffering massive losses as they scrambled to hold the line. But despite their early success, the German advance slowed. The defenders fought tenaciously, forcing their attackers into brutal, close-quarters combat amid the wreckage of shattered villages and trenches. By early March, the French had rushed more than 20 divisions into the defence of Verdun. Their new commander, Philippe Pétain, issued one simple order: they shall not pass. His strategy was clear. There would be no retreat. Every German attack would be met with an immediate counterattack, even if it meant exposing his own troops to devastating artillery fire. The battle transformed into a horrific stalemate, with both sides locked in a war of attrition. By the end of March, French artillery positioned on the west bank of the Meuse began a relentless bombardment of the German positions on the opposite side, inflicting heavy casualties. In response, the German High Command expanded the offensive, launching attacks on the west bank of the river in a desperate attempt to eliminate the French guns. But these efforts fell short. The terrain, combined with French resistance, turned every advance into a bloodbath. In May and June, the Germans shifted their tactics once more, launching smaller, concentrated assaults. Fort Vaux fell in early June, after a desperate last stand by its defenders, who held out for days despite being choked by gas and cut off from supplies. German forces then pushed forward, driving a wedge deep into French defences, seizing the village of Fleury de Vendôme and pressing within 4 kilometres of the Verdun citadel. For a moment, it seemed Verdun might actually fall. But then, the tide began to turn. By July, the focus of the war had shifted to the Battle of the Somme, forcing the Germans to pull men, guns and ammunition away from Verdun. In the coming months, the French took full advantage of the weakening German pressure, launching their own counter-offensives. Between June and August, the village of Fleury changed hands 16 times, a testament to the sheer brutality of the fighting. In September, the French finally began to push the Germans back, reclaiming ground lost in the opening months of the battle. In December, they recaptured Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux, reversing nearly everything the Germans had fought so hard to take. After nearly a year of slaughter, the battle that was meant to break the French army had failed. Instead, it became a defining symbol of French resilience, a national ordeal that tested the limits of human endurance. By the end, the numbers were staggering. More than 700,000 casualties, with the French suffering 377,000 losses, and the Germans 337,000. On average, 70,000 men per month were killed, wounded, or missing. Some historians estimate that the total casualties in the region around Verdun, over the course of the entire war, may have exceeded 1 million. Verdun was more than just a battle. It was a war within a war, a place where nations poured their strength into an abyss of mud, fire, and steel. So with all of that said, let's rewind a bit back to September of 1914. After the German advance into France was halted at the First Battle of the Marne, in September of 1914, the War of Movement came to an end. Over the following months, the Battle of the Yser and the First Battle of Ypres solidified the deadlock. The Germans constructed a network of field fortifications to hold the ground they had taken, while the French shifted to siege warfare, determined to break through the German defences and reclaim lost territory. But by the end of 1915, it was clear that neither side had found a decisive breakthrough. French and British offensives had gained little ground, but had cost enormous numbers of lives. It was in this grim reality that Erich von Falkenhayn, the chief of the German General Staff, devised a brutal new strategy. According to his memoirs, Falkenhayn had abandoned the idea of achieving victory through a single decisive battle. Instead, he believed the French army could be bled dry if it were forced into a battle of attrition on German terms. His plan focused on Verdun, a heavily fortified sector where the French, he believed, could not afford to retreat. The idea was to draw the French into a prolonged, grinding battle where their forces would be annihilated under sustained German artillery fire. Falkenhayn calculated that the French, desperate to hold the city, would throw their reserves into the meat grinder, suffering catastrophic losses, while German defences remained intact. Even if the battle did not lead to immediate victory, it would weaken France beyond recovery. Drawing lessons from the Second Battle of Champagne, Falkenhayn intended to rely on heavy artillery and carefully coordinated assaults rather than a broad offensive. He saw how French troops had been devastated by German artillery barrages in previous battles and believed this method could turn Verdun into a death trap. If France committed all of its reserves to Verdun, Britain would be forced to mount a relief offensive elsewhere, stretching Allied forces to their breaking point. By December of 1915, intelligence services in the Netherlands had intercepted hints of German plans and passed them to the British. But there was little certainty about the true scale of what was coming. For the Germans, success depended on overwhelming firepower. Falkenhayn had allocated 5 army corps to the offensive, but he refused to commit his full strategic reserves, believing they would be needed to counter any British response. The goal was clear: to force the French into a position where they had no choice but to fight and to bleed them to the point of collapse. If France suffered enough casualties, it might even be forced to seek peace. And if that happened, Germany could turn its full attention to Britain and force them off the continent entirely. The battlefield itself favoured the attackers. The fortified region of Verdun sat in a vulnerable salient, jutting into German-held territory. General Joseph Joffre, the French commander-in-chief, had previously underestimated the importance of fixed fortifications. After witnessing the swift German capture of Liège and Namur in 1914, he had come to believe that traditional forts were obsolete in the face of modern siege artillery. This led to a dangerous underestimation of Verdun's defences. By August of 1915, Joffre had ordered 54 artillery batteries and over 100,000 rounds of ammunition removed from Verdun. Even more alarmingly, Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux, two of the strongest defences in the sector, were partially dismantled, their garrisons reduced to small maintenance crews. In 1914, the French had already lost a critical railway at Saint-Mihiel, severing a direct supply line to Verdun. Then, in July of 1915, another key rail link west of Verdun was cut by German forces. By the time the Germans finalised their plans for the attack, Verdun was isolated, poorly supplied, and dangerously vulnerable. For centuries, the town of Verdun, perched on the banks of the Meuse River, had been a fortress of strategic importance. It had withstood siege attempts dating back to Attila the Hun in the 5th century, and when the Empire of Charlemagne was divided under the Treaty of Verdun in the year 843, the town became part of the Holy Roman Empire. It was not until the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 that Verdun officially became French territory. At the heart of the city stood its citadel, a powerful stronghold reinforced in the 17th century by the military engineer Vauban, who transformed it into a near impenetrable defensive hub. By the late 19th century, France had taken Verdun's defences to an entirely new level. A double ring of 28 forts and smaller defensive works had been constructed around the town, all positioned on high ground at least 490 feet above the Meuse River Valley, and ranging 1.5 to 5 miles from the citadel. This vast defensive network had been devised in the 1870s by the military strategist Serré de Rivière, forming part of an extensive system designed to protect France from future invasions. One line stretched from Belfort to Epinal, while another ran from Verdun to Toul, each forming a barrier of steel and stone meant to slow and cripple any advancing army. Over the decades, these forts were modernised to withstand the ever-growing firepower of artillery. At Fort Douaumont, the largest and most imposing of Verdun's fortifications, extensive upgrades began in the 1880s. The walls were reinforced with thick steel and concrete, covered by additional layers of earth to absorb artillery shells. By the early 1900s, the fort was equipped with an advanced network of retractable gun turrets, including 75mm and 155mm artillery pieces that could emerge from the ground to fire and then retract into protective steel housings. The outer ring of Verdun's defences extended for 28 miles, and the forts were carefully positioned to overlook and support each other, creating interlocking fields of fire. These defensive positions contained 79 heavy guns in armoured turrets, along with more than 200 lighter guns and machine guns placed strategically to cover the trenches and ditches surrounding the forts. Many of these turrets were capable of rotating a full 360 degrees, allowing them to respond to attacks from multiple directions. By 1903, Fort Douaumont had undergone further enhancements, including the construction of a powerful concrete bunker known as the Casemate de Bourges. This structure housed two 75mm field guns positioned to cover the southwestern approaches to Verdun and reinforce the defensive lines stretching toward Ouvrage de Froidterre. The fort's northern and eastern walls bristled with twin Hotchkiss machine guns and additional 75mm turrets designed to halt any advancing enemy. The most imposing feature was an armoured turret containing a short-barrelled 155mm gun, allowing the garrison to fire devastating high-explosive shells at enemy forces approaching from the north. But the Verdun fortress system was more than just a collection of isolated forts. Between them lay an intricate network of underground bunkers, concrete artillery positions, machine gun nests, and observation posts, all connected by telephone lines, telegraph cables, and narrow-gauge railways. A system of roads allowed for the rapid movement of troops and supplies, ensuring that each fort could support its neighbours in times of crisis. At full strength, the fortified region of Verdun had a garrison of 66,000 men, with supplies stockpiled to last 6 months. In theory, it was one of the most impregnable defensive positions in France. But in the years leading up to 1916, many of Verdun's fortifications were quietly weakened, as French High Command underestimated their importance. By the beginning of 1916, Verdun was already surrounded on 3 sides by German forces. The French had been cut off from their primary railway supply route as early as mid-July 1915, when German divisions of the Fifth Army, under Crown Prince Wilhelm, advanced through the forest of Argonne. Only a single narrow-gauge railway remained for the French to bring in bulk supplies, while the Germans had access to mainline railways just 15 miles to the north. To prepare for the coming offensive, the Germans launched a massive logistical effort. Entire towns and villages were emptied of civilians, with buildings requisitioned for military use. Thousands of miles of telephone cables were laid, vast stockpiles of ammunition and rations were hidden under camouflage, and hundreds of artillery positions were dug into the hills. The Germans built 10 new rail lines with 20 stations to bring in supplies and troops, ensuring a steady flow of reinforcements. Meanwhile, underground bunkers, known as Stollen, were excavated, each buried between 15 and 46 feet deep, and capable of housing up to 1,200 soldiers. The Fifth Army's ranks swelled with reinforcements. 3 corps, the 3rd Corps, the 7th Reserve Corps, and the 18th Corps, were transferred to Verdun, each reinforced with 2,400 battle-hardened veterans and 2,000 trained recruits. Additional divisions were placed in reserve, ready to exploit breakthroughs and mop up any remaining resistance once the French defence collapsed. But the true power of the German offensive lay in its unprecedented artillery concentration. A staggering 1,201 guns were positioned around Verdun, 2/3 of which were heavy and super-heavy artillery. To sustain their firepower, the Germans prepared a massive logistical operation, delivering over 2 million shells in the first 6 days alone, followed by another 2 million over the next 12 days. 33.5 munitions trains per day would keep the guns supplied. Factories in Germany were placed on standby to rapidly refurbish artillery needing repairs, while 5 dedicated repair shops were built close to the front to keep the massive artillery force operational. With their guns in place, the Germans devised a meticulously coordinated battle plan. The Fifth Army divided the Verdun front into 4 attack sectors. The 7th Reserve Corps would strike first, followed by the 18th Corps, 3rd Corps, and the 15th Corps attacking across the Wavre plain. The preliminary artillery bombardment was scheduled to begin on the morning of February 12th, followed by an infantry assault at 5 in the evening. German soldiers would advance in open order, supported by grenade and flamethrower detachments. The objective was not just to seize territory, but to annihilate the French forces in the field, forcing them into relentless counterattacks against well-prepared German defences. However, an ambiguity crept into the German battle plan. Chief of Staff Erich von Falkenhayn envisioned Verdun as a meat grinder, a place where the French would bleed themselves dry in fruitless counteroffensives. But the Fifth Army had a different interpretation. They believed in a swift, decisive victory, capturing Verdun outright rather than simply wearing down the enemy. This confusion between a war of attrition and a war of conquest was never fully resolved, and was left for corps commanders on the battlefield to sort out. The artillery strategy was laid out in precise detail. Long-range guns would bombard French supply routes and assembly areas, while specialist batteries would fire gas shells to disrupt enemy movements. French fortifications would be targeted by the heaviest howitzers, and the rolling artillery barrage would move forward as the infantry advanced. Observers positioned with the infantry would coordinate artillery fire using field telephones, flares, and coloured balloons. By the time the offensive began, the French would be under continuous bombardment, day and night, leaving them disoriented and unable to mount an effective defence. By 1915, the once mighty Verdun defences had been hollowed out. More than 237 artillery pieces and over 647 tons of ammunition had been stripped from the forts of the region, leaving only the heaviest turret-mounted guns. French commanders had begun transforming Verdun into a conventional trench-based defence, but progress was slow as resources were diverted westward for the Second Battle of Champagne in the autumn of 1915. By early 1916, General Noël de Castelnau, Chief of Staff at French General Headquarters, inspected the defences. While he reported that most of the work had been satisfactory, he also identified weaknesses in 3 key areas, but by then it was too late. The fortress garrisons had been reduced to mere maintenance crews. Some forts were even prepared for demolition, and in a telling sign of the disconnect between the high command and local officers, when Major General Paul Chrétien, commander of 30 Corps, attempted to inspect Fort Douaumont, he was denied entry by bureaucrats in Paris. Douaumont was the largest fort in the Verdun sector, yet by February 1916, it had been stripped of almost all its firepower. The once formidable structure was left with only a handful of turret-mounted 75mm and 155mm guns, while 68 technicians, under the command of a warrant officer, occupied the vast underground barracks. One of the 6-inch turret guns remained partially manned, but the other had been abandoned entirely. Hotchkiss machine guns were left in storage boxes, and 4 75mm casemate guns had already been removed. The drawbridge had been damaged by German artillery fire and never repaired, while over 11,000 pounds of explosives had been placed inside, primed to demolish the fort should the need arise. One officer recognised the looming catastrophe. Colonel Émile Driant, stationed at Verdun, was deeply concerned. He had warned French Commander-in-Chief Joseph Joffre that stripping Verdun's defences would leave it vulnerable, but Joffre dismissed his concerns. Driant found support in Minister of War Joseph Gallieni, yet it was not enough. Verdun, once considered an impenetrable stronghold, was now little more than an empty shell, and as the Germans prepared to strike, Driant's warnings would soon prove prophetic. By late January 1916, French intelligence accurately assessed the German military build-up at Verdun, but Joffre remained sceptical. He dismissed the reports, believing that any German attack on Verdun would be a diversion rather than the main effort. However, under political pressure, Joffre reluctantly ordered 7th Corps to reinforce Verdun on January 23rd, positioning it on the west bank of the Meuse. Meanwhile, 30 Corps held the eastern flank, and 2nd Corps was tasked with defending the Meuse heights. By the time the German attack was imminent, Verdun's defences had been hastily reinforced. General Frederick Georges Eyre, commander of the right bank, commanded over 8.5 divisions, with 2.5 in close reserve. The French Central Army Group held additional reserves, with 4 divisions nearby, and Joffre maintaining a strategic reserve of 25 divisions. Despite these reinforcements, the French artillery was vastly outgunned. 388 field guns and 244 heavy guns stood against 1,201 German guns, including 14-inch and 16-inch super heavy mortars specifically designed to shatter fortifications. By February 25th, the German onslaught had already breached French defences. When Castelnau arrived to meet with General de Langle de Carry, who commanded the French Central Army Group, he found that de Carry had doubts about holding the east bank of the Meuse. Castelnau strongly disagreed, and in a decisive moment, he ordered General Hare to hold Verdun at all costs. Hare quickly transferred a division from the west bank and ordered 30 corps to hold a new defensive line running from Brasse to Douaumont, Vaux and Aix. But before reinforcements could arrive, the Germans had already seized the crown jewel of Verdun's defences, Fort Douaumont. That same night, General Philippe Pétain arrived to take command of the defence of Verdun. He immediately ordered all remaining forts to be re-garrisoned and mobilised a desperate effort to stabilise the front. Under Pétain's leadership, the French organised 4 defensive groups under generals Guillaumat, Balfourier, Duchesne and de Basler. A new defensive line was hastily drawn along key fortifications, including Souville, Thiaumont, Fort Vaux, and the ridges of the Woëvre. The West Bank defences were reinforced along Cumières, Mort-Homme, and Côte 304. In secret, a last-ditch fallback line was also prepared north of Verdun, running through Forts Belleville, Saint-Michel, and Moulinville, a final attempt to keep Verdun from falling. Between February 24th and February 26th, the 1st Corps and 20th Corps arrived, bringing the total number of French divisions at Verdun to 14.5. By March 6th, reinforcements continued to pour in, with the arrival of the 13th, 21st, 14th and 33rd Corps, pushing the total number of French divisions at Verdun to 20.5. At 7:15 a.m. on February 21st, 1916, the German Fifth Army launched Operation Judgment, a storm of artillery fire unlike anything the Western Front had seen. 808 guns pounded the Verdun sector, firing 1 million shells along a front 19 miles long and 3 miles wide. The heaviest 17-inch guns targeted fortresses and the city itself, their relentless barrage sending shockwaves that could be heard from over 99 miles away. At midday, the German artillery paused, a deliberate ploy to draw French defenders out of their positions. As expected, surviving French troops attempted to regroup, revealing their locations to German observation aircraft flying unopposed over the battlefield. That afternoon, at 4 p.m, 3 German Army Corps advanced, using stormtrooper tactics perfected by Captain Willy Rohr and Sturm Battalion 5. The attack combined flamethrowers and hand grenades, overwhelming French positions before defenders could react. German casualties were minimal, while entire French units were wiped out. By February 22nd, German troops had pushed 3 miles forwards, capturing the Bois des Cours at the edge of Flabus. Colonel Émile Driant, who had warned of Verdun's vulnerability, fought desperately alongside his 56th and 59th Chasseurs battalions, holding out for 2 days before being killed in action. Of his 1,200 men, only 118 escaped. French commanders were slow to react, unaware of how grave the situation had become. The Germans pushed into Haumont, but at Bois de l'Herbois, French forces fought back, repelling the attack. On February 23rd, the French attempted a counterattack at Bois de Cour, but it failed. By the following day, the French second line of defence collapsed, forcing them into a desperate retreat. In a final attempt to stabilise the front, General Maurice Balfourier's 20th Corps was rushed into battle. That evening, General Castelnau, realising the scale of the disaster, advised General Joffre that the French Second Army under General Philippe Pétain should immediately be sent to Verdun. By February 25th, German forces had captured Beaumont-en-Verdunois, Bois des Fosses and Bois des Corrières. Now, they pushed into Ravin-Hassoul, a key approach leading directly to Fort Douaumont, the strongest fort in Verdun's defences. At 3 p.m, the Brandenburg Regiment 24 launched its assault. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions advanced side by side, moving in 2 waves. But due to a delay in orders, the 3rd Battalion surged ahead without flank support, exposing them to deadly French fire from Douaumont village. Despite the confusion, German troops pushed forward, rushing French positions in the woods and along Côte 347. Machine guns raked the battlefield from Bois Hermitage, but the Germans overran French trenches, forcing defenders to withdraw into Douaumont village. Within 20 minutes, the Germans had achieved their objectives, capturing dozens of French soldiers as they retreated in disarray. A group of 100 German troops pushed ahead toward Fort Douaumont, attempting to signal their artillery with flares, but snow and twilight obscured their position. As they cut through barbed wire, confusion set in. The French mistook them for their own Zouave units retreating. The Germans reached the northeastern end of the fort, encountering no resistance. As they entered through an unguarded bunker, the silence inside was eerie. The vast underground corridors of Douaumont, once a mighty fortress, were almost empty. The German raiding party soon stumbled upon Warrant Officer Chenot and 25 stunned French troops, the entire skeleton crew tasked with maintaining the fort. They surrendered without a fight. By February 26th, the Germans had advanced nearly 2 miles along a 6-mile front. But the cost of the battle was already staggering. 24,000 French troops had fallen, and the Germans had suffered 25,000 casualties of their own. French forces launched an immediate counterattack to retake Douaumont, but it failed spectacularly. Recognizing the dire situation, General Pétain ordered a halt to reckless counterattacks. Instead, he commanded that remaining French positions be reinforced, forts be re-garrisoned and resupplied, and Verdun's defences be prepared for a prolonged siege. By February 27th, the German offensive had begun to slow. A sudden thaw turned the battlefield into a swamp, making it nearly impossible to move artillery forward. French reinforcements were arriving, and their defensive fire became far more effective. Some German artillery pieces broke down, others were stuck in the mud, and the German infantry suffered heavily, with over 500 casualties in the fighting around Douaumont village alone. 2 days later, on February 29th, the German advance stalled completely. A heavy snowfall combined with fierce resistance from the French 33rd Infantry Regiment kept them from pushing forward. Meanwhile, French reinforcements were pouring in. 90,000 men and 23,000 short tons of ammunition arrived from Bar-le-Duc, racing to stabilise the front. The swift German advance had outpaced their own artillery, leaving the infantry without the covering fire they had relied on. Worse, as they pushed south, they came into range of French artillery west of the Meuse, suffering even more losses. The battle had entered a brutal war of attrition. From the beginning, Erich von Falkenhayn had believed that French artillery west of the Meuse could be neutralised by counter-battery fire. This had failed completely. The French guns on the left bank continued hammering German positions, and now the Fifth Army was bleeding heavily. In late February, German generals begged Falkenhayn for reinforcements, but he refused, believing that Verdun had already accomplished its goal of forcing the French to commit their reserves. Yet by February 29th, he began to waver. With the advance slowing to a crawl, he reluctantly released 2 more divisions, but only on the condition that the Germans capture the heights on the West Bank first. A new 2-corps attack force was assembled, commanded by General Heinrich von Goslar. Their objective: to seize Mort Homme and Côte 304, eliminate French artillery west of the Meuse, and complete the East Bank offensive. The Germans concentrated 25 heavy artillery batteries to support the attack, and their artillery command was centralised to ensure better coordination. On March 6th, German forces launched their first attack. The top of Côte 304 was reduced by 17 feet from relentless bombardment. Mort Homme, a ridge filled with hidden French batteries, continued to inflict devastating fire on German forces trying to advance on the East Bank. The Germans launched their assault in 2 waves, first striking Bois de Corbeau, capturing it at great cost, only to lose it again to a French counterattack. Then, on March 9th, another major assault was launched from Betancourt, northwest of Mort Homme. After fierce fighting, the Germans retook Bois de Corbeau and pushed into parts of Mort Homme, Côte 304, Cumières and Chatoncourt. After a week of brutal fighting, the Germans had finally reached their first day objectives, but they now realised something devastating. The French guns on Côte de Mar and Bois Bourru were still operational and still cutting down German infantry in horrifying numbers. German artillery was shifted to Côte 265, but this only made them an easier target for French counter-battery fire. By March 14th, the Germans captured Côte 265, the western end of Mort Homme, but they still failed to dislodge the French from Côte 295, the eastern peak. Then on March 20th, after a bombardment of 13,000 mortar shells, the 11th Bavarian and 11th Reserve Divisions attacked Bois d'Avocourt and Bois de Malancourt. The initial assault succeeded, but German commanders hesitated. Instead of pressing forward, they paused to consolidate their gains, giving the French time to reinforce and counterattack. On March 22nd, 2 more German divisions attacked Termite Hill near Côte 304, but were met with overwhelming French artillery fire. The French had begun to perfect their counter-bombardment tactics, hitting German assembly areas and supply lines before they could even launch their attacks. By March 30th, the Germans had captured Bois de Malancourt, but at a staggering cost of 20,000 casualties. The key heights, Côte 304 and Mort Homme, remained in French hands. Desperate for reinforcements, the Germans brought in the 22nd Reserve Corps, and General Max von Gallwitz took command of a new attack force, Angriffsgruppe West. The Germans captured Malancourt on March 31st, Eaucourt on April 5th, and Betancourt on April 8th, but these gains came at an enormous price. On the East Bank, German forces pushed toward Fort Vaux, reaching Bois-Cayet and the Vaux-Fleury Railway, only to be repelled by a counterattack from the French 5th Division. On April 9th, 5 German divisions launched a full-scale assault on both banks of the Meuse. They were stopped cold everywhere except Mort Homme, where they managed to push back the French 42nd Division. On the right bank, an attack on Côte de Poivre failed entirely. By now, the German offensive had lost its advantage of surprise. French forces were well supplied, heavily reinforced, and in superior defensive positions. Massed artillery fire still allowed the Germans to make small advances, but French counter-bombardments were just as effective, keeping German troops isolated and vulnerable. The battle had reached a deadly stalemate. Each time the Germans seized a critical position, they discovered that it was overlooked by another height, which had to be captured next. But each attack cost thousands of lives, and as March dragged on, German commanders realized the horrific truth. The battle had no logical endpoint. The only way to stop was to either withdraw or push forward at an unbearable cost. By March 31st, German losses had reached 81,607 casualties. Falkenhayn began to doubt the entire strategy. The battle was looking more and more like another First Battle of Ypres, a drawn-out, bloody struggle that achieved nothing. Yet, despite these growing doubts, the Fifth Army insisted on continuing. On April 4th, they requested even more reinforcements, arguing that the French were on the verge of collapse. But Falkenhayn was no longer convinced. He warned his commanders that the French still had plenty of reserves and that Germany's own resources were reaching their limit. If the next German push failed to take the Meuse heights, then he would be forced to accept that Verdun had been a failure. By mid-April, the German offensive had slowed, but the Fifth Army commanders still wanted to push forward. The German infantry remained exposed to relentless artillery fire, suffering constant losses as they moved across terrain obliterated by their own bombardments. Communications to the rear were vulnerable, and trenches were nearly impossible to construct in the churned-up wasteland. Morale was beginning to break. German soldiers endured ceaseless French artillery and poison gas attacks, and commanders feared that halting the offensive would be even worse than continuing. If they did not advance, they would have to fall back all the way to their original positions in February, an outcome they considered unacceptable. But as the battle continued, Falkenhayn's original plan was abandoned. Instead of forcing the French to bleed themselves dry in counterattacks, the Germans were now the ones wasting thousands of lives in full-scale assaults against dug-in French positions. By the end of April, Falkenhayn had committed 21 divisions to Verdun, most of the strategic reserve, and had even begun pulling troops from the Eastern Front. The grinding, attritional battle had consumed both sides, and yet the Germans had barely advanced. From April 20th, Falkenhayn ordered new attack tactics. Instead of launching wide-front assaults, he wanted small elite stormtrooper units, Stoßtruppen, to strike first, armed with automatic weapons, hand grenades, flamethrowers, and mortars. These teams would bypass strongpoints, allowing the main infantry force to move in later. Artillery was reorganised, with field and heavy guns placed under a single command to allow for converging fire from different locations. German infantry was ordered to stay as close as possible to the barrage line, moving immediately after the shelling to take full advantage of the confusion among French defenders. But Knobelsdorff, the Fifth Army's Chief of Staff, refused to change course. He believed speed and momentum were more important than infantry conservation, and so he pushed for larger, full-scale assaults, contrary to Falkenhayn's revised orders. Commanders who disagreed with him were removed. By early May, the Germans had shifted to limited attacks, responding to French counterattacks on April 11th and 17th. They also targeted key positions west of the Meuse, hoping to weaken French defences before renewing a major push. On May 4th, German forces captured the north slope of Côte 304, and by May 7th, they had pushed the French off the crest. However, the intensity of French artillery fire made it impossible for German forces to hold the ridge. On May 24th, the Germans captured Cumières and Corretz, while the French prepared a counterattack on Fort Douaumont. With the Germans gaining ground, General Nivelle, now in command of the Second Army, ordered a counterattack on Fort Douaumont. The original plan had called for a massive, multi-division assault, but German advances on Fausse Côte and Couleuvre Ravine forced the French to scale down their plans. The French High Command refused to commit more troops, as they were being reserved for the upcoming Somme offensive. As a result, the attack would be carried out by a single division with one in reserve. General Charles Mangin, who would later be known as the Butcher, was given the task. His attack force would assault Douaumont on a 1,200-yard front, aiming to recapture trenches, machine gun turrets, and the fort itself. However, French troops captured on May 13th revealed the entire plan to the Germans, who responded by intensifying their artillery bombardments, slowing French preparations. On May 17th, the French bombardment began, with 4 massive 370mm mortars and 300 heavy guns. Over the next few days, the German garrison inside the fort suffered terrible conditions. The walls buckled under the impact of shells, and the air became filled with concrete dust, smoke, and the stench of corpses. By May 20th, supplies were running low, and communications with the rear had been cut off. Outside the fort, conditions for the German infantry were even worse. The French artillery barrage had obliterated trenches, leaving troops huddled in shell craters without food or water. By May 22nd, the German frontline units had been reduced to just 37 men near Thiaumont Farm. The French attack began at 11:50 am on May 22nd. On the left flank, French 36th Infantry Regiment quickly captured Morchetranche and Bonnet-d'Evêque, but took heavy losses. On the right flank, a battalion of the 74th Infantry Regiment was pinned down, while another managed to reach a machine gun turret east of the fort, but found itself cut off from support. In the centre, the 129th Infantry Regiment reached Fort Douaumont within minutes and forced its way inside. By nightfall, half of the fort had been retaken. French commanders rushed to reinforce their troops inside the fort, sending in the 34th Division. However, German reserves counterattacked, cutting off the French forces inside Douaumont and forcing them to surrender. Over 1,000 French prisoners were taken, and within 3 days the French had lost 5,640 men out of the 12,000 sent into battle. The Germans suffered 4,500 casualties, but managed to hold the fort. The assault on Fort Douaumont had failed, and the Germans still held their ground. But the cost was horrific. Both sides were losing men at an unsustainable rate. And while the Germans had defended Douaumont, the broader battle still raged on. By late May, the German focus shifted once again, from the left bank of the Meuse to the right bank, south of Fort Douaumont. The goal was clear: to break through to Fleury Ridge, the last significant French defensive line. The Germans aimed to capture key positions, including Ouvrage de Thiaumont, Fleury, Fort Souville, and Fort Vaux, which had endured relentless artillery bombardment since the beginning of the offensive. The attack intensified on June 1st, with 10,000 German troops storming Fort Vaux. The fortress was partially overrun by June 2nd, but fierce fighting continued underground as the French defenders held on. For 5 more days, the French garrison, cut off from reinforcements and running out of water, fought desperately in the fortress tunnels. Finally, on June 7th, the 574 surviving French soldiers surrendered. When news of Fort Vaux's loss reached Verdun, panic set in. A final defensive line was occupied, and trenches were dug on the very edge of the city itself. On the left bank, the Germans had advanced from Côte 304, Mort-Homme, and Cumières, threatening to cut off the French positions at Chatoncourt and Avocourt. But the advance slowed significantly. Heavy rains turned the battlefield into a swamp of mud and corpses, and the French launched counterattacks, keeping the Germans from breaking through. By June 22nd, the German High Command knew they had to break the stalemate. That morning, they unleashed over 116,000 shells filled with diphosgene gas, a chemical weapon known as Green Cross, against French artillery positions. The attack caused over 1,600 casualties, silencing many of the French guns. With the French artillery weakened, German infantry attacked on June 23rd, pushing forward on a 3-mile front. The assault was devastatingly effective. French positions were shattered, and the Germans advanced nearly 2 miles into enemy territory. They captured Ouvrage de Thiermont, Fleury, and Chapelle Sainte-Fine, coming dangerously close to Fort Souville. The German front lines were now just over 3 miles from the Verdun citadel, closer than ever before. But the French were not broken. In the chaos of battle, French counterattacks recaptured Chapelle Sainte-Fine. The German advance stalled as the supply of water and ammunition to the front lines collapsed. The newly won German salient was now exposed to French artillery fire from 3 sides, making any further progress impossible. By June 25th, both armies were exhausted, and the Germans called off the attack. By July 1st, the tide was finally beginning to turn. In the previous month alone, the French had suffered 185,000 casualties, while the German losses had climbed to over 200,000. Meanwhile, the Brusilov offensive had begun on the Eastern Front, forcing Germany to divert resources away from Verdun. And on July 1st, the Battle of the Somme began, a massive British and French assault that further drained German manpower and artillery. The Verdun front was no longer a priority, but fighting continued. On July 9th, the Germans launched a massive attack on Fort Souville, bombarding the area with over 300,000 shells. Despite this overwhelming firepower, French artillery and machine gun fire cut down the German assault troops, preventing them from advancing. A handful of German soldiers from Infantry Regiment 140 reached the top of Fort Souville on July the 12th, from where they could see the rooftops of Verdun. But the attack collapsed. French counterattacks pushed them back, and by July 15th, the Germans were ordered onto the defensive. Throughout August and September, the French launched wave after wave of counterattacks. On August 18th, Fleury was recaptured, and by September, much of the ground lost over the previous 2 months had been regained. German High Command saw no further gains to be made at Verdun, and on August 29th, Erich von Falkenhayn was dismissed as Chief of the General Staff, replaced by Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff. With new leadership, the Germans focused entirely on defence, but the French were not finished. By October 20th, the French were ready to launch a decisive counteroffensive, their first objective to retake Fort Douaumont. After weeks of careful preparation, the attack began on October 24th. French artillery had been reorganised, and in the 6-day preliminary bombardment, they fired over 855,000 shells. Over 700 guns blasted the German positions. The most powerful of them all, 2 Saint-Chamond railway guns, positioned 13 miles to the southwest, fired 400mm shells weighing nearly a ton each, striking Fort Douaumont directly. The French assault began at 11:40 a.m. Advancing behind a devastating creeping barrage, French Marines and colonial infantry surged forward, overwhelming the German defenders. The battle inside the fort was brief. The Germans, already weakened by the French bombardment, were quickly overwhelmed. By October 25th, Fort Douaumont had been fully retaken, along with over 6,000 German prisoners and 15 artillery pieces. Fort Vaux was next. For a full week, French artillery pounded the fortress, and on November 2nd, the Germans evacuated the fort, fearing another assault. The French reoccupied Fort Vaux unopposed. By November 5th, the French had pushed forward to the very front lines of February 24th, right where the battle had begun. For the first time in 10 months, the battlefield looked the same as it had before the first German attack. The Battle of Verdun was not over, but the momentum had shifted. For the first time in nearly a year, the French were in control. By mid-December, the French were ready for their final offensive at Verdun. This would be the second offensive Battle of Verdun, a coordinated assault devised by General Philippe Pétain and General Robert Nivelle, and led by General Charles Mangin. The French plan was meticulous. 4 divisions, the 126th, 38th, 37th, and 133rd, would spearhead the attack, with 4 more in reserve. 740 heavy artillery guns had been gathered to pulverise the German defences. The bombardment began 6 days earlier, and by the time the assault was set to begin, the French guns had fired over 1,169,000 shells. The final artillery barrage was directed from aircraft, targeting trenches, dugouts, and observation posts. The Germans had 5 divisions defending the sector, but many of their units were severely under strength. 2 divisions had fewer than 3,000 infantry each, less than half their usual numbers. At 10 a.m. on December 15th, the French attack began. It was preceded by a carefully timed creeping barrage. 2 layers of shrapnel and high explosive shells moving in perfect synchronization with the advancing infantry. The German defences collapsed almost immediately. Trapped in their bunkers, 13,500 German soldiers, nearly 2/3 of the frontline defenders, were captured almost without a fight. The French recaptured Louvemont, Vacheroville, Hardemont, and Côte du Poivre, all towns lost in the opening weeks of the battle nearly 10 months earlier. The German reserves were slow to respond. Battalions sent forward did not reach the front until nightfall, and 2 divisions ordered to reinforce the line the day before were still nearly 14 miles away by noon. By the night of December 16th, the French had consolidated their new front line. They had pushed the Germans back nearly 5 miles, regained all the dominating high ground, and inflicted massive losses. Over 11,300 German troops were taken prisoner, and 115 artillery guns were captured. The success of the French counteroffensive was so complete that even German officers taken prisoner complained about their conditions in captivity. General Mangin mockingly responded, "We do regret it, gentlemen, but then, we did not expect so many of you." On December 16th, General Max von Lochow, commander of the 5th Army, and General Hans von Zweil, commander of the 14th Reserve Corps, were both dismissed. By late December of 1916, the Battle of Verdun was over, but its consequences would shape the remainder of the war. At its core, Verdun had been a battle of attrition, a brutal test of endurance. General Erich von Falkenhayn, the German chief of the General Staff, had devised a strategy he believed would bleed France dry. In a memorandum written after the war, he claimed to have told Kaiser Wilhelm II in December of 1915 that Verdun was an objective the French could not afford to lose. If the Germans could force the French to commit their reserves, they could be ground down by relentless artillery fire. This strategy was rooted in the lessons of the Eastern Front, where Germany and Austria-Hungary had inflicted massive losses on Russia between 1914 and 1915. But France was not Russia. Instead of collapsing, the French army adapted, rotating entire divisions in and out of the battle in a system known as the Noria, ensuring that no single unit was completely shattered. The symbolism of Verdun became just as important as the battlefield itself, reinforcing the French will to fight rather than breaking it. Throughout 1916, Falkenhayn had to repeatedly justify his strategy, insisting that the French were on the verge of collapse, By March, German military intelligence had estimated that France had already lost 100,000 men, and Falkenhayn was convinced the French army could not sustain another 100,000 casualties. In May, he believed that French losses had risen to over 500,000, while Germany had suffered only half that number. The reality was different. By the start of May, French losses were closer to 130,000, while Germany had lost 100,000. As the battle continued into the summer, it became clear that Germany had underestimated the resilience of the French army. By the end of April, the Germans had been forced to commit almost all of their strategic reserve to Verdun, suffering similar casualties to the French. The belief that Germany could inflict 5 French casualties for every 2 Germans was proving to be a dangerous miscalculation. In June, France had over 2,700 artillery guns at Verdun, including more than 1,100 field guns. From February to December, the two sides fired a combined 10 million artillery shells, weighing nearly 1.4 million tons. The Verdun battlefield had been transformed into a wasteland, where entire forests had been obliterated and villages had vanished under the weight of constant bombardment. By midsummer, the strategic situation had shifted against Germany. The Brusilov offensive, launched by Russia on June 4th, inflicted massive losses on Austria-Hungary, forcing Germany to divert troops from the Western Front. Then on July 1st, the Anglo-French offensive on the Somme began, drawing even more German resources away from Verdun. This was the first real strategic success of the French plan. Verdun had forced Germany to exhaust itself in a grinding battle, and when the moment came, Germany found itself overstretched. At Verdun, the German Fifth Army had lost 26,000 men in the first 10 days. By comparison, the German Second Army suffered 40,000 casualties in the first 10 days of the Battle of the Somme. Despite the horrific British losses on the first day of the battle, the Somme offensive forced Germany onto the defensive across the Western Front. By August, Falkenhayn was losing control. On August 29th, he was dismissed and replaced by Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff. The new German command ended the offensive at Verdun on September 2nd, effectively abandoning the strategy that had defined the battle. Falkenhayn had believed that Germany could destroy the French army in a single campaign, but instead, Verdun became a catastrophic experience for both sides. The French had not collapsed, the British had not been defeated on the Somme, and Germany had suffered enormous losses without achieving a decisive breakthrough. Verdun had been intended as the death blow to France, but by the end of 1916, it had become a war Germany could no longer afford to win. By the time the Battle of Verdun ended in December of 1916, it had become one of the longest and bloodiest battles in human history. The sheer scale of destruction, both in terms of human lives and the landscape itself, was almost unimaginable. Yet, determining the exact number of casualties has remained a challenge for historians. The way casualties were recorded varied between the French and German armies. The French military compiled reports every 5 days, tracking those killed, wounded, or missing in action. However, the data was fragmented, spread across different military departments, hospitals and war offices. The Germans, meanwhile, maintained loss lists every 10 days, which were later revised after the war to include previously missing medical data. These differences in record keeping have led to discrepancies in casualty estimates. Most historians agree that French losses range between 377,000 and 378,000, while German casualties were between 337,000 and 362,000. This meant that, over the course of 10 months, an average of 70,000 men were killed, wounded, or captured each month. Some historians, including Winston Churchill, believed that French losses exceeded German losses by a ratio of 3-2, though later research suggests that both sides suffered at nearly the same rate. For those who fought at Verdun, it was not just a battle, it was hell on earth. The fighting took place in a devastated landscape where shell craters, shattered forests, and bodies of the fallen stretched in every direction. Heavy rains turned the battlefield into a quagmire of mud and corpses, with shell craters filling with water, drowning wounded soldiers who fell inside. The constant barrage of artillery fire left many men broken, not just physically, but mentally, as they endured the relentless horror of war. The impact on French morale was profound. Some French soldiers attempted to desert, fleeing toward Spain, but if captured, they faced court-martial and execution. One such case occurred on March 20th, when a group of French deserters revealed key defensive positions to the Germans, leading to the encirclement and surrender of 2,000 men. A French lieutenant, struggling to find the words to describe what he had witnessed, wrote in his diary, "Humanity is mad. It must be mad to do what it is doing. What a massacre! What scenes of horror and carnage! I cannot find words to translate my impressions. Hell cannot be so terrible. Men are mad." By June of 1916, the toll of the battle began to manifest in the discipline of the French army. When General Pétain was promoted and replaced by General Nivelle, 5 French infantry regiments displayed open discontent, with soldiers questioning whether Verdun was worth the sacrifice. 2 French lieutenants, Henri Herdouin and Pierre Milon, were summarily executed on June 11th for failing to hold their positions. Their deaths would later become a cause célèbre, and in 1926, an official inquiry exonerated them, removing their conviction from the record. As the war continued into 1917, the French army was determined to reclaim the high ground around Verdun, the very same positions that had cost so many lives the year before. In August of 1917, they launched a new offensive, striking at German positions on both sides of the Meuse River. The plan was ambitious, a 5-mile wide advance aimed at retaking key hills and defensive positions. To prepare, the French military rebuilt over 20 miles of roads and reinforced supply lines, ensuring that ammunition and troops could be moved efficiently. They gathered an overwhelming force of artillery, more than 1,500 heavy guns, along with a fleet of reconnaissance planes and fighter squadrons to dominate the skies. The Germans, however, were well prepared. They had spent over a year reinforcing their defences at Verdun, digging tunnels beneath Somme and fortifying key observation points. Their 380 artillery batteries fired the deadly new mustard gas, and German forces launched several spoiling attacks, attempting to disrupt French preparations before they could even begin. Despite these obstacles, the French attack began on August 20th. After days of brutal fighting, they recaptured most of their objectives. The heavily fortified Hill 304 held out for a few days longer, but finally fell on August 24th. In total, the French took 11,000 German prisoners, but suffered 14,000 casualties of their own. As the battle continued into September, the Germans launched counterattacks, attempting to retake the ground they had lost. The French stood firm, reinforcing their positions with trenches and fortifications. But the fighting was far from over. On November 25th, after a 5-hour artillery bombardment, the French launched another raid, demolishing a network of German pillboxes before withdrawing to their lines. But Verdun was not the final chapter of the war. In 1918, as the Allies prepared their final offensive, American and French forces joined together to launch an attack from Moronvillers to the Meuse River. On September 26th, the Meuse-Argonne offensive began. The American First Army, advancing alongside the French Fourth Army, quickly captured key villages and outflanked German positions. Over the next several weeks, they pushed forward, taking Montfaucon Ridge, Brabant, Aumont, and Bois de Cour, crossing the very front line that had been so bitterly fought over in 1916. By the time the armistice was signed on November 11th, 1918, the Germans had suffered heavy losses, and their retreat had turned into a collapse. Over the course of the Meuse-Argonne offensive, more than 20,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, along with over 150 artillery pieces and thousands of machine guns. Verdun, once again, had proven to be the graveyard of German ambitions. But Verdun was more than just a battlefield. It was a symbol, a place where the limits of human endurance had been tested in fire and blood. To the French, Verdun became the defining memory of the Great War, much like the Somme for the British and Canadians. As one historian put it, like Auschwitz, Verdun marks a transgression of the limits of the human condition. The scars of the battle remain. Entire villages were wiped from the earth, their ruins left untouched as ghost towns, reminders of the war's devastation. The landscape itself was permanently altered, with forests planted to cover what had become a vast unmarked graveyard containing the remains of over 100,000 missing soldiers. Many of them were eventually laid to rest in the Douaumont ossuary, a sombre monument to those who had died in the fields and trenches of Verdun. But Verdun also became a place of reconciliation. In the decades that followed, France and Germany sought to heal the wounds of war. In 1964, Verdun was officially recognised as a capital of peace, dedicated to preserving the memory of those who had suffered and died. And in one of the most powerful moments of modern history, on September 22nd, 1984, French President François Mitterrand and German Chancellor Helmut Kohl stood together at the Douaumont Cemetery, side by side, hand in hand, in the pouring rain. One had fought in the war, the other had been a prisoner of it, yet both understood that Verdun was more than just a battlefield. It was a lesson about war, a lesson about suffering, and a lesson about the importance of peace. The Battle of Verdun had lasted for 302 days, claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and left a permanent scar on the world's memory. But in the end, Verdun was not just the longest battle of the war, it was its most unforgettable. Thank you for listening to this journey through one of the most harrowing battles in history. If you enjoyed this and want to hear more, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps bring these stories to more people. And as always, sleep well, my friends. It was the largest naval battle of World War I, the only full-scale clash of battleships in the entire war. The Battle of Jutland, fought between Britain's Royal Navy Grand Fleet and Germany's High Seas Fleet, would decide control of the North Sea and the fate of naval warfare for the rest of the conflict. Germany's fleet, outnumbered and unable to challenge British naval dominance head-on, devised a bold strategy. They would lure a portion of the British Grand Fleet into a trap, isolate it, and destroy it piece by piece. This, they hoped, would break the British blockade, opening vital supply routes and shifting the balance of power at sea. Their plan relied on Vice Admiral Franz Hipper's fast battle cruisers to bait the British into pursuit, drawing them straight into the guns of the larger German fleet. To make the trap even deadlier, German submarines were deployed along the expected routes of British reinforcements. But Britain had an advantage, one the Germans did not expect. Through intercepted communications, the Royal Navy caught wind of an impending German operation. Acting swiftly, Admiral Sir John Jellicoe ordered the Grand Fleet to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Sir David Beatty's battlecruisers. On the evening of May 30th, 1916, the British fleet moved into position, sailing over the German submarine picket lines before they could react. The German plan had already begun to unravel. The next afternoon, on May 31st, the battle began earlier than the Germans had anticipated. Beatty's battlecruisers spotted Hipper's fleet and immediately engaged. But as the British closed in, the trap snapped shut. The full weight of the German high seas fleet loomed over the horizon. The hunters had become the hunted. Under a relentless barrage, the British suffered heavy losses. 2 battlecruisers obliterated in massive explosions. But Beatty's forces held their nerve. Turning back toward the Grand Fleet, they now led the German forces straight into Jellicoe's waiting battleships. As the sun began to set, the 2 mighty fleets, over 250 warships in total, clashed in a brutal engagement. Shells tore through steel, ships erupted into fire, and the waters of the North Sea churned with wreckage. The battle raged until nightfall. When darkness fell, Jellicoe attempted to cut off the Germans from their home ports, setting the stage for another day of fighting. But under the cover of night, the German fleet made its escape. Slipping past British light forces, Vice Admiral Reinhard Scheer led his battered fleet back to port, avoiding destruction, but leaving the British in control of the battlefield. The battle was over. The losses were staggering. 14 British ships and 11 German vessels sent to the depths. Nearly 10,000 sailors lost their lives. Both sides claimed victory. The British had lost more ships and suffered greater casualties, but they had achieved their strategic goal. Germany's surface fleet never again dared to challenge the Royal Navy in open battle. The German high seas fleet, once a threat to Britain's control of the seas, was now effectively trapped in its ports. Yet, the battle's aftermath fueled controversy. The British press criticised Jellicoe for failing to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, German naval commanders abandoned their hopes of breaking the blockade. Instead, they turned to a new and far more dangerous strategy: unrestricted submarine warfare. This shift would have consequences beyond the North Sea, drawing new enemies into the war and changing the course of history. Now let's discuss the background of this epic battle. The Imperial German Navy faced a daunting challenge in early 1916. With only 16 Dreadnought-class battleships against Britain's 28, a direct confrontation with the Royal Navy would almost certainly end in disaster. Instead of seeking an outright battle, the Germans devised a strategy to weaken the British fleet over time. Their plan was to launch raids into the North Sea, bombard the English coast, and lure out smaller British squadrons. These isolated units could then be destroyed by superior German forces or picked off by submarines before the main British fleet could respond. The strategy took on a more aggressive edge when Admiral Reinhard Scheer replaced the ailing Admiral von Pohl as commander of the German High Seas Fleet in January 1916. Unlike his predecessor, Scheer believed the fleet had been too defensive. He was convinced that Germany's ships and crews were superior to the British, and that the best course of action was to take the fight directly to them. His vision was clear. Germany would weaken the British fleet through offensive raids, mine-laying operations, and submarine attacks. Once the Royal Navy had been sufficiently diminished, Germany could seek battle under more favourable conditions. A significant change in German naval policy soon complicated this strategy. On April 25, 1916, Germany, under pressure from neutral nations like the United States, agreed to restrict its submarine warfare. German U-boats could no longer attack merchant vessels without warning, as this had led to the deaths of neutral sailors and passengers. This restriction crippled Germany's ability to wage unrestricted submarine warfare. Submarines relied on stealth, but now they would be forced to surface and give their targets time to escape, leaving them vulnerable even to lightly armed ships. Scheer saw this as unacceptable, and instead redirected the submarine fleet against British warships. If British destroyers and cruisers were forced to focus on hunting submarines, they would be less available to protect the main fleet. This, he hoped, would provide Germany with an opportunity to strike. A plan was formed to deploy German U-boats near British naval bases, waiting for an opportunity to ambush British ships. The idea was to stage an attack that would force the Royal Navy to respond, leading them straight into the waiting submarines. The operation was initially scheduled for May 17, 1916, but was delayed due to mechanical failures in several German battleships. By May 23rd, 10 submarines had been ordered to patrol the central North Sea before moving into their final ambush positions. 2 were stationed in the Pentland Firth, the route the British Grand Fleet would likely take when leaving Scapa Flow, while the rest moved to the Firth of Forth, where British battlecruisers were expected to depart. Each U-boat was assigned a specific area with strict orders to remain hidden. To mislead the British, the submarines were instructed to sail only north-south during their initial patrols, mimicking a return from operations on the west coast. A coded message would signal the start of the attack. Additional submarines were dispatched for specific roles. UB-27 was sent to infiltrate the Firth of Forth, but became entangled in anti-submarine nets and was forced to retreat. U-46, originally assigned to patrol the coast near Sunderland, suffered engine trouble and was replaced by U-47. Other submarines were tasked with laying mines in key areas, but their missions encountered problems. U-72 was forced to abandon its assignment due to an oil leak that left a visible trail on the water's surface. U-74 was discovered and sunk by British armed trawlers on May 27th. U-75 successfully laid mines off the Orkney Islands, which later led to the sinking of the British cruiser HMS Hampshire. This would prove fatal for Britain's Secretary of State for War, Lord Kitchener, who was aboard the ship and perished along with most of the crew. Aerial reconnaissance was also intended to play a crucial role. Germany maintained a fleet of Zeppelins used for scouting enemy movements and conducting occasional bombing raids. These airships were supposed to monitor the British fleet and provide intelligence during the attack. However, on May 28th, strong northeasterly winds prevented them from launching. With time running out, the submarines could only remain in position until June 1st before needing to return. Germany was forced to alter its plans. The attack on Sunderland was cancelled. Instead, German battlecruisers would patrol the Skagerrak, the waters between Denmark and Norway, where they expected to encounter British merchant ships and naval patrols. Without air support, they would rely on cruiser and torpedo boat patrols for reconnaissance. Despite Germany's careful planning, the British already had insight into their activities. Since 1914, Britain had been intercepting German naval communications thanks to a major intelligence breakthrough. The Russians had seized a copy of the German naval codebook from the light cruiser SMS Magdeburg when it ran aground in Russian waters. This allowed British cryptographers to decode German messages, giving them a crucial advantage. By May 28th, British intelligence had intercepted German signals suggesting unusual naval activity. While they didn't know the exact target, they suspected a major operation was imminent. Admiral John Jellicoe, commander of the Grand Fleet, was alerted. By May 30th, additional intercepted messages confirmed that German forces were on the move. The exact details remained unclear, but Jellicoe had to prepare for all possibilities. Not knowing whether the Germans intended to break into the North Atlantic or the Baltic, he positioned his fleet where it could intercept any potential raid. That night, at 22:30, Jellicoe led 16 dreadnought battleships out of Scapa Flow, where they would meet up with Vice Admiral Martin Jerram's force of 8 additional dreadnoughts. At the same time, Vice Admiral David Beatty's battlecruisers and the fast battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron departed from the Firth of Forth. Their destination was a rendezvous point 90 miles west of the Skagerrak. By the morning of May 31st, everything was in motion. The German fleet, under Admiral Scheer, had left port. Vice Admiral Franz von Hipper's battlecruisers were already steaming ahead, searching for targets. The Royal Navy, aware that something was coming, was manoeuvring into position. The largest naval battle of World War I was about to begin. Now let's talk about naval warfare at that time. Naval warfare in 1916 was a delicate balance of firepower, speed, and tactics, shaped by years of innovation and hard-learned lessons from earlier conflicts. At the heart of fleet engagements was the principle of concentration of force. The idea that a fleet should stay tightly grouped for maximum effectiveness in battle. Naval doctrine at the time dictated that a fleet approaching combat should sail in a compact formation of parallel columns rather than one long line. This allowed for easier manoeuvring and made communication between ships more efficient. Signals were primarily relayed using flags and signal lamps, meaning that visibility was key. The flagship, carrying the fleet commander, was typically positioned at the head of the centre column, ensuring that its orders could be seen by as many ships as possible. While wireless telegraphy was in use, it had limitations. Signal encryption was crude, and enemy ships could detect radio transmissions through direction finding, potentially revealing a fleet's location. Because of this, navies still relied heavily on visual signalling, a system that had its own challenges. Orders had to be acknowledged by every ship before they could be executed, which meant that in a long column formation, a simple manoeuvre could take 10 minutes or more to be communicated from one end of the fleet to the other. By using parallel columns, commanders could reduce this delay. Messages could travel across shorter distances and multiple sight lines, improving response times. But when battle was imminent, fleet commanders sought to deploy into a single battle line. Positioning was everything. To form an effective battle line, an admiral needed critical information: the enemy's distance, bearing, heading, and speed. This intelligence was the responsibility of the scouting forces, fast-moving battle cruisers and cruisers, whose job was to locate the enemy and report their position while preventing enemy scouts from doing the same. The ultimate goal of fleet manoeuvring was to cross the T, a tactic in which one fleet positioned itself perpendicular to the enemy's line of advance. In this formation, all ships in the leading fleet could fire their full broadsides, while the enemy's leading ships could only return fire with their forward-facing guns. This tactic had been devastatingly effective in 1905, when Admiral Togo of the Imperial Japanese Navy crossed the T against the Russian fleet at the Battle of Tsushima, leading to one of the most decisive naval victories in history. At Jutland, Admiral Jellicoe managed to cross the T against the German High Seas fleet twice in 1 hour. But unlike the Russian fleet at Tsushima, the German commander Admiral Scheer recognized the danger and executed quick-turning maneuvers to withdraw before suffering catastrophic losses. The effectiveness of these maneuvers was heavily influenced by ship design, which forced navies to make trade-offs between firepower, armor, and speed. Battleships were built to withstand immense punishment, sacrificing speed for heavy armor and powerful guns, typically 11 inches or larger. Battle cruisers, by contrast, prioritized speed over protection, designed to hunt and destroy cruisers while avoiding direct engagements with battleships. British battlecruisers followed this philosophy to an extreme, sacrificing armour in favour of larger guns. This allowed them to engage enemies at greater distances, relying on superior range to destroy slower opponents before they could get close enough to return fire. However, this advantage came at a cost. If a battlecruiser was hit, its lack of armour left it vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The German approach was different. Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, architect of the German fleet, emphasised survivability over raw firepower. German battlecruisers carried smaller guns but significantly better armour, allowing them to endure more punishment in battle. One striking example was SMS Derfflinger, whose belt armour was comparable in thickness to that of British battleships like HMS Iron Duke. In contrast, British battlecruisers such as HMS Tiger had much thinner armour, making them far more vulnerable in a direct engagement. German warships also had superior internal subdivision, more watertight compartments, and fewer doors and openings in their bulkheads, reducing the risk of flooding or internal explosions. However, this design had a downside. German ships were far less comfortable for their crews, offering less space for living quarters. But since these ships were designed for short-range operations in the North Sea, rather than long voyages, comfort was a secondary concern. German sailors could live in barracks ashore when not at sea, while British sailors often spent weeks or months at a time aboard their vessels. Beyond ship design, another factor proved critical at Jutland: the ammunition used by the British Navy. Some studies suggest that British naval shells were more prone to internal explosions due to the chemicals used in their construction. This contributed to the devastating losses suffered by the British battlecruiser squadrons, as multiple ships were destroyed by magazine explosions when enemy shells penetrated their armour. As the battle loomed, both sides believed they had advantages that could lead them to victory. The British had numbers and superior long-range firepower. The Germans had armour, survivability, and better damage control. Soon, the strengths and weaknesses of each fleet would be put to the test in the largest naval battle of the First World War. Warships of the early 20th century were built for sheer firepower, their guns capable of hurling massive explosive shells across the open sea. The total weight of all projectiles fired in a single broadside was known as the weight of broadside, a key measure of a fleet's striking power. At Jutland, the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet could unleash a staggering 332,360 pounds of shells in a single broadside, nearly 2.5 times the firepower of the German High Seas Fleet, which could deliver 134,216 pounds. But weight of firepower alone was not the only factor in battle. The speed at which guns could be reloaded and fired again varied by ship, by crew, and by the chaos of combat itself. Jellicoe's Grand Fleet was divided into two distinct forces. The main battle fleet, under his direct command, was the backbone of British naval power. It consisted of 24 dreadnought battleships, arranged in 3 squadrons of 8 ships, each further divided into 4 ship divisions. 3 battlecruisers accompanied them, along with 8 armoured cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 4 scout cruisers, 51 destroyers, and a single destroyer mine layer. However, not all ships were present. Emperor of India, Queen Elizabeth, and Dreadnought were undergoing repairs and refits, while the brand new Royal Sovereign, having entered service only 3 weeks prior, was left behind, her crew too inexperienced for battle. The battleship Audacious was missing for a different reason. It had been sunk by a German mine in October 1914. Scouting for the Grand Fleet was David Beatty's battlecruiser fleet, a fast-moving strike force that included 6 battlecruisers, 4 Queen Elizabeth-class battleships, 14 light cruisers, and 27 destroyers. This fleet also carried something new, one of the first aircraft carriers in history. The seaplane tender HMS Engadine had been attached to the force, giving the British a unique advantage: the ability to conduct aerial scouting over the North Sea. The German High Seas Fleet, under Admiral Reinhard Scheer, mirrored the British approach, with its forces split between a main battle fleet and a separate scouting force. The main battle fleet was composed of 16 dreadnought battleships and 6 older pre-dreadnought battleships, arranged in the same manner as the British fleet. Accompanying them were 6 light cruisers and 31 torpedo boats, small, agile vessels similar in function to British destroyers. The only German battleship missing was SMS König Albert, which was unavailable for the battle. Scouting for the German fleet was Franz Hipper's battle cruiser squadron, a force of 5 battle cruisers, 5 light cruisers, and 30 torpedo boats. Unlike the British, the Germans had no equivalent to HMS Engadine, and no heavier-than-air aircraft to scout ahead. Instead, they relied on the Imperial German Naval Airship Service, a fleet of massive rigid airships, or Zeppelins, which patrolled the North Sea. However, their effectiveness was limited by the unpredictable weather and the difficulty of coordinating with surface forces in the chaos of battle. All of the capital ships on both sides carried torpedoes, though they were rarely used by battleships and battlecruisers. British battleships carried 3 to 4 underwater torpedo tubes, while their battlecruisers carried between 2 and 5. The German battleships carried 5 to 6 torpedo tubes, while their battlecruisers carried 4 or 5. These weapons were typically 18-inch or 21-inch in diameter, and while they were a last resort for large warships, they remained a deadly threat from smaller vessels. The German battle line, however, had a key weakness: speed. The 6 pre-dreadnought battleships of the 2nd Squadron were slower and less heavily armed than modern dreadnoughts, limiting the fleet's maximum speed to 18 knots. By comparison, the British fleet could reach 21 knots, a critical advantage in manoeuvring for position. The British, however, had their own vulnerabilities. 8 armoured cruisers assigned to the fleet were outdated, too slow to keep up with the battle line, and lacked the armour to withstand modern naval gunfire. As the fleets closed in on each other, both sides were prepared for the largest clash of battleships the world had ever seen. The fate of the North Sea, and perhaps the war itself, would be decided in the coming hours. At dawn on May 31st, 1916, the British battlecruiser fleet steamed through the patrol sector assigned to the German submarine U-32, which had moved into position 80 miles east of the Isle of May. At 3:40 a.m, the U-boat spotted 2 British cruisers, HMS Galatea and HMS Phaeton, leaving the Firth of Forth at a steady 18 knots. The German crew prepared to strike. A single torpedo was fired at a range of 1,000 yards, but as the submarine manoeuvred for a second shot, its periscope jammed in the upright position, exposing its presence. The lead cruiser reacted immediately, turning sharply to evade the incoming torpedo, while the second ship turned directly toward the U-boat, attempting to ram it. Forced to take evasive action, U-32 crash-dived. When it surfaced again at 4:10 a.m, it spotted 2 battlecruisers from the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron moving southeast, but they were too far away to attack. Captain Lieutenant von Spiegel misidentified the ships, reporting back to Germany that he had sighted 2 battleships and 2 cruisers. At the same time, another German submarine, U-66, had been forced north of its planned patrol zone by British anti-submarine patrols. Now positioned 60 miles off Peterhead, it unexpectedly found itself directly in the path of the British 2nd Battle Squadron, which was advancing from the Moray Firth. At 5 a.m, the submarine's lookouts spotted the cruiser HMS Duke of Edinburgh emerging from the mist, followed closely by HMS Boadicea and a formation of 8 battleships. The German crew moved into an attack position, closing to within just 350 yards, but as they prepared to fire, an approaching British destroyer forced them to dive, and the opportunity was lost. By 6:35 a.m, U-66 sent a report indicating that 8 British battleships and multiple cruisers were heading north. However, both U-boats had unknowingly been deceived by a standard British tactic: zigzag manoeuvres designed to throw off enemy targeting. The reports transmitted to German High Command suggested that the British fleet was moving in separate sections, splitting apart from one another. This was precisely what the Germans had hoped for. When these messages were combined with a wireless intercept of additional British ships leaving Scapa Flow earlier in the night, it reinforced the German belief that the Royal Navy was divided and vulnerable. But that assumption would soon prove to be false. While the German submarines had failed to inflict damage, British intelligence was about to make a critical error of its own. Jellicoe's Grand Fleet had reached its rendezvous point undetected, yet the Admiralty issued an intelligence report stating that the German High Seas Fleet was still in port. The mistake originated from a request by Rear Admiral Thomas Jackson, who had asked Room 40, Britain's Naval Intelligence Division, to confirm the location of Admiral Scheer's call sign, which was known as DK. Room 40 responded that DK was transmitting from Wilhelmshaven, reinforcing the belief that the German fleet had not yet set sail. But the intelligence officers had overlooked a crucial detail. Scheer used a different call sign when at sea, and no one had asked for that information. Without realising it, British intelligence had misled its own fleet. Meanwhile, the German battlecruisers had cleared the minefields near the Amrum, swept channel by 9 a.m, and continued their movement northwest. Passing 35 miles west of the Horns Reef lightship, they set course for the Little Fisher Bank, the entrance to the Skagerrak. Behind them, the High Seas Fleet followed at a distance of 50 miles. The German fleet moved in a disciplined, line-ahead formation. Hipper's battlecruisers led the way, supported by 4 cruisers from the 2nd Scouting Group, and a protective screen of torpedo boats extending 8 miles ahead and to either side. A flotilla of torpedo boats provided additional close-range support around the battlecruisers. Further back, Scheer's battleships mirrored this formation, their flanks protected by torpedo boats, while an outer perimeter of 5 cruisers maintained a defensive ring 5 to 8 miles away from the main column. By 11:30 a.m, the wind had finally calmed, allowing Germany's Zeppelin fleet to take to the skies. 5 were launched, assigned to different sectors of the North Sea, with orders to search for the British fleet. However, visibility remained poor. Heavy cloud cover hung low at just 1,000 feet, restricting their ability to track enemy movements. As both fleets advanced toward their fateful confrontation, neither side had a clear understanding of the other's position. By the afternoon of May 31st, 1916, Vice Admiral David Beatty's battlecruiser fleet was moving eastward, while Admiral Franz Hipper's squadron was heading north. Had these courses remained unchanged, Beatty's force would have passed dangerously between the 2 German fleets, just as the German battle plan had envisioned. At around 2 p.m, Beatty followed his orders, halting his eastward patrol at a point 260 miles off the British coast before turning north to meet Admiral John Jellicoe's Grand Fleet. At that moment, he unknowingly evaded what could have been a disastrous trap. Beatty's ships were arranged in 3 columns. His battle cruisers led the formation in 2 parallel lines, 3 miles apart, while the powerful 5th Battle Squadron, consisting of the Royal Navy's fastest battleships, was stationed 5 miles to the northwest. A screen of cruisers and destroyers was spread out southeast of the main force, scouting for any sign of the enemy. After completing the turn north, the 5th Battle Squadron now led the British formation in the westernmost column, with Beatty's battle cruisers behind them in the centre. By 2:20 p.m, despite a thick haze and patches of fog obscuring visibility, British scouts detected enemy ships to the southeast. A Danish steamer, N.J. Fjord, was caught between the advancing fleets, drawing the attention of both sides. British light cruisers moved in to investigate, only to find themselves face to face with 2 German destroyers, B-109 and B-110, conducting the same mission. The first shots of the battle rang out at 2:28 p.m, when HMS Galatea and HMS Phaeton fired on the German vessels, forcing them to withdraw toward their own approaching light cruisers. The Germans quickly returned fire, and by 2:36 p.m, SMS Elbing, a light cruiser from Admiral Friedrich Bodeker's scouting force, scored the first hit of the battle, striking Galatea at extreme range. Recognizing that a larger enemy force was nearby, Beatty adjusted course, steering his battle cruisers and their escorts southeast and then east in an attempt to cut the German ships off from their home base. He also ordered the seaplane tender HMS Engadine to launch a reconnaissance aircraft, marking the first use of a carrier-based plane in a naval battle. The aircraft successfully located German light cruisers just before 3:30 p.m. and came under anti-aircraft fire. However, attempts to relay the intelligence back to Beatty's fleet failed, and the British remained unaware of the full scale of the approaching enemy force. Complicating matters further, Beatty's initial course changes at 2:32 p.m. were not received by Rear Admiral Hugh Evan Thomas, who commanded the 5th Battle Squadron. The problem stemmed from a break in communication. HMS Tiger, which had been responsible for relaying signals from Beatty to Evan Thomas via searchlight, was no longer in the correct position to do so. As a result, while Beatty's battle cruisers turned, the battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron continued on their previous heading for several minutes, widening the gap between them. Instead of maintaining their intended 5-mile distance, the battleships now lagged 10 miles behind the battle cruisers. Beatty's decision to press ahead at high speed without allowing the battleships to catch up would prove costly. The 4 battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron, HMS Barham, HMS Valiant, HMS Warspite and HMS Malaya, were the most heavily armed and advanced warships in the battle. Had they been positioned alongside Beatty's force from the start, they would have provided overwhelming firepower in the coming engagement. Instead, the British battlecruisers would face the German guns alone. By 3:22 p.m, the advantage of visibility shifted to the Germans. Hipper's battlecruisers, steaming northwest, spotted Beatty's squadron 15 miles away. The British, facing into the haze, did not identify the German ships until 3:30. Realizing the opportunity before him, Hipper turned southeast at 3:45 p.m, intentionally drawing Beatty toward the approaching high seas fleet under Admiral Scheer, still 46 miles to the southeast. For the next 15 minutes, Beatty held fire, despite having superior range and numbers. His ships remained in formation rather than spreading out for optimal gunnery positions. At 3:48 p.m, Hipper opened fire, and Beatty's battlecruisers responded as their guns came to bear. The run to the south had begun, a high-speed engagement in which Beatty pursued the German battlecruisers, unaware that Hipper was leading him straight into Scheer's main battle fleet. In the opening exchanges, British gunnery was poor. Their first salvos landed far beyond their German targets, due to difficulties in adjusting for range. Only Lion and Princess Royal had managed to settle into position, while the other 4 ships were still manoeuvring, making accurate fire even more difficult. Meanwhile, Hipper's ships, enjoying better visibility, quickly found their mark. Within minutes, 3 of the 6 British battlecruisers had been hit. At 4 p.m, a shell from SMS Lutzow struck HMS Lion, wrecking her midship turret. The explosion instantly killed dozens of crewmen, but the situation could have been much worse. The turret commander, Major Francis Harvey of the Royal Marines, though mortally wounded, ordered the magazine to be flooded. His quick action prevented a catastrophic detonation, saving Lion from destruction. Only 2 minutes later, the British suffered their first major loss. HMS Indefatigable, targeted by SMS Von der Tann, was struck by multiple 11-inch shells. The first detonated a magazine in the rear of the ship, crippling her. Moments later, a second shell found its mark on her forward turret, piercing the thin upper armour and igniting another magazine explosion. The ship was torn apart in an instant. Of her 1,019 crew, only 2 survived. As the battle raged, the British battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron finally closed the range and began engaging Hipper's ships from 16 miles away. At 4:08 p.m, HMS Barham, the lead ship, scored a direct hit on Von der Tann, causing serious damage. By 4:15 p.m, all 4 battleships had joined the fight, forcing Hipper to contend with fire from both the battlecruisers and the battleships astern. At 4:25 p.m, disaster struck again for the British. HMS Queen Mary, under concentrated fire from SMS Derfflinger and SMS Seydlitz, suffered a catastrophic magazine explosion. In an instant, she vanished in a massive fireball, leaving only 9 survivors from a crew of 1,275. Aboard Derfflinger, the first gunnery officer, Commander Georg von Haase, later recalled the moment. The enemy was shooting superbly. Twice the Derfflinger came under their infernal hail, and each time she was hit. But the Queen Mary was having a bad time. Engaged by the Seydlitz as well as the Derfflinger, she met her doom at 4:26. A vivid red flame shot up from her forepart. Then came an explosion forward, followed by a much heavier explosion amidships. Immediately afterwards, she blew up with a terrific explosion, the masts collapsing inwards and the smoke hiding everything. As the smoke cleared, a signalman aboard HMS Lion suddenly shouted, "Princess Royal's blown up, sir!" Beatty turned to his flag captain and muttered the now famous words, "Chatfield, there seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today." By 4:30 p.m, the leading battleships of the High Seas Fleet had spotted the distant battlecruiser action. At the same moment, HMS Southampton, a light cruiser scouting ahead for Beatty, spotted Scheer's main battle fleet, 16 modern dreadnoughts, supported by 6 older battleships. This was the first confirmation that the full German fleet was at sea. Simultaneously, a chaotic destroyer battle erupted between the 2 battlecruiser squadrons. Both sides launched torpedo attacks, but most missed their mark. Only 1 torpedo found its target. SMS Seydlitz was hit, but despite flooding, she continued at full speed. Meanwhile, the British destroyers HMS Nestor and HMS Nomad were disabled by German gunfire and later sunk by passing German battleships. Then, at 4:40 p.m, Beatty finally spotted the vanguard of Scheer's battle fleet on the horizon. In an instant, the hunter became the hunted. With Scheer's dreadnoughts just 12 miles away, Beatty ordered his entire force to reverse course and head north, straight toward Jellicoe. By 6 p.m, the battle was reaching its climax. Beatty and Evan Thomas had re-engaged Hipper's battlecruisers, this time with the advantage of better visibility. Several of Hipper's ships were already damaged, forcing him to turn back towards Scheer and the main body of the High Seas Fleet. At that moment, Beatty's flagship HMS Lion was spotted from Jellicoe's flagship, HMS Iron Duke. Jellicoe immediately demanded Beatty's latest position on the German fleet, but Beatty, unable to see Scheer's battleships, failed to respond until 6:14 p.m. Meanwhile, Jellicoe was receiving scattered and conflicting sighting reports from light cruisers and battleships stationed on the southern flank of his force. Jellicoe was now faced with a critical decision. His battleships were still in cruising formation, arranged in 6 columns of 4 ships each. To fully engage the enemy, he needed to deploy them into a single battle line, but he had to choose carefully. Deploying westward would place him closer to Scheer, saving valuable time, but if the German fleet arrived before the manoeuvre was complete, his forces would be vulnerable. Deploying eastward would give the British the advantage of superior visibility, placing the setting sun behind them and silhouetting the German fleet against the horizon. But this choice also meant moving away from Scheer, and any delay could cost the British their chance at a decisive engagement. The fleets were closing at full speed. Jellicoe had only minutes to decide. At 6:15 p.m, he ordered the Grand Fleet to deploy eastward, a choice that would define the battle. At the same time, Hipper had rejoined Scheer, and the combined high seas fleet was steaming north, heading straight toward Jellicoe, completely unaware that the full weight of the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet was bearing down from the northwest. As Beatty's battlecruisers moved to join Hood's battlecruisers further north, confusion spread among the British formations. The armoured cruiser HMS Defence, commanded by Rear Admiral Arbuthnot, along with HMS Warrior, suddenly crossed directly in front of Beatty's force. HMS Lion narrowly avoided a collision with Warrior. This chaotic convergence of British squadrons, as they scrambled to take position under the fire of the approaching German fleet, became known as Windy Corner. Amid this confusion, Arbuthnot spotted the crippled German cruiser SMS Wiesbaden, which had been left dead in the water. Determined to finish her off, he led Defence and Warrior straight toward the target, without realising that Hipper's and Scheer's capital ships were bearing down on them at full speed. Within moments, Defence was caught in a storm of heavy caliber gunfire from multiple German battleships. A direct hit ignited her magazines in a catastrophic explosion that was seen across the battlefield. She sank instantly, taking all 903 officers and crew with her. Warrior was also badly hit, but was spared further destruction when HMS Warspite, one of the massive battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron, suffered a mechanical failure. Her steering gear jammed, and at full speed, Warspite began turning in wide circles, drifting directly into the path of the oncoming German fleet. The enemy guns immediately shifted their fire onto the battleship, pounding her with 13 direct hits. But Warspite, though badly damaged, survived. As the Germans focused on her, Warrior slipped away. Hours later, at 9:07 p.m, Warspite was ordered to withdraw from battle, her role in Jutland over. Warrior, however, had taken on too much damage. She was abandoned the following morning and sank at sea after her surviving crew was rescued. As this unfolded, Hipper's battlecruisers came within range of Hood's 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron. The British had the initial advantage, landing multiple hits on SMS Derfflinger, Seydlitz and Lutzow. But then, at 6:30 p.m, Hood's flagship, HMS Invincible, was suddenly exposed in a gap between the British formations. The German gunners did not miss their opportunity. Lutzow and Derfflinger fired 3 full salvos each, and within 90 seconds, Invincible was torn apart by a massive explosion. A 12-inch shell struck her amidships, detonating her magazines and splitting the ship in half. Of her 1,032 crew, only 6 men survived. At that moment, Jellicoe's full battle line had formed, and the main fleet engagement began. The Royal Navy had successfully crossed the T, positioning their battle line at a right angle to the advancing German fleet. This allowed the British to concentrate all of their firepower, while the Germans, trapped in a narrow formation, could only respond with their forward-facing guns. The German high seas fleet emerged from the haze and smoke, only to find themselves staring at the entire Grand Fleet, already in position and ready to fire. Jellicoe had set the perfect trap. The first British salvo slammed into the lead German battleship, SMS König, scoring multiple hits. But as powerful as the Grand Fleet was, only 10 of its 24 dreadnoughts managed to fire before Scheer ordered an emergency withdrawal. At 6:33 p.m, the German fleet executed a brilliant and highly rehearsed manoeuvre, turning 180 degrees in unison to escape. The entire high seas fleet vanished into smoke and mist. Jellicoe knew the dangers of pursuing the retreating enemy. German destroyers had already launched a wave of torpedoes, forcing the British line to take evasive action. At 6:54 p.m, HMS Marlborough was hit by a torpedo, reducing her speed but not sinking her. But even as Scheer withdrew, he knew he couldn't run indefinitely. Nightfall was approaching, and if he did not shake off the British fleet before dark, the high seas fleet risked total destruction. In a desperate move, he ordered his fleet to turn back toward the British line at 6:55 p.m. His hope was to disrupt the British formation, break through their line, and escape under cover of darkness. Once again, the German fleet steamed straight into Jellicoe's battle line. Once again, the Royal Navy crossed the T. This time, the firepower was even greater. The German lead ships were battered relentlessly, suffering direct hits across their formation. Scheer had no choice. He ordered yet another retreat at 7:17 p.m. To cover this withdrawal, Hipper's remaining battlecruisers launched what became known as the Death Ride. With their decks already in flames, and their crews suffering heavy casualties, Derfflinger, Seydlitz, Moltke, and von der Tann charged straight at the full British battle line. 18 British battleships opened fire on them simultaneously. Derfflinger, already severely damaged, lost 2 of her main gun turrets, but somehow remained afloat. The Germans endured the barrage just long enough for Scheer to escape into the mist, then turned away, leaving the high seas fleet to retreat under a smokescreen. As the Germans slipped into the darkness, British battleships engaged the oncoming waves of German destroyers, launching torpedo attacks to cover the withdrawal. The British sank the destroyers S-35 and V-48, while evading a full spread of 31 torpedoes. By 8:30 p.m, the final shots were fired. As night fell over the North Sea, the great fleets of Britain and Germany vanished into the gloom. The Battle of Jutland was entering its final phase. As darkness fell over the North Sea on May 31st, 1916, Admiral John Jellicoe faced a difficult decision. The Grand Fleet was at a disadvantage in night combat. British ships lacked the sophisticated training and equipment for nighttime engagements that the German Navy had developed. To avoid unnecessary risk, Jellicoe decided to delay a full-scale battle until dawn. He ordered his fleet to head south, positioning his ships along what he expected would be Scheer's escape route. A screen of cruisers and destroyers was placed 5 miles behind the main battle line to patrol the rear and intercept any approaching enemy vessels. But Scheer did not take the expected route. Instead of fleeing south, he made a bold and dangerous decision. He would cross behind the British fleet and escape through the Horns Reef, a known passage back to Germany. During the night, 7 separate encounters between German warships and British light forces occurred. Each time, British ships detected enemy movements, but most of these encounters were never reported to Jellicoe. Radio transmissions that did get sent were either jammed by the Germans or failed to reach the British flagship. Jellicoe had assumed that his destroyer squadrons, which had been positioned to intercept the German fleet, would engage if necessary. But many of the British destroyers hesitated, failing to capitalise on clear opportunities to attack German vessels. As a result, the British battleships in the main fleet saw firefights and explosions to the north, but they mistakenly believed it was German destroyers launching night attacks. In reality, the German dreadnoughts were breaking through the British rearguard. The most stunning moment of the night came when the battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron directly observed German battleships crossing their path at ranges of just 3 miles. The gunners on HMS Malaya even prepared to open fire, but her captain hesitated, unwilling to give away their position. He deferred to Rear Admiral Evan Thomas, who also chose not to fire, assuming that Jellicoe was already aware of the enemy's movements. But Jellicoe was not aware. The German fleet was escaping right under the British fleet's guns. Meanwhile, British and German warships clashed in the darkness, their engagements marked by sudden bursts of gunfire at close range. At 10:23 p.m, the British cruiser HMS Southampton torpedoed the German light cruiser SMS Frauenlob, which sank with almost all of her 320-man crew. From 11:20 p.m. to 2:15 a.m, British destroyer flotillas launched a series of torpedo attacks against the retreating German battle fleet. These chaotic engagements unfolded at point-blank range, sometimes within half a mile. In the confusion, several British destroyers collided with each other, while others were sunk by German battleships. Yet, despite these losses, the British still struck 2 major blows. The light cruiser SMS Rostock was hit and later sank. But the most significant kill came at 3:10 a.m. when a British torpedo struck the German battleship SMS Pommern, a pre-dreadnought. The explosion ignited her magazine, and the ship was instantly obliterated, taking all 839 men on board with her. In one of the more bizarre moments of the night, the German battleship SMS Nassau accidentally rammed the British destroyer HMS Spitfire. Unable to fire at such close range, Nassau's massive 11-inch guns fired point blank, their muzzle blast blowing away most of Spitfire's superstructure. Spitfire somehow survived and made it back to port, while Nassau was left with a massive 11-foot hole in her side, reducing her speed for the rest of the retreat. Not all German ships were as fortunate. The dreadnought SMS Posen accidentally rammed the light cruiser SMS Elbing, leaving it dead in the water. The crew abandoned ship, and it sank early the next morning. At midnight, disaster struck the British cruiser HMS Black Prince. Having lost contact with its squadron, the cruiser mistakenly sailed into the German battle line, thinking it had rejoined the Grand Fleet. The Germans, realising they had an enemy ship in their midst, opened fire at point-blank range. Overwhelmed by concentrated fire from multiple battleships, Black Prince exploded and sank within minutes, taking all 857 men aboard with her. At 1:45 a.m, the battlecruiser SMS Lutzow, Hipper's former flagship, was barely afloat. Fatally damaged earlier in the battle, she was listing heavily and unable to keep up with the retreating German fleet. To prevent her from falling into British hands, her crew abandoned ship, and the German destroyer G-38 fired the final torpedo to sink her. The 1,150 surviving crewmen were rescued by other German vessels. At 2:37 a.m, the British destroyer HMS Moresby spotted a group of 4 German warships, which included the battle cruisers Von der Tann and Derfflinger, as well as the pre-dreadnoughts Schleswig-Holstein and Schlesien. Moving quickly, Moresby fired a single torpedo at extreme range. The Germans barely avoided the incoming weapon, but Moresby's crew was convinced they had scored a hit. By 5:20 am, Scheer's fleet was making its final escape. But as it passed Horn's Reef, the battleship SMS Ostfriesland struck a British mine, killing 1 crewman and injuring 10 others. The damage slowed her down, but she still made it back to port. The most damaged of all the surviving German ships was SMS Seydlitz. With her entire forward section flooded, she barely remained afloat. As she approached the German coast, she ran aground, taking on even more water. She finally limped into port on the morning of June 2nd, dropping anchor at 7:30 am. While the German fleet had successfully retreated, their narrow escape had been aided by a critical British intelligence failure. During the night, British naval intelligence in London had intercepted 7 key German radio transmissions, revealing the exact course, speed, and intentions of the High Seas Fleet. One of these messages, sent at 11:15 p.m, accurately reported the German fleet's escape route, but these intercepts were never relayed to Jellicoe. The junior officer on duty failed to recognise their significance and simply filed them away. By the time Jellicoe finally learned of Scheer's movements at 4:15 am, it was too late. The German fleet had slipped away. The Battle of Jutland had come to an end. As the sun rose on June 1st, 1916, both Britain and Germany assessed the outcome of the Battle of Jutland. It had been a clash of unprecedented scale, leaving thousands dead, dozens of ships destroyed, and yet no clear victor. At midday on June 2nd, the German High Command wasted no time in claiming a great victory. A press statement announced the destruction of a British battleship, 2 battle cruisers, 2 armoured cruisers, a light cruiser, a submarine, and several destroyers, while acknowledging the loss of only SMS Pommern and SMS Wiesbaden. The fate of Lützow, Elbing, and Rostock, all of which had been scuttled, was deliberately withheld from the public. Across Germany, the so-called victory at Skagerrak was celebrated. Children were given a holiday, and Kaiser Wilhelm II declared that a new chapter in world history had begun. The German Naval Command continued to celebrate the battle for years, even after the end of World War II. In Britain, the reaction was starkly different. The first news of the battle came not from British sources, but from German wireless broadcasts. As British ships returned to port, word of the 6,000 British casualties spread quickly. Some sailors arriving home discovered that rumours had already declared them dead, while others were met with jeers from civilians who believed Britain had suffered a humiliating defeat. At 7 p.m. on June 2nd, the Admiralty released an official statement outlining British and German losses. The next morning, newspapers across Britain reported a German victory. The Daily Mirror quoted a German admiral stating that the battle had been a significant success against a much stronger adversary. The public had long expected a decisive victory, one that would cement British naval dominance, much like Trafalgar had, over a century earlier. Instead, the Grand Fleet had not delivered the crushing blow they had hoped for. Over the next several days, as more details emerged, British sentiment began to shift. On June 3rd, the Admiralty released new information on German losses, and on June 7th, Germany was forced to admit that Lützow and Rostock had been lost. The narrative began to change. The battle was no longer viewed as a German victory, but rather as a strategic British success. The High Seas Fleet had attempted to break Britain's control of the North Sea and had failed. By July, the battle was no longer at the forefront of public discussion, as the brutal fighting on the Somme dominated the headlines. The statistics of Jutland told a complex story. The British Grand Fleet, with 151 warships, lost 115,000 tons of ships, including 3 battle cruisers, 3 armoured cruisers, and 8 destroyers. The German High Seas Fleet with 99 ships, lost 62,000 tons, including 1 battlecruiser, 1 pre-dreadnought, 4 light cruisers, and 5 destroyers. The British lost 6,094 men, while the Germans lost 2,551. Tactically, the Germans had inflicted greater losses, sinking more British ships than they had lost themselves. But in strategic terms, the outcome was very different. Admiral Reinhard Scheer had entered the battle hoping to weaken the Royal Navy enough to challenge its control of the North Sea. He failed. The High Seas Fleet had been forced to retreat, and from that day forward, it never again sought open battle against the Grand Fleet. After Jutland, the Germans recognised that another battle of this scale would destroy their navy long before it could achieve parity with the British. In the following months, they shifted their strategy entirely, abandoning direct fleet engagements in favour of unrestricted submarine warfare in the Atlantic. For Britain, the outcome was frustrating. The Grand Fleet had vastly outnumbered the Germans, yet the Royal Navy had failed to achieve the decisive, crushing victory they had sought. But despite this, the battle reinforced British naval dominance. The High Seas Fleet had been repulsed, and the Royal Navy maintained control over the North Sea and the blockade against Germany. In the years that followed, historians debated whether Jutland was a strategic British victory or a missed opportunity. The German Navy never again challenged the Grand Fleet, and the North Sea blockade remained in place. Over time, this blockade choked Germany's war economy, cutting vital imports by 45% and contributing to its eventual defeat in 1918. The High Seas Fleet only ventured into the North Sea 3 more times, in August and October of 1916, and once more in April 1918. Each time, both sides hesitated to risk another fleet action, and no major battle ever took place. By the end of the war, the German fleet remained intact, but was largely useless. When Germany surrendered in November 1918, the once proud High Seas Fleet was interned at Scapa Flow, where its own crews scuttled their ships rather than allow them to be taken by the British. The battle's aftermath exposed critical weaknesses in British naval tactics, gunnery, and equipment. One of the most glaring issues was the poor performance of British shells. Armour-piercing shells often exploded on impact instead of penetrating enemy armour, allowing even lightly armoured German ships to survive direct hits from 15-inch shells. Post-battle analysis estimated that with properly designed shells, 6 more German capital ships could have been destroyed. Communication failures also played a major role. Throughout the battle, critical information often failed to reach Admiral Jellicoe. British ships hesitated to report enemy sightings, and some of the most important signalling was done only by flag, a questionable choice given the heavy smoke and haze that obscured visibility. The vulnerability of British battlecruisers was another fatal flaw. Designed for speed and firepower rather than endurance, they were not built to withstand prolonged exchanges with battleships. 3 were lost when turret fires ignited their magazines. Many senior officers initially blamed weak armour, but post-battle investigations revealed that poor ammunition handling and dangerously lax safety protocols were the real culprits. The Royal Navy's emphasis on rapid fire had also made British ships more vulnerable. Many gun crews left cordite charges exposed, a dangerous practice that greatly increased the risk of fatal flashfires. British cordite itself was more volatile than German propellant, making these fires all the more catastrophic. Beyond individual weaknesses, Jutland marked a turning point in naval warfare. It was the last major battle between battleship fleets in history. The growing power of submarines, mines, and aircraft carriers meant that naval warfare was changing. Even though battleships continued to be built in the years that followed, they would never again decide the outcome of a war. Jutland was not the decisive, crushing battle that either side had hoped for. The Germans had proved they could challenge British naval power, but not break it. The high seas fleet had survived, but it would never again be in a position to challenge British dominance. For the British, the Grand Fleet had succeeded in its ultimate goal, maintaining control of the North Sea. But the failure to destroy the German Navy outright left many questioning the Royal Navy's performance. Yet, despite all its controversy, one thing remains clear. Jutland was the defining naval battle of World War I. It was the largest fleet engagement of the war, and the last great clash of battleships in history. The Battle of Jutland was not just a clash of steel and fire, it was a battle of reputations, strategies, and competing narratives. In the aftermath, controversy raged as historians, naval officers, and political leaders debated whether the engagement had been a victory, a failure, or simply an indecisive bloodbath. At the centre of the storm was Admiral John Jellicoe. While he had successfully maintained British naval dominance and prevented the high seas fleet from breaking through, he was criticised for his caution. Some, including Vice Admiral David Beatty, believed Jellicoe had missed a golden opportunity to annihilate the German fleet, a moment that could have echoed Trafalgar and sealed British supremacy for a generation. Instead, Scheer had been allowed to escape under cover of night. The most controversial moment came at 7:15 p.m, when Scheer launched a desperate torpedo attack to cover his retreat. Rather than pressing forward, Jellicoe chose to turn away, preventing his ships from walking into a potential torpedo trap. His supporters, including historian Cyril Falls, defended the decision, arguing that risking the loss of the Grand Fleet, the very force that ensured Britain's command of the sea and the blockade of Germany, would have been reckless. Even before the battle, Jellicoe had made it clear that he would not be lured into a situation where he could lose his fleet to mines or submarines. His orders had been approved by the Admiralty as early as 1914. The stakes could not have been higher. As Winston Churchill famously remarked, Jellicoe was the only man on either side who could have lost the war in an afternoon. The cautious strategy may not have won the glorious victory Britain had hoped for, but it ensured that the Grand Fleet remained intact and in control of the North Sea. Yet, not all criticism was directed at Jellicoe. Some of his supporters argued that the real failure had been Beatty's poor leadership earlier in the battle. Though undeniably brave and aggressive, Beatty made several critical errors. His failure to relay accurate and timely intelligence on the position of the German fleet left Jellicoe in the dark at crucial moments. At the start of the engagement, he had also left behind the 4 powerful battleships of the 5th Battle Squadron, which could have turned the tide against Hipper's force. And when he chose to close the distance before opening fire, he gave up the advantage of superior British gunnery range, playing directly into the hands of Hipper's better trained crews and favourable visibility conditions. Most of the British losses in tonnage occurred under Beatty's command. By the time the guns fell silent, the human cost was staggering. Nearly 10,000 men lost their lives. The Royal Navy suffered 6,784 casualties, while 3,039 German sailors perished. Among the dead were 2 members of the Royal Australian Navy and 1 from the Royal Canadian Navy, along with 6 Australian nationals serving in the Royal Navy. In total, 113,300 tons of British warships were lost, including 3 battlecruisers, 3 armoured cruisers, and 8 destroyers. The Germans lost 62,300 tons, including 1 battlecruiser, 1 pre-dreadnought battleship, 4 light cruisers, and 5 destroyers. Though the British suffered higher losses, the high seas fleet had been forced to retreat and never again challenged the Grand Fleet in open battle. Over time, the wrecks of Jutland's fallen warships were slowly discovered. The first was HMS Invincible, found by a Royal Navy minesweeper in 1919. Some wrecks were later salvaged for metal, particularly in the 1960s, with historical evidence suggesting that over 60% of them had been looted by salvors. In the early 2000s, a series of marine surveys and diving expeditions located and studied the wrecks, confirming long-debated theories about how some of the British battlecruisers had been destroyed by catastrophic explosions. Despite the passing decades, the battle was not forgotten. In Britain, it was studied and analysed as a cautionary tale of flawed strategy, poor communication, and the changing nature of naval warfare. In Germany, however, Jutland became a symbol of national pride, particularly in the interwar years. Right-wing groups in Weimar Germany celebrated the battle annually, using it as a way to glorify the achievement of the German Navy while suppressing the painful memory of Germany's defeat in World War I. The city of Wilhelmshaven, home to the German Navy, continued to hold torch-lit parades and wreath-laying ceremonies in honour of the battle until the late 1960s. One of the most influential books on the battle was Skagerrak, written by Admiral Friedrich von Kuhlwetter. First published anonymously, it became a widely read analysis of Jutland, shaping public memory of the battle in Germany for decades. Unlike many accounts published during the Third Reich, Kuhlwetter's work was not tainted by Nazi ideology, making it one of the most respected German perspectives on the battle well into the post-war era. On the 100th anniversary of Jutland in May 2016, commemorations were held in Britain, Germany, and Denmark. A memorial service was conducted at St. Magnus Cathedral in Orkney, attended by British Prime Minister David Cameron, German President Joachim Gauck, Princess Anne, and Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence. A second service was held aboard HMS Duncan, attended by both British and German sailors, while the German frigate Brandenburg laid a wreath at the site of the wreck of HMS Invincible. Today, the only surviving warship from the Battle of Jutland is HMS Caroline, a light cruiser that took part in the battle. She remained in service for nearly a century before being decommissioned in 2011. Now preserved as a museum ship in Belfast, she is a lasting reminder of the largest naval battle of World War I. Jutland was the last great clash of battleships in history. Though it lacked the decisive victory that many had hoped for, it forever changed naval warfare. The era of the dreadnought had reached its peak, but in its shadow, a new kind of war at sea was emerging. One fought with submarines, aircraft carriers, and rapid technological advancements that would render the battleship obsolete. For all the debate surrounding its outcome, Jutland secured British dominance over the North Sea, preserved the naval blockade that strangled Germany's war economy, and ensured that the High Seas Fleet would never again challenge the Grand Fleet. It was not a repeat of Trafalgar, but in its own way, it was just as decisive. And that concludes the Battle of Jutland. Today, we're exploring the Battle of the Somme, the sheer scale of the fighting, the chaos, the strategies, and the human cost of one of the most infamous battles of World War I. But before we get into the details, let's start with a summary of the battle, how it began, how it unfolded, and how it changed the course of history. The Battle of the Somme, known in French as Bataille de la Somme, and in German as Schlacht an der Somme, stands as one of the most infamous and devastating battles of the First World War. Fought between the armies of the British Empire, the French Third Republic, and the German Empire, it raged from the 1st of July to the 18th of November 1916, along both sides of the upper reaches of the River Somme in northern France. This colossal battle was designed to break the deadlock of trench warfare and accelerate victory for the Allies. But what unfolded was one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. Over 3 million men fought in the mud and blood of the Somme, with more than 1 million killed or wounded. The roots of the battle trace back to the Chantilly Conference in December 1915, where the Allies agreed on a coordinated series of offensives against the Central Powers. The Somme was intended as the Franco-British contribution to this grand strategy. Originally, the French army was set to spearhead the assault, with the British Fourth Army providing support on the northern flank. But plans changed. On the 21st of February 1916, the German Empire launched the brutal Battle of Verdun. French commanders, under immense pressure, diverted much of their strength from the Somme to hold Verdun, forcing the British to shoulder the main burden of the offensive. The British forces that gathered on the Somme were a patchwork of the pre-war professional army, the part-time territorial force, and the mass ranks of Kitchener's army, volunteers who had flocked to serve in the early years of the war. Many were young, inexperienced, and about to face the horrors of industrialized warfare on an unimaginable scale. When the offensive began on the 1st of July, the results were catastrophic. The British suffered a staggering 57,470 casualties in a single day. 19,240 were killed, marking the worst day in the history of the British Army. But amid the bloodshed, there were pockets of success. The German Second Army suffered a severe blow on the southern end of the front, where the French Sixth Army, fighting alongside the British, managed to push through enemy lines from Foucault-en-Santerre to Maricourt. Yet north of the Albert-Bapaume road, where German defences were strongest, British troops were decimated by machine gun fire and shelling. The battle dragged on through the summer and into the muddy months of autumn. It saw the first large-scale use of tanks in September, an innovation that captured imaginations, but at the time proved unreliable and prone to breakdowns. The skies above the Somme also became a new kind of battlefield, with air power playing a pivotal role in reconnaissance and support. By the time the guns finally fell silent in November, British and French forces had advanced only 6 miles into German-held territory, their deepest push since the First Battle of the Marne in 1914. Strategic objectives, like the towns of Péronne and Bapaume, remained firmly in German hands. The cost of this limited gain was staggering, yet the battle's impact rippled beyond the muddy fields of the Somme. In early 1917, renewed British attacks in the Oncre Valley forced German troops to withdraw to more defensible positions. Then, in February, the Germans began Operation Alberich, a strategic retreat of about 25 miles to the heavily fortified Hindenburg Line. Even today, historians debate the necessity and consequences of the Battle of the Somme. Was it a tragic waste of life, or a brutal but essential step toward eventual victory? What remains undisputed is its scale, its horror, and its indelible place in the history of modern warfare. Now let's rewind a bit. In the final days of December 1915, Allied leaders gathered at the Chantilly Conference in France. From December 6th to 8th, the blueprint for the war's next chapter was drawn. The plan was ambitious: simultaneous offensives on 3 major fronts, the Russians pushing hard on the Eastern Front, the Italians advancing along the rugged Italian front, and the Franco-British forces launching a powerful assault on the Western Front. This coordinated strategy aimed to keep the Central Powers stretched thin, denying them the ability to shift troops between fronts during any lull in the fighting. In the wake of this grand strategy, a significant shift in leadership took place. In December 1915, General Sir Douglas Haig replaced Field Marshal Sir John French as Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Force, the BEF. Haig had his own vision for victory. He favoured a major offensive in Flanders, closer to BEF supply lines, aiming to drive the Germans from the Belgian coast and eliminate the deadly U-boat threat lurking in Belgian waters. But despite Haig's ambitions, the British were still playing a supporting role on the Western Front. Though he was not formally under Marshal Joseph Joffre's command, Haig followed the French-led strategy. In January 1916, Joffre had agreed to Haig's Flanders offensive. Yet within weeks, everything changed. In February 1916, the Germans unleashed a brutal assault at Verdun, launching what would become one of the longest and bloodiest battles of the war. The French, under immense pressure, were forced to divert their divisions away from the planned Somme offensive to defend Verdun's battered defences. The original Franco-British plan for a decisive breakthrough on the Somme crumbled. What was supposed to be a massive, coordinated offensive now became a scaled-back effort. The French contribution shrank to just 13 divisions in the 6th Army, leaving 20 British divisions to shoulder the bulk of the attack. By the end of May, the Somme offensive's grand ambitions had been reduced to something far more grim: a diversionary attack designed to ease the relentless pressure on Verdun and to bleed the German army through sheer attrition. Meanwhile, on the German side, Chief of the General Staff Erich von Falkenhayn had his own plans for 1916. His goal was ruthless but strategic: break the fragile alliance between Britain and France before their growing industrial might became unstoppable. His focus? Verdun. Falkenhayn intended Verdun not just as a target, but as a trap, a place where the French would be forced into endless counterattacks, bleeding their army dry. He knew the French could not allow Verdun to fall. Its symbolic value was too great. Falkenhayn believed that, as the French bled at Verdun, the British would be drawn into launching a hasty relief offensive, and he planned to crush it. He anticipated the British would attack south of Arras, right into the path of Germany's 6th Army. Falkenhayn's hope was to force a massive, costly British failure. However, the reality on the ground didn't go exactly as Falkenhayn envisioned. By mid-June, it became clear that the Anglo-French offensive would hit the German 2nd Army on the Somme. But Falkenhayn still held back. Only 4 divisions were sent as reinforcements, while 8 more remained in strategic reserve. Crucially, he refused to draw troops from the 6th Army, which held a shorter front line with 17.5 divisions and an additional 3 divisions in reserve. This decision revealed Falkenhayn's deeper strategy. He still expected to mount his decisive counter-offensive north of the Somme, striking after the British had been repelled. But Verdun was a monster that refused to be contained. The unexpected length and brutality of the Verdun offensive drained Germany's strategic reserves. Units earmarked for Falkenhayn's counter-offensive were instead pulled into the meat grinder of Verdun. By the time the Somme offensive began, the German forces holding the front were stretched thin, their once grand counter-offensive plans reduced to a grim defensive struggle. In late February 1916, a week after the Allies finalised their plans for the Somme offensive, the Germans launched a brutal assault on Verdun. From February 21st to December 16th, the Battle of Verdun raged as one of the bloodiest confrontations of the war. The German strategy was clear: bleed France dry. The goal wasn't simply to capture Verdun, but to turn it into a grinder, forcing the French to defend it at all costs. Verdun was more than a city. It was a symbol of French resilience. The Germans hoped the French would pour men and resources into its defence, allowing Germany to exploit its superior artillery and fortified positions, inflicting disproportionate casualties. But Verdun had a ripple effect. It altered the entire plan for the upcoming Somme offensive. French divisions that were supposed to storm German lines alongside the British were now locked in the life-or-death struggle at Verdun. What was meant to be a balanced Anglo-French attack along the Somme became by necessity, a British-led effort. By May, Generals Joffre and Haig had scaled down their ambitions. No longer did they hope for a decisive victory at the Somme. Instead, the objective shifted to relieving pressure on Verdun and keeping German forces pinned down in France. When the Germans finally scaled back their Verdun assault in July, they redeployed troops, artillery, and ammunition to the Somme. Likewise, the French transferred the 10th Army to reinforce the offensive. By autumn, the Allies could attack both Verdun and the Somme in sequence, gradually clawing back territory. In October and December, the French retook much of the ground lost at Verdun, but the cost in lives had been catastrophic. While the Western Front churned with blood and mud, a storm was breaking on the Eastern Front. On June 4th, 1916, Russian General Alexei Brusilov launched what would become the most successful Russian offensive of the entire war, the Brusilov Offensive. Stretching over a staggering 200 miles from the Romanian frontier to the marshes of Pinsk, Russian forces hammered German and Austro-Hungarian lines. By the time the offensive ground to a halt in September, Russian troops had advanced 93 miles into enemy territory, pushing deep into the Carpathian foothills. The results were devastating for the Central Powers. Around 1.5 million casualties, including over 400,000 prisoners. The shockwaves of Brusilov's success rippled westward. German commanders, including Fritz von Below, had originally planned a spoiling attack against the Somme offensive. But Brusilov's surprise assault forced Germany to divert resources. On June 9th, 3 divisions were pulled from France and rushed eastward. The spoiling attack was scrapped. In the end, only 10.5 German divisions remained on the Somme front when the British and French began their offensive. As the summer dragged on, German High Command, first Falkenhayn, then later Hindenburg and Ludendorff, had no choice but to continue siphoning divisions eastward to prevent the complete collapse of Austro-Hungarian forces. The pressure only increased when Romania entered the war against the Central Powers on August 27th, forcing even more German units to the Eastern Front. By July, Germany had 112 divisions on the Western Front and 52 in Russia. But by November, the shift was clear. 121 divisions held the West, while 76 now faced Russian forces in the East. This two-front stretch weakened Germany's overall capacity to mount large-scale offensives. Back on the Western Front, the British Expeditionary Force, or BEF, was undergoing its own transformation. The original BEF, a professional force of 6 divisions and 1 cavalry division, had been decimated in the opening years of the war. In its place now stood a sprawling army of volunteers, men from the Territorial Force and Kitchener's New Army, recruited after the call to arms in August 1914. But this rapid expansion came at a cost. With thousands of new soldiers came an urgent need for experienced leaders. Many of the original officers were gone, and their replacements were often retired veterans or inexperienced newcomers. General Douglas Haig himself had risen quickly. From leading the 1st Corps in 1914 to commanding the 1st Army in early 1915, and then to leading the entire BEF by December that same year. Under his command, the BEF swelled to 5 armies with a total of 60 divisions. But size wasn't everything. The sheer pace of expansion diluted the army's overall experience. Equipment shortages plagued the front, and many officers resorted to strict, top-down command structures, hesitant to delegate to green subordinates. However, in preparing for the July 1st assault on the Somme, divisional commanders were granted a surprising amount of freedom in planning and training. The British High Command, aware of the mixed quality of its forces, allowed divisions to tailor their strategies. An experiment in decentralized planning amid the chaos of war Across the lines, German defences had been fortified to an almost impenetrable degree. Chief of the German General Staff, Erich von Falkenhayn, maintained a rigid policy of unyielding defence. After the war, he would claim that Germany simply couldn't afford flexible tactics. Manpower was stretched too thin. He believed that a no-retreat doctrine was essential. Holding ground, even at great cost, was preferable to any perception of weakness. On the Somme, German defences were brutal and efficient. Since January 1915, engineers had transformed the front lines into a fortress. Barbed wire obstacles had grown from single belts to two massive barriers, each 30 yards wide and spaced 15 yards apart. The wire was triple layered in places, standing up to 5 feet tall. Behind the wire, the trench system had been deepened and expanded. The front line, known as the Kampfgraben, or fighting trench, housed the sentries. Just behind it was the Wohngraben, where the bulk of the garrison sheltered, and further back still was the third trench, where local reserves waited. Each trench line was connected by communication trenches, ensuring a steady flow of reinforcements and supplies. Dugouts, once shallow shelters, had been deepened to 20 or even 30 feet below ground, spaced every 50 yards and large enough to house 25 men. Concrete bunkers dotted the trench, providing fortified sentry posts. About 1,000 yards behind the front line, the Germans had built the Stützpunktlinie, a line of strong points designed to absorb breakthroughs and slow down any attacker. Beyond that lay the second position, out of reach of most Allied field artillery. This forced British and French forces to push their guns forward before they could assault this deeper defensive line, slowing their advance and exposing them to counterattacks. The result? A defence in depth. A layered system designed not to stop an enemy at the first trench, but to bleed them as they pushed deeper, forcing costly assaults through kill zones and fortified positions. As the bloody siege at Verdun raged on, French losses mounted, forcing a grim recalibration of Allied strategy. Originally, the Somme offensive was intended as a joint Franco-British operation, but with the French army deeply committed at Verdun, the burden shifted squarely onto British shoulders. On June 16, 1916, British Commander-in-Chief General Sir Douglas Haig redefined the mission. The primary goals were now clear: relieve the relentless German pressure on Verdun and inflict maximum casualties on the German army. The grand vision of a sweeping, decisive breakthrough had faded. This would now be a battle of attrition. The plan was bold in scale. Following a 5-day artillery bombardment, intended to obliterate German defences, the British Fourth Army was tasked with capturing a 27,000-yard stretch of the German front line, from Montauban in the south to Serres in the north. To create a diversion, the British Third Army would stage an attack at Gommecourt, drawing German attention away from the main assault. The offensive would unfold in phases. After seizing the German first line, the Fourth Army would press forward to take the second defensive line, stretching from Pozières to the Ancre River. Success here would open the path toward the German third line near Flers. At this critical juncture, the British Reserve Army, which included 3 cavalry divisions, would charge through the gap, aiming to sweep eastward and then north towards Arras. To the right of the British front, the French Sixth Army would mount a subsidiary attack, with 1 corps positioned north of the Somme River from Maricourt to the river itself, and 2 corps attacking south of the river towards Foucault. The French aimed to safeguard the British flank and support the broader offensive. It was an ambitious plan, but plans in war rarely survive first contact with the enemy. In a shocking twist uncovered a century later, research into German archives in 2016 revealed a devastating betrayal. 2 British soldiers, disillusioned and politically discontented, had been captured and, under interrogation, disclosed critical details, including the date and location of the British assault. This intelligence gave the Germans weeks to prepare. They didn't waste the time. Extensive defensive works were rushed to completion. German engineers reinforced trench lines, improved dugouts, and bolstered artillery positions. Intercepted communications, prisoner interrogations, and even the premature detonation of a British mine further confirmed what the Germans now knew for certain. The Somme offensive was coming. When British troops finally clambered over the top on July 1st, the Germans were ready. Since the brutal autumn battles of 1915, German defences along the Somme had been steadily reinforced. By February 1916, construction of a formidable third defensive line, set back nearly 3,000 yards from the original front, was nearing completion. The German defensive system was a masterpiece of military engineering. Artillery was meticulously organised into Sperrfeuerstreifen, barrage sectors, with each officer knowing the exact positions of batteries covering his section of the front. A complex telephone network with lines buried 6 feet underground for 5 miles behind the front, linked forward trenches directly to artillery units, allowing rapid adjustments during battle. But even these impressive fortifications had fatal flaws. The German front lines stretched along a forward-facing slope, their positions clearly visible to Allied ground observers. The distinctive white chalk of the subsoil, exposed in trench walls, made the German lines even easier to spot from a distance, a deadly vulnerability under enemy artillery fire. Moreover, German troop deployments were dense, dangerously so. 2 battalions were stationed directly along the front trench, with a third held in reserve within 2,000 yards of no man's land. Many of these soldiers sheltered in deep dugouts, designed to withstand heavy shelling, but this concentration of men near the front guaranteed they would bear the full force of the Allied artillery bombardment. When the shells began to fall, there would be nowhere to hide. The pieces were in place. The British, determined to relieve the agony at Verdun and break through German lines, prepared for one of the largest assaults in history. The Germans, forewarned and deeply entrenched, braced for impact. What followed would become one of the bloodiest days in British military history. The Battle of the Somme began with a thunderous roar. On June 24th, 1916, the Allied forces unleashed a 5-day artillery bombardment, an earth-shaking prelude to one of the most brutal offensives of the First World War. The ground trembled as thousands of shells rained down on German positions, tearing up trenches and turning the landscape into a wasteland of craters and barbed wire. At dawn on July 1st, the Anglo-French infantry advanced. On the southern bank of the Somme River, from Foucault to the river itself, and northward beyond Say to Gommecourt, the Allied forces surged forward. The French 6th Army and the right wing of the British 4th Army made significant gains, breaking through the German 2nd Army's defences. But from the Albert Bapaume road north to Gommecourt, the British offensive met a wall of steel and fire. It was here that disaster struck. The British suffered catastrophic losses, nearly 60,000 casualties on that first day alone. 19,240 British soldiers were killed, making it the bloodiest day in the history of the British Army. In contrast, the French 6th Army sustained around 1,590 casualties, while the German 2nd Army lost between 10 and 12,000 men. Despite the horror of that day, there were pockets of success. South of the Albert Bapaume Road, the German defences crumbled under relentless pressure, and the French secured both banks of the Somme. British forces managed to capture key positions from Maricourt up to the main road, forcing German troops to retreat from Fricourt. But the price was staggering. As the dead and wounded littered the fields, several impromptu truces were arranged. In the shell-blasted wastelands of no man's land, enemies laid down their weapons and worked side by side to retrieve the wounded and bury the dead. For a moment, amidst the carnage, humanity flickered. Yet the battle was far from over. On July 14th, under the cover of darkness, the British Fourth Army launched another assault, this time on the German second defensive line. At 3:25 in the morning, following a ferocious 5-minute hurricane bombardment, 4 British divisions advanced on a 6,000-yard front. The plan was simple but brutal. Field artillery laid down a creeping barrage, a moving wall of shells that advanced across no man's land. British soldiers followed just steps behind, waiting for the moment when the barrage lifted to storm the enemy trenches. The attack hit hard. Villages like Bazentin-le-Petit and Bazentin-le-Grand fell into British hands. Longueval was taken, bringing the British right up to the edge of Delville Wood, a dense forest that would soon become another killing ground. Beyond it lay high wood, perched on the crest of the ridge, and vital for controlling the surrounding terrain. The initial assault was a triumph, but chaos followed. Communication failures, mounting casualties, and disorganisation prevented the British from pushing deeper. The Germans quickly regrouped, turning the fight for Delville and High Wood into a grinding, savage struggle. As the main offensive raged, a subsidiary attack was planned, the Battle of 1’s. On July 19th, 80 kilometres north of the Somme, British and Australian forces launched a diversionary assault. The goal was to exploit any German weakness and pull their reserves away from the main front, but the plan was rushed, poorly coordinated, and doomed from the start. The attackers faced a well-prepared enemy. The German Sixth Army, under General von Falkenhayn, had anticipated the offensive. British and Australian troops, many inexperienced in trench warfare, advanced into a storm of machine gun fire and shell bursts. The results were devastating. In less than 24 hours, the British suffered over 7,000 casualties. For the Australian Imperial Force, it was the bloodiest day in its history. The 5th Australian Division alone lost over 5,500 men, killed, wounded, or missing. German casualties were lighter, around 1,600 to 2,000, with 150 taken prisoner. The attack at Fromelles achieved nothing. It failed to divert German reinforcements from the Somme and left thousands of young soldiers dead in the mud. Back on the Somme, the main offensive ground on, the fields of northern France, soaking up more blood with each passing day. The second phase of the Battle of the Somme stretched from July to September of 1916. A relentless grind of brutal combat, where villages, woods, and ridge lines became killing fields, fought over yard by blood-soaked yard. It began with Delville Wood on July 14th. Delville Wood was more than just a cluster of trees. It was a vital stronghold on the British right flank, a key position that offered high ground and clear lines of sight for artillery. The goal was simple: secure the wood and protect the advancing British centre as it pushed toward the heights of High Wood and the strategic village of Pozières. But there was nothing simple about the fight. The task of holding Delville Wood fell to the South African 1st Infantry Brigade, including men from southern Rhodesia. On July 15th, they entered the shattered woodland, a place where every tree trunk was splintered by shellfire and the ground churned into a morass of mud and blood. The brigade held the position for 5 agonizing days under ceaseless bombardment and German counterattacks. When they were finally relieved on July 20th, 2,536 South African soldiers had fallen, casualties that mirrored the catastrophic losses of the first day of the Somme. Delville Wood was hell on earth, but it was held. While the fight raged in the woods, another battle flared nearby, Pozieres. On July 23rd, the 1st Australian Division, part of the British Reserve Army, stormed the fortified village of Pozieres. This was the only British success in what had otherwise been a disastrous offensive the previous day. The attack, intended to be a coordinated strike with the French further south, collapsed into chaos due to poor communication, failed supply lines, and brutal weather. But the Australians pushed through. German artillery responded with unrelenting fury. From July 23rd to August 7th, the village and surrounding plateau were bombarded day and night. Counterattacks came in waves, but the Australians held firm. By the end of the fighting, the plateau north and east of Pozieres was in British hands, offering a clear vantage point over the German stronghold of Thiepval. Pozieres was a victory, but it came at a terrible cost. The grind continued. September brought the Battle of Guillemont. This small village, perched on the right flank of the British sector near the boundary with the French 6th Army, was a fortress. Its capture was essential for any advance toward the German 3rd Defensive Line. The village was part of a defensive network, fortified and mutually supported by nearby positions at Combles, Falfemont Farm and High Wood. On September 3rd, British forces attacked, and Guillemont fell on the first day. But it was no easy victory. The German defence was tenacious. Their lines ringed the British salient at Delville Wood and had sweeping views over the French sector to the south. Capturing Guillemont required precise coordination between the British 4th Army, the French 6th Army, and additional support from the French 10th Army. Meetings between Haig, Joffre, Rawlinson, and Foch sought to synchronise attacks, but again, coordination faltered. As August drew to a close, the Germans launched their largest counterattack of the entire Somme campaign. For days, both sides hurled men and metal at each other in a brutal tug-of-war. Ultimately, Guillemont remained in British hands, but the toll on both armies was immense. Barely a week later, the focus shifted northeast to the village of Ginchy. Just 1.5 kilometres beyond Guillemont, Ginchy sat at a vital crossroads, 6 roads converging on a rise that overlooked the German supply routes at Combles. To hold Ginchy meant dominating the surrounding battlefield. The British attacked on September 9th. The 16th Irish Division spearheaded the assault, fighting through fierce German resistance and withering artillery fire. The village changed hands multiple times before the Irish finally secured it, pushing the Germans out for good. The capture of Ginchy was a turning point. It allowed the British and French to prepare for much larger coordinated attacks, paving the way for the next phase of the Somme offensive. The success here, and the devastating French push on September 12th, inflicted around 130,000 casualties on the German defenders in just 1 month. The price in blood was staggering. The third and final phase of the Battle of the Somme, stretching from September to November of 1916, saw the Allies intensify their offensive, pushing deeper into German lines and introducing new weapons that would forever change warfare. It began with the Battle of Flers-Courcelette on September 15th. This offensive marked the first time tanks rolled onto a battlefield. These mechanical beasts, part of the heavy branch of the machine gun corps, were lumbering, unreliable, and slow, but they brought a terrifying new element to the war. Alongside the tanks, the Canadian Corps and the New Zealand Division joined the fray for the first time on the Somme. The British aimed to break through German defences, targeting the villages of Morval, Lesboeuf, and Gaudecourt. The French, attacking nearby at Frégicourt and Roncourt, sought to encircle the German-held village of Combles. Though the grand breakthrough never came, the Allies advanced between 2,500 and 3,500 yards and inflicted heavy casualties on German forces. But the grinding assault continued. On September 25th, the Battle of Morval launched. The British Fourth Army targeted Morval, Gaudecourt, and Lesbourg, villages that had been the final objectives of the Flers-Courcelette offensive. Delayed by heavy rain, the attack was eventually coordinated with a French advance on Combles to the south. The combined pressure paid off. By the end of the battle, the British had captured all 3 villages, while the French seized Combles. The attack marked the deepest British advance since July 14th, but the cost was steep, and the Germans, though battered, refused to break. Just one day later, on September 26th, the reserve army struck at Thiepval Ridge. This was the first major assault led by Lieutenant General Hubert Goff's reserve army. Thiepval Ridge, a heavily fortified stronghold, had been a thorn in the British side since the first day of the Somme offensive. The fighting here was brutal. Infantry and artillery coordination broke down in the chaos of shell craters, shattered trenches, and dugouts. The British finally secured the ridge, but not until the Battle of the Onca Heights, weeks later. Throughout September, new tactics emerged. Gas warfare, creeping machine gun barrages, and tank infantry cooperation were tested. But the Germans adapted, reinforcing their lines and bringing in artillery and aircraft from Verdun. Still, the month ended as the bloodiest for the German army during the entire Somme campaign. October brought the Battle of Le Transloy. Beginning on October 1st, the British aimed to take more high ground and push the front line closer to the German Third Defensive System. Le Sars fell on October 7th, but worsening weather slowed the advance. Rain turned the battlefield into a quagmire, halting operations between October 8th and October 11th. When fighting resumed, it became clear the Germans had regrouped. Field Marshal Haig, recognizing the grim reality, scaled back his plans. The once ambitious offensives were reduced to smaller, localized attacks, coordinated with the French Sixth Army. Despite another push in late October and early November, by November 6th, major operations ceased. Only minor skirmishes continued to hold German attention. At the same time, the Battle of the Onca Heights raged on. The British sought to secure the high ground overlooking German positions around Thiepval and Schwaben Redoubt. Regina Trench, a key German stronghold, became a primary objective. Heavy rain and fierce German counterattacks slowed the British advance. Despite the challenges, the trench was finally secured on November 11th. But Haig wasn't done. On November 13th, the British launched the Battle of the Onca, the final large-scale attack of the Somme campaign. The aim was to exploit German exhaustion and gain ground before winter closed in. The Fifth Army detonated another massive mine beneath Hawthorne Ridge Redoubt, mirroring the explosion from the first day of the Somme 4 months earlier. The attack was a mixed success. Serres, a long-standing target, resisted British efforts, but further south, Beaumont-Hamel and Beaucourt-sur-l'Ancre were captured. The Canadian 4th Division pushed through and finally took Desire Support Trench on November 18th. Then winter arrived. As snow fell and the mud thickened, the guns fell silent. Not from peace, but from exhaustion. Both sides dug in, preparing for the harsh months ahead. The Somme, now a wasteland of shattered villages, cratered fields, and half-buried corpses, had claimed over 1 million casualties. After the brutal winter of 1916, the Somme front was a wasteland of mud, cratered fields, and the frozen bodies of thousands. But despite the bitter cold and the exhaustion of the troops, the fighting was far from over. Following the Battle of the Onca in mid-November 1916, heavy rains and freezing temperatures halted large-scale offensives. Both sides hunkered down, enduring the relentless winter. Life in the trenches became a daily battle for survival. Soldiers faced frostbite, disease, and the constant threat of artillery. But beneath this stillness, the British were not idle. Throughout January and February of 1917, British forces launched a series of attacks along the Anker River. Their aim was clear: keep pressure on the Germans and force them to commit resources, all while preparations for a larger offensive at Arras continued. From January 10th to February 22nd, British forces pushed the Germans back 5 miles along a 4-mile front, capturing over 5,000 prisoners. These operations forced the Germans to retreat sooner than planned, accelerating their own withdrawal schedule. On February 22nd and 23rd, the Germans pulled back another 3 miles along a 15-mile front. Then, on March 11th, German forces began a deeper withdrawal from the R1 defensive line to the R2 line. The British only realised the scale of this retreat late on March 12th, too late to launch an immediate follow-up assault. But the German withdrawal was far from chaotic. It was calculated and strategic. This withdrawal was part of Operation Alberich, a pre-planned movement to the newly constructed Hindenburg Line, known to the Germans as the Siegfriedstellung. The Germans had been preparing this line since September of 1916, stretching from Arras to Saint-Quentin, built deep behind their original front lines. The Hindenburg Line was not just a defensive position, it was a fortress. Barbed wire, concrete bunkers, deep trenches, and heavy artillery placements made it a formidable obstacle. The decision to fall back to this line had been a contentious one within the German High Command. In the wake of the costly Somme offensive, morale among German frontline troops was crumbling. Letters intercepted by censors revealed widespread exhaustion and growing despair. Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg and General Erich Ludendorff, who had replaced Falkenhayn in August 1916, ultimately pushed for the withdrawal. General Hermann von Kuhl summed it up bluntly in January 1917. "We cannot prevail in a second Battle of the Somme with our men. They cannot achieve that anymore." Still, not everyone agreed. Some German commanders favoured holding the existing lines or making only a partial withdrawal. But as British forces continued their slow but steady advance in early 1917, it became clear that a deeper retreat was inevitable. The withdrawal began on February 16th, despite parts of the Hindenburg Line still being incomplete. German troops executed a methodical retreat, destroying roads, railways, and villages behind them to slow down the pursuing Allies. Entire towns were left in ruins, their wells poisoned, trees felled, and bridges demolished. A scorched earth policy designed to make any British advance as costly as possible. The British, meanwhile, struggled to maintain momentum. Heavy rains turned roads into impassable mud pits, bogging down supply lines and troop movements. Still, by mid-March, British forces had advanced deep into territory the Germans had held for over 2 years. On March 16th, the main German withdrawal began in earnest. Over the next 4 days, German forces retreated up to 25 miles to the Hindenburg Line, abandoning more French territory than the Allies had gained since the start of the war in 1914. When British troops finally reached the Hindenburg Line, they were met with a stark new reality. The German defences were stronger than anything they had faced before. Deep trenches, fortified positions, and vast fields of barbed wire stretched as far as the eye could see. The fighting on the Somme was over, but the war was not. Operation Alberich had given the Germans shorter, stronger defensive lines, freeing up troops for other fronts. But it had also deepened the Allies' resolve. The war on the Western Front would now focus on breaking this new line of steel and concrete. The Somme had claimed over 1 million lives. It left behind a scarred landscape and shattered armies, but its legacy would ripple through the rest of the war. In the summer of 1916, the Battle of the Somme became one of the bloodiest and most brutal campaigns in human history. It was the ultimate test for Kitchener's army, Britain's mass of volunteers who had answered the call to arms at the start of the war. Many of these men were young, fit, and eager to serve. They were teachers, factory workers, farmers, ordinary citizens who, until now, had never faced the horrors of modern industrial warfare. On July 1st, 1916, more than 57,000 British soldiers became casualties. Over 19,000 were killed. It was the single worst day in British military history, but the survivors, hardened by the relentless fighting, became seasoned soldiers. The British Expeditionary Force, once a green and inexperienced army, learned the brutal mechanics of mass warfare. They adapted, they endured, and through the chaos and bloodshed, they discovered what it took to fight in this new era of war. Yet the cost was staggering. By November, when the battle finally ended, British forces had suffered over 400,000 casualties. The French lost about 200,000 more, and the Germans, estimates vary, from 465,000 to over 600,000. Despite this immense human cost, the Allies had advanced only about 6 miles along a 16-mile front. For decades after the battle, historians and politicians debated its significance. Some saw it as a hard-fought victory against a determined enemy. Others, like Winston Churchill, condemned it as a senseless slaughter. In the decades that followed, the Somme became a symbol of the futility of trench warfare, the mud, the blood, and the endless waves of men thrown into the grinder. But the story is more complex. The Somme was not just about bloodshed, it was about attrition. The German army, though it survived the battle, was irreparably weakened. Many of its best trained soldiers were lost, and replacements lacked the same discipline and skill. Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria even admitted that much of Germany's elite pre-war infantry had been wiped out. This loss of manpower began a slow decline. While the Germans continued to fight fiercely in 1917 and into 1918, the cumulative strain, first felt at the Somme, left their army fragile. The Allies, too, learned painful lessons. They refined artillery tactics, developed creeping barrages, and coordinated infantry with tanks and air support. Though these innovations came at a terrible price, they laid the groundwork for future offensives that would eventually break the stalemate. The human cost of the Somme, however, left scars far deeper than strategy and tactics. In Britain, the battle became a national trauma. Entire towns had sent their young men to fight, only to see entire generations wiped out in a single day. For Newfoundland, the loss of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment on the first day of the Somme was so devastating that it has been mourned ever since as a national tragedy. Even today, the Somme remains a symbol of sacrifice. Every July 1st, across the Commonwealth, ceremonies mark the battle's beginning. At the Thiepval Memorial in France, the names of over 72,000 British and South African soldiers who have no known grave are etched into stone. On July 1st, 2016, 100 years after the first whistle blew and men went over the top, Britain observed a 2-minute silence. Across the country, church bells tolled. In cities and villages, thousands paused to remember. In a haunting tribute, over 1,400 volunteers dressed as British soldiers appeared across the United Kingdom, each representing a life lost on that first day. They didn't speak. They simply handed out cards bearing the name, rank, and age of the man they represented. It was a powerful reminder of the human cost of war. The Battle of the Somme remains one of the defining moments of the First World War. It was a clash not just of armies, but of ideas, of outdated tactics meeting modern firepower, of idealism crushed under the weight of industrial slaughter. But it was also a turning point. The British army that emerged from the Somme was no longer a force of amateurs. It was now battle-hardened, experienced, and ready for the grueling campaigns that lay ahead. And though the Somme didn't bring the war to an end, it helped set the path toward ultimate victory. The fields of the Somme, once scarred by shells and soaked in blood, are now peaceful. Wildflowers grow where trenches once twisted through the earth. But the memory of what happened there, of the courage, the loss, and the unimaginable cost, lives on. Thank you for joining us on this journey through one of history's darkest chapters. If you found this story compelling, please like and subscribe to ASMR War History. Your support helps us continue to bring these important stories to life. Until next time, sleep well, my friends. The Battle of Passchendaele. Lay down, relax, and let's begin. Passchendaele. A name that echoes with the thunder of artillery, the cries of men, and the relentless downpour of rain. It was 1917, the Western Front, where the Allies faced the German Empire in a brutal campaign of attrition and ambition. The prize? Control of the ridges that loomed south and east of the shattered Belgian city of Ypres, a gateway to disrupting the German supply lines and turning the tide of war in the Allies' favour. Passchendaele Ridge, 5 miles of blood-soaked earth rising east of Ypres, guarding the vital rail junction at Roulers. To the Allies, it was the key to breaking the German Fourth Army's grip on Flanders. To the Germans, it was an unyielding bastion to be held at all costs. And so, a strategy was forged in the shadowy corridors of Allied command, conceived at high-stakes conferences months earlier. The plan was bold: take the ridge, push to the line from Terrouet to Keukeler, and launch a coordinated attack along the Belgian coast with an amphibious landing, Operation Hush. The goal? Reach Bruges, the Dutch frontier, and perhaps end the war. But as history would prove, war cares little for plans. July arrived, and with it, the first echoes of a battle that would stretch deep into the year. The British Prime Minister, David Lloyd George, had his doubts, as did General Ferdinand Foch of the French army. Yet, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, the determined commander of the British Expeditionary Force, secured approval for the offensive, though not until the War Cabinet relented on July 25th. The controversy that followed was as unrelenting as the battle itself. The arguments raged. Was this the right place? The right time? Could the offensive succeed after the failure of the Nivelle offensive? Should the Allies have waited for reinforcements from the American Expeditionary Force? And what of the boggy, rain-slicked quagmire that Flanders would soon become? The stage was set. The Battle of Messines in June had cleared the way, but debates lingered about the long pause before the opening salvo at Pilcombe Ridge on July 31st. By then, the skies had begun to churn, and the summer rains of Flanders had become a soldier's nightmare. Mud that swallowed men whole, rain that extinguished any hope of swift progress. Still, the Allies pressed on, locked in a grim dance of trench warfare, advancing by inches, paying for every step with the lives of thousands. As August turned to October, the German Fourth Army, battered but unbroken, dug in. The unyielding weather, the relentless mud, and the diverging priorities of the Allies sapped momentum. Yet the battle did not falter. The Canadian Corps was called upon to do what seemed impossible, to seize Passchendaele itself. And in November, with the ridge finally in Allied hands, the campaign reached its bitter end. The cost? Too high to reckon, even now. But the war was far from over. Passchendaele has since lived on as a name synonymous with suffering, sacrifice and controversy. To this day, debates rage. Was it worth it? Could it have been avoided? Why was Flanders chosen as the battlefield? Why General Hubert Gouff and the Fifth Army? Why pursue deeper objectives rather than shallow ones? And what of the French army mutinies, the long delay between Messines and Pilkem Ridge, and the fateful decision to persist even as autumn rains turned the battlefield into a swamp? The questions linger like ghosts on the ridges of Flanders, alongside the memories of those who gave their lives. Flanders, 1914. A land of fields and villages, soon to become a hellscape of trenches and war. Belgium, once a sovereign neutral state under the Treaty of London, was thrust into the jaws of conflict when Germany violated its borders on August 4th. This brazen act gave Britain its reason for war, the casus belli against the German Empire. The British Expeditionary Force arrived soon after, their first clash at Mons marking the beginning of a brutal campaign. But it was in Flanders, during the desperate race to the sea, that the true stakes became clear. Both sides sought to outflank the other, a deadly dance through Picardy, Artois, and into the flat, rain-soaked fields of Belgium. On October 10th, Erich von Falkenhayn, Germany's chief of staff, ordered a bold move, a strike toward Dunkirk and Calais, an audacious attempt to crush the Allies from the north. But resistance came swiftly. By October 16th, Belgian forces, bolstered by French reinforcements, stood firm along the Yser River, turning the tide at the Battle of the Yser. And when Falkenhayn's men pivoted toward Ypres, the blood-soaked First Battle of Ypres erupted. By the time it ended on November 18th, the Germans had failed to break through, leaving 160,000 of their men dead or wounded. As winter closed in, British strategists began debating a combined assault to reclaim the Belgian coast. Yet, bound by French strategy and pressed further south, their ambitions stalled. Flanders would have to wait. 1915 arrived with little respite. British offensives in Flanders were impossible. There simply weren't enough resources. But Germany had other plans. In April, they unleashed a deadly new weapon during the Second Battle of Ypres, chlorine gas. Clouds of green death drifted over the trenches, reshaping the horrors of war. The Ypres salient grew bloodier, its defence an ever costlier burden. By the end of the year, change was on the horizon. Sir Douglas Haig replaced Sir John French as Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Force. His vision was clear. The Belgian coast held the key to breaking Germany's grip, but he doubted a seaborne assault could succeed. Haig's eyes turned to Ypres. From there, he believed, the Allies could bypass the flooded Yser region and strike the coast by land. The stage for future battles was set. 1916 dawned with local skirmishes and fierce engagements. Flanders was a cauldron of raiding, trench mortaring and mining. From February's actions at Hooge and the Bluff to the Battle of Montsorel in June, blood flowed freely. Yet the major focus lay elsewhere, on Verdun and the Somme, leaving Flanders as a secondary theatre. In January 1917, the Second Army took up positions, holding the front from Leventi to Boesinghe. Their losses were grim, 20,000 men in just 5 months of grinding attrition. But as spring approached, plans for a great offensive began to take shape. Messines Ridge, Lille, Houthulst Forest, General Plumer and others prepared to take the fight to the Germans. Meanwhile, across Europe, the Allies crafted a grand strategy to strike simultaneously on multiple fronts. At Chantilly, in November 1916, leaders agreed the Central Powers would be overwhelmed in a storm of coordinated attacks. In London, the Admiralty and General Staff pushed for Flanders to become the focus in 1917, a chance to reclaim the coast and deal a decisive blow. The stage was set for a year of unrelenting attrition, but with Robert Nivelle's rise as French Commander-in-Chief, the vision shifted once again. Attrition gave way to dreams of a decisive battle, a strategy that would soon test the very fabric of Allied unity and the endurance of the men on the ground. The Allies' grand strategy for 1917 was bold, calculated and fraught with risk. French General Robert Nivelle envisioned a hammer blow on the Western Front, a breakthrough offensive that would collapse German defences. The plan was intricate. British forces would strike at Arras, while the French launched simultaneous attacks between the Somme and the 1’s. These opening assaults would pin German reserves in place, paving the way for a decisive French advance on the Aisne, where victory would be followed by a relentless pursuit. It was ambitious, and it was fragile. British Commander Sir Douglas Haig had his doubts. On January 6th, a crucial compromise was reached. If the initial assaults failed to break the German line, the offensive would halt, allowing the British to shift their focus northward to their long-anticipated Flanders operation. Haig knew that time was critical. By late March, he was writing detailed plans for the assault on Messines Ridge, setting the stage for a thunderous attack that would clear the path to Ypres. Meanwhile, the urgency for a Flanders offensive grew even sharper after the Germans resumed unrestricted submarine warfare on February 1st, threatening Allied supply lines and maritime dominance. By May, Haig's strategy crystallized. The Nivelle offensive had bloodied the German army, but failed to deliver the decisive breakthrough it promised. Haig believed the time was not yet ripe for a killing blow. Instead, he focused on grinding the Germans down, exploiting their inability to retreat in Flanders. Even limited success, he reasoned, would transform the perilous Ypres salient, reducing the staggering losses endured by British troops even in so-called quiet periods. And so, the wheels were set in motion. The offensive would begin with a calculated strike on Messines Ridge, scheduled for June 7th, a calculated step toward dominance in Flanders. But while Haig readied his forces in the west, the war's eastern theatre was unravelling. In July, the Russian army, under the fragile leadership of Alexander Kerensky, launched an offensive in Galicia. For a fleeting moment, they tasted success, but the German and Austro-Hungarian armies soon turned the tide. By September, the German counterattack crushed the Russian advance, capturing Riga and seizing the islands guarding the Gulf of Riga in Operation Albion. These victories on the Eastern Front freed up German divisions for the West, a looming threat for Haig and his allies. With the clock ticking, Haig lobbied the British War Cabinet for every available man and shell, determined to press the fight in Flanders before Germany's reinforcements arrived. In the heart of Flanders, the Ypres salient stood as a haunting stage for one of the most brutal chapters of the First World War. This crescent-shaped battleground, bordered by low ridges and subtle rises, formed a natural amphitheatre of conflict. To the south and east, the ridges, Wytschaete, Polygon Wood, and Passchendaele, dominated the landscape, providing commanding views of the Ypres plain below. The heights were modest, Wytschaete cresting at 150 feet, Passchendaele at 70, but their significance was immense. These gentle rises, like the lip of a massive saucer, held the power to dictate the flow of battle. From these vantage points, an occupying army could unleash devastating enfilade fire, direct artillery bombardments with pinpoint accuracy, and conceal their own movements from the enemy below. The ridges were cloaked in dense woods in 1914, sanctuaries of natural cover like Polygon Wood and Shrewsbury Forest. But by 1917, relentless artillery fire had reduced them to apocalyptic wastelands of shattered tree stumps, tangled barbed wire, and craters brimming with mud. Fields between the woods, once fertile and green, had become barren death zones, stretching nearly 1,000 yards wide with no shelter for the living. To the west, the lowland was a patchwork of meadows and fields, bordered by thick hedgerows and dissected by a network of drainage ditches and canals. The roads were few and far between, often unpaved and treacherous, save for the main arteries leading out of Ypres. Even these, like the critical road to Poperinghe, ran through defiles that were under constant observation from the ridges above, a deadly gauntlet for soldiers and supply convoys alike. Beneath this war-scarred surface lay an ancient, fragile foundation. The soil was a mix of sands and marls, with patches of well-balanced soil clinging to Messine's ridge, and sandy stretches around Ypres. This delicate earth, riddled with streams, canals, and drainage ditches, had once nurtured a thriving market garden in the Vale of Ypres. But war had shattered the drainage systems, turning the land into a quagmire with every burst of rain. Streams swelled into torrents, and craters became waterlogged traps, adding yet another layer of misery to the soldiers fighting there. And then there was the weather. The skies over Flanders were as much a foe as the armies entrenched below. Rain and mud were constant companions, though historical record showed a curious pattern. August often brought drier days, and autumns had been growing steadily less wet since the 1860s. But for the men who would fight and die on this cursed ground, the promise of a dry spell was little solace. For beneath every step lay soil steeped in blood, churned by shells, and ready to claim yet more lives. By 1917, the fields of Flanders had become a vast chessboard of strategy, supply lines, and unyielding defences. For the British, preparations for an offensive in this war-torn landscape had been years in the making. Railroads were doubled, new lines built, and a web of roads and supply depots laid out like veins, pumping life into the British Expeditionary Force. By mid-1917, the area boasted the most efficient supply system of the entire BEF, ready to sustain the gruelling campaign that lay ahead. British planners had long debated the best approach to break the German stranglehold. Early in 1916, commanders emphasised the importance of the Gallipoli Plateau, a subtle but vital rise in the land that dominated the surrounding terrain. One proposal envisioned a massed tank attack to take the ridge, bypassing the need for extensive artillery. But when reconnaissance revealed the terrain's treacherous nature, the idea was scrapped. Instead, the British commanders, including Haig, Rawlinson, and Plumer, crafted a meticulous plan. The offensive would begin with a lightning strike to seize Messine's ridge, a prelude to the larger goal, capturing Passchendaele and clearing the Belgian coast. It was an ambitious gamble, hinging on careful timing, overwhelming manpower, and the element of surprise. Meanwhile, the German Fourth Army fortified its grip on the region with an intricate web of defences. Their front stretched 25 miles, guarded by Gruppen, elite corps each comprising frontline divisions, and Eingreif divisions, mobile reserves poised to counter any breakthrough. Behind these were layers of defensive lines: the Albrechtstellung, Wilhelmstellung, and the newly constructed Flandern positions, each designed to make any Allied advance an agonising ordeal. After the stunning British success at Messines Ridge in June, the Germans braced for the next blow. Crown Prince Ruprecht proposed pulling back to the formidable Flandern line to consolidate their defences. But Fritz von Lossberg, the iron-willed Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, had other ideas. He dismissed the notion of retreat and ordered the front lines to be held at all costs. Instead, the Germans expanded their defences, creating the Flandern 1st, 2nd and 3rd positions. Formidable lines running from Passchendaele Ridge to Menin. Fortified villages like Zonnebeke and Passchendaele anchoring their resistance. Within this maze of defences, tactical debates raged. Should they abandon the vulnerable Pilkem Ridge, a potential weak spot, and fall back to stronger positions? Lossberg's answer was resolute: no retreat. Pilkem Ridge, he argued, deprived the British of vital observation points over the Steenbeek Valley, while German artillery could rain fire from the heights of Passchendaele Ridge. As dawn approached on June 7th, 1917, the hills of Messines Ridge loomed like a dark spectre over the British lines. For years, the Germans had held this dominating high ground south of Ypres, their artillery raining down death on the vulnerable British forces below. But what the Germans could not see, what they could scarcely imagine, was the massive network of mines carved out beneath their very feet. Since 1915, British engineers had worked in secret, tunnelling through the earth to plant nearly 1 million pounds of explosives beneath the German positions. It was a ticking bomb, waiting for the moment of detonation. That moment came at 3:10 a.m. British summertime. With a deafening roar, 19 mines erupted in unison, their fiery blasts ripping through the ridge. The ground shook as though the earth itself was splitting apart, and the shock waves were felt as far away as London. The explosions obliterated entire German positions, leaving craters so massive they scarred the landscape. As the dust settled, British infantry surged forward, their objectives largely secured before nightfall. The Germans, stunned and disoriented, lost their grasp on the southern face of the Ypres salient, a position they had clung to since 1914. The stage was set for the next phase of the campaign. Sir Douglas Haig, confident in the momentum of the British forces, placed General Hubert Gough and his Fifth Army in command of the offensive north of Messines Ridge. Gough had bold ambitions. On June 10th, his headquarters took charge of the Ypres salient, and by month's end, his plans for the battle grew more daring. Unlike earlier operations, which had aimed for smaller advances of 1,000 yards or so, Gough envisioned compressing multiple objectives into a single decisive day of attack. His corps commanders were instructed to seize not only the first German defensive line, but also the second and third, and, if the opportunity arose, even push beyond. Gough's plan sought to capitalise on German confusion. Too often in previous battles, vacant ground had been left untaken, only to see the Germans regroup and reoccupy it. This time would be different. Gough's orders emphasised speed and adaptability, press forward, exploit weaknesses, and deny the enemy any chance to recover. But the risk was clear. This was no breakthrough attempt. The German Flandern 1st Stellung, a deeply entrenched defensive position, lay miles behind the front and was never meant to fall on the first day. The battle ahead would be a grind, not a sprint. By the end of June, Haig had reinforced Gough's forces, bolstering the Second Corps with an additional division from General Plumer's Second Army. With the plans in place and the troops ready to advance, Haig gave his full endorsement. The attack would proceed, a carefully calibrated blend of precision and audacity, aiming to shatter the German hold on Flanders and pave the way for the Allied breakthrough. It was 3:50 a.m. on July 31st, 1917. The British infantry stood ready, their breath visible in the chill air, beneath a sky cloaked in low, unbroken clouds. The attack on Pilkem Ridge was meant to begin at dawn, but the darkness lingered, shrouding the battlefield in uncertainty. When the signal came, the soldiers surged forward into the gloom, stepping into one of the most fiercely contested battles of the campaign. To the south, the British Second Corps bore the brunt of the German defences. Here, the enemy had concentrated their firepower, artillery, ground-holding divisions, and the relentless Eingreif counter-attack units. The ridge trembled under a storm of shells as the British advanced into the teeth of the German lines. Yet, in the north, where 14 Corps and the French First Army pressed forward, the story was different. There, the Allies swept through, advancing over 2 miles to the Steenbeek River, their progress marked by the roar of artillery and the flash of bayonets. In the centre, the 18th and 19th Corps faced a harrowing task. Battling through mud and machine gun fire, they managed to reach the Black Line, the first objective. Some pushed on toward the green and red lines, seeking to exploit the breakthrough. But the German defenders were waiting. At noon, Group Ypres launched a ferocious counterattack, every available artillery piece and aircraft raining destruction upon the British flanks. 3 brigades, battered and bloodied, were forced back to their starting positions, leaving behind a grim toll, 70% casualties. Still, the Black Line held, a fragile bulwark against the chaos. As August began, the rains came, delaying further operations, but the British were undeterred. On August 10th, under the Second Corps, they launched another attack to secure the rest of the Black Line on the Gallipoli Plateau. The infantry surged forward once more, clawing their way through Glencorse Wood. For a brief moment, it seemed they might succeed. Then at 7 p.m, the Germans struck back. Behind a smokescreen, their infantry stormed the wood, recapturing almost all but the northwest corner. Only the 25th Division, fighting tooth and nail on West Hook Ridge, managed to hold their gains. The toll on both sides was staggering. German Chief of Staff Lieutenant Colonel Albrecht von Thayer observed that casualties, though lower than the Somme, still amounted to 1,500 to 2,000 men every 14 days. Yet, amidst the carnage, German morale remained unexpectedly steady, bolstered by a defensive system that seemed unbreakable. Meanwhile, far to the south, another battle brewed. In the shadow of Lens and Lille, the First Army prepared to strike. The goal? To erase the German salient near Avion and capture the commanding heights of Hill 70. Delays had pushed the attack back, but on August 15th, the Canadian Corps unleashed its fury. For 10 days, they waged a brutal fight against 4 divisions of the German 6th Army. Hill 70 fell, and with it, thousands of German lives. Though costly, the victory pinned down German reinforcements, shattering their plans to relieve exhausted divisions in Flanders. Hermann von Kuhl, Chief of Staff to Crown Prince Ruprecht, later admitted it was a bitter defeat, one that would haunt the German command. The Battle of Langemarck, fought between August 16th and 18th, 1917, began under the shadow of urgency. High tides critical to the success of Operation Hush loomed at the end of the month. The 5th Army faced a daunting task: capture the remaining stretch of the Green Line near Langemarck and cross the Steenbeek River before the clock ran out. But the battlefield was unforgiving. The lessons of August 10th were repeated. British infantry pushed forward with determination, only to be isolated under relentless German artillery fire. Time and again, counterattacks forced them back to their start lines, except for the tenacious 25th Division near West Hook. Elsewhere, on the 18 Corps front, there were glimmers of progress. The north end of St. Julien and the southeastern outskirts of Langemarck were retaken, and the 14th Corps pushed further, capturing Langemarck itself and breaching the Wilhelmstellung north, of the Ypres-Stade railway. The French First Army surged forward as well, reaching the Kortebek stream and crossing its eastern banks, aligning their advance with the British. Still, the higher ground beyond Langemarck remained a brutal proving ground. German defenders rained devastation on British troops as they pressed onward. On August 19th, 18 Corps launched a daring combined operation. Infantry, tanks, artillery, and aircraft worked in unison, overwhelming German strongpoints along the Saint-Julien-Poelcapelle road. The ground gained was hard won, yet the Germans maintained their deadly advantage of elevation, forcing the British into grueling battles for every inch. As the calendar turned to late August, the Gallipoli Plateau became the centre of a ferocious struggle. From August 22nd to 24th, the Second Corps waged a costly campaign to secure Non-Boschen, Glencorse Wood, and Inverness Copse. Their efforts met with heavy resistance, and after staggering losses on both sides, the attack faltered. Adaptation became essential. On August 24th, Gough implemented a new infantry formation: skirmish lines followed by worms, flexible units designed to neutralise German pillboxes across broad fronts. But as operations stretched into late August, another adversary emerged: the weather. Heavy rains turned the battlefield into a quagmire, bogging down tanks and stalling advances. By August 27th, the Second Corps attempted one final combined tank and infantry attack, only to watch the tanks sink into the mud. The offensive failed, and Haig called for a halt until the skies cleared. Rain pounded the battlefield in what became one of the wettest Augusts in 30 years. The land turned to mire, swallowing men, machines, and morale. For days, artillery crews hauled their guns through relentless mud, desperate to maintain firepower against a relentless enemy. And yet, amidst the torrents, stories of perseverance emerged. Stories of soldiers fighting not only the Germans, but the very elements themselves. Despite the deluge, the sun occasionally broke through. Between downpours, there were moments of calm, where soldiers regrouped, the battlefield momentarily illuminated by fleeting sunlight. But the relentless rain would always return, an unyielding reminder that in Flanders, even nature waged war against them. By mid-July 1917, the French Second Army, under General Philippe Pétain, stood ready to strike at Verdun. This was not merely a battle, it was an answer, a riposte to the grinding failures of the naval offensive that had left the French army on the brink of collapse. Mutinies had erupted, morale was shattered, and yet Verdun would rise again as a proving ground for French resilience. But the Germans would not yield the stage so easily. From late June to early August, the ground around Verdun was a maelstrom of attack and counterattack. On 28th June, German forces seized critical French jumping-off points, only for the French to reclaim them in a ferocious counterattack on 17th July. Back and forth, the lines shifted, a relentless tug-of-war. On the 20th of August, the French struck back with an audacious offensive, punching through German lines and capturing 10,000 prisoners by the 9th of September. Ludendorff himself admitted the severity of the blow, noting grimly in his memoirs, "The French army was once more capable of the offensive. It had quickly overcome its depression." Yet the cost to Germany was not just in prisoners or territory. The Germans had been forced to strip their Eingreif divisions, their elite counterattack units, from Verdun and send them north to Flanders, leaving no possibility for a counterattack at Verdun. The Western Front was becoming a bleeding wound for the German army, with every man and shell committed to hold the lines stretched thinner and thinner. Meanwhile, in September, the British prepared to shift their strategy in Flanders. Haig, recognising the brutal toll the Gallipoli plateau had taken on both sides, transferred the main effort to General Plumer's Second Army. With a pause of 3 weeks, Plumer carefully orchestrated his next move. This would not be another chaotic push into the maw of German artillery. This was a calculated, methodical campaign. The plateau would be taken in 4 measured steps, each separated by 6 days to bring forward artillery, supplies and reinforcements. And this time, the British brought firepower. Heavy artillery reinforcements are streamed into Flanders, swelling the creeping bombardments that had previously been too thin to break through German defences. The tactics shifted again. Plumer's infantry attacked in tighter formations on narrower fronts, advancing swiftly but with a clear objective: seize tactically advantageous ground, hold it against counterattacks, and deny the Germans their precious ridges. The lull in British attacks puzzled the Germans. Albrecht von Thaer, the chief of staff of Gruppe Weicharte, wrote that the front had become almost boring. Even General Kuhl, who had been convinced the British offensive would continue, began to doubt his instincts by mid-September. But this pause was no retreat. It was the calm before a storm, unlike any the German defenders had yet faced. By late July 1917, the British objectives in Flanders had shifted. Shorter advances, tighter formations, and the relentless rhythm of artillery. Yet, even these adaptations met resistance in the quagmire of rain-soaked ground, where every yard was a battlefield and every advance a gamble. In early September, the rains ceased, and the British found their footing. Under clear skies, their infantry surged forward, seizing objectives just hours after dawn. For the German defenders, it was a nightmare realised. Their counter-attack divisions, the elite Eingreif units, arrived too late, slogging through miles of mud, only to find British forces already entrenched, their forward battle zone lost, beyond all hope of recapture. German tactics were fraying under the relentless strain. In July and August, counterattacks had been swift and punishing, designed to reclaim ground with brutal efficiency. But by September, the dynamic had changed. British advances were more measured, their artillery more devastating, their infantry attacks protected by a network of standing barrages. German counterattacks, once the backbone of their defence, now faltered. In the words of Albrecht von Thaer, the experience was awful. The Eingreif divisions, exhausted and bloodied, found themselves facing well-prepared British positions in perfect weather conditions. A stark contrast to the chaotic, rain-drenched battles of earlier months. Faced with mounting failures, Ludendorff issued new orders. The frontline divisions were reinforced with machine guns, 4 to 8 every 250 yards, to create a deadly cordon. Shock troops from the Eingreif divisions were repositioned closer to the front, ready to strike sooner and harder. A day or two after a British advance, methodical counterattacks, Gegenangriff, would be unleashed to claw back lost ground. Gas bombardments were intensified, and efforts to bait British infantry into vulnerable forward positions were increased, all in a desperate bid to stem the tide. Even as these tactical shifts unfolded, the British struck again. On the 20th of September, the Battle of the Menin Road Ridge began. This time, the British brought overwhelming firepower. 575 heavy and medium guns, alongside 720 field pieces. Their mission was clear: destroy the German pillboxes and machine gun nests that had turned earlier advances into bloodbaths. With a systematic air observation guiding their artillery, the British unleashed a carefully orchestrated assault. By mid-morning, they had advanced nearly 1,500 yards, capturing most of their objectives on a 14,500-yard front. German counterattacks came swiftly, beginning that afternoon and stretching into the evening. Yet each one faltered, breaking against the well-prepared British defences. The pattern was clear. The German defence, formidable as it was, could not hold against a meticulously planned attack made under favourable conditions. As the battle raged on, both sides scrambled to reorganise, with the Germans managing to reclaim some ground in Polygon Wood on 25th September. But the following day, British forces struck back with overwhelming force, sweeping the German positions away in the Battle of Polygon Wood. In the pre-dawn gloom of 25th September 1917, the German 50th Reserve Division launched a ferocious counterattack across an 1,800-yard front, striking at the British positions along the Reutelbeek stream. With an overwhelming concentration of firepower, 44 field and 20 heavy batteries quadrupled the standard artillery support for a division. Their advance came with brutal precision. Artillery observation and ground attack aircraft guided their fire, creating a deadly box barrage that cut the British defenders off from reinforcements and supplies. Along the flanks, the German infantry pushed forward, gaining 100 yards near the Menin Road and as much as 600 yards north of the stream. Yet the British line, battered but not broken, responded in kind. Return fire from the 33rd Division and the 15th Australian Brigade halted the German momentum. The attackers, pinned down near the Wilhelmstelling pillboxes at Black Watch Corner, found themselves isolated as British artillery unleashed targeted barrages, severing their supply lines and reinforcements. The stakes were clear to General Plumer, commander of the British Second Army. Despite the chaos, he ordered the planned attack for 26 September to proceed, though the 33rd Division's objectives were scaled back. As the 98th Brigade moved to secure the Australian right flank and retake lost ground, uncertainty hung in the air. Their advance, delayed and under strength, fell short by 1,000 yards. The Australians, meanwhile, launched a silent assault from Black Watch Corner, striking at German positions without artillery cover, relying instead on grit and stealth. By 2 p.m, they had pushed the Germans back, while the 100th Brigade re-secured ground lost north of the Menin Road. But the cost was staggering. The 33rd Division, battered and bloodied, was pulled from the line the following day, replaced by the 23rd Division, which had only recently been withdrawn for rest. The battlefield churned on, its grim rhythm unrelenting. And then, on the 26th of September, the Battle of Polygon Wood began. The Second Army reconfigured its front, narrowing each division's attack to a concentrated 1,000-yard frontage. Roads and railways had been extended to bring artillery and ammunition closer to the front, while feints to the south at Zandvoorde and Warneton masked the true intent of the coming assault. At 5:50 a.m, the sky erupted as British artillery unleashed a 5-layer barrage, a devastating curtain of fire joined by machine guns. Dust, smoke, and mist blanketed the battlefield, forcing the advancing infantry to rely on compass bearings to navigate. This time, the Germans were prepared. Each of their ground-holding divisions had an Eingreif division in close support, doubling their counter-attack strength compared to 20 September. But even with this reinforced defence, the British advance was unyielding. Every inch of ground captured was held, and German counterattacks, though fierce, only reached positions already abandoned by their frontline troops. In the pre-dawn hours of 30 September, a thick mist blanketed the battlefield, shrouding the movements of the German forces. At precisely 4:30 a.m, their artillery roared to life, pounding the British positions between the Menin Road and the Reutelbeek. By 5:15 a.m, German troops emerged from the mist, advancing on an 800-yard front. Armed with flamethrowers and grenades, they surged forward, only to be met by fierce British small arms fire. Confusion overtook the attackers, forcing a retreat. Yet amidst the chaos, A small post south of the Menin Road was lost, briefly. A swift British counterattack reclaimed it, though visibility remained so poor that SOS flares were swallowed by the mist, leaving British artillery ominously silent. By 1st October, the German resolve hardened. At 5 a.m, a hurricane bombardment rained down from the Reutelbeek to Polygon Woods and Black Watch Corner, only to be met by a coincidental British practice barrage minutes later. At 5:30 a.m, wave after wave of German infantry attacked through the fog. South of Cameron Coverts, the British defenders repelled two determined assaults. By nightfall, another German push near the Menin Road was beaten back, this time under withering small arms fire and the long-awaited thunder of British artillery. Cameron Covert, however, remained a bitterly contested patch of ground, trading hands repeatedly as German and British forces clashed relentlessly. The Germans, determined to reclaim their lost footing, devised a new plan, Operation High Storm, or Unternehmen Hohensturm. Gruppe Ypern set its sights on the Tokyo Spur, from Zonnebeke to Molenarlstug. Rehearsals began under the shadow of doubt, as German commanders questioned the wisdom of proceeding. Still, on the 4th of October, they launched their Gegenangriff. What followed was an explosive collision of ambition and strategy. The very same day, the British unleashed their assault on Broodseinde Ridge, the next step in their bid to dominate the Gallipoli Plateau. At dawn, the battlefield erupted along a 14,000-yard front. As the 1st Anzac Corps surged forward, shadows rose from shell holes in no man's land. German troops, caught mid-advance in their own counter-attack. The Australians pressed on, storming pillboxes and capturing Zonnebeke, their path cutting through stunned German forces scrambling to retreat through the British barrage. On Broodseinde Ridge, German commanders, only realising the scale of the assault as British and Australian troops closed in, were swept aside as the Allies captured the heights. News of the staggering success reached British General Headquarters by midday, sparking talk of exploiting the breakthrough. Yet 2nd Army Commander Herbert Plumer hesitated, wary of the fresh German divisions waiting beyond the horizon. As discussions churned, orders shifted: advance to Kyburg Spur, hold positions, or push towards Passchendaele village. Commanders debated, divisions suffered, and the ground bled under unrelenting bombardment. On the ridge, victory was at hand, but the cost and the next step hung in uncertain balance. By early October, the German Fourth Army faced a grim reality. Their once formidable defensive lines had been stretched to the breaking point by relentless British advances. On October 7th, they scrambled to adapt. Reserve battalions were pulled back behind the protective line of their artillery, and the Eingreif divisions, Germany's counter-strike forces, were reorganised for quicker, more decisive responses. Yet every adjustment came at a cost. British artillery fire loomed like a constant storm, and the risk to these counter-attack forces only grew. Meanwhile, Ruprecht, the Crown Prince of Bavaria, began considering the unthinkable: a slow withdrawal from the Ypres salient. Such a retreat would expose critical positions further north and along the Belgian coast, but it seemed increasingly inevitable. Then came October 9th. The Battle of Poelcapelle erupted, with the French First Army joining the British Second and Fifth Armies in a coordinated assault. Spanning a 7-mile front from Broodseinde to St. Jansbeek, the Allies sought to slice through German defences and seize the ridges leading to Passchendaele. But the weather turned against them. Heavy rains returned, and the once firm ground dissolved into treacherous mud. While part of the northern attack held, much of the newly captured ground in front of Passchendaele and along the Kellerveld spurs slipped back into German hands after fierce counterattacks. For both sides, the cost was staggering. General Kuhl admitted that German forces had been pushed to their limits, yet they still managed to prevent a breakthrough. As the skies continued to weep, the Allies tried again on October 12th in what would become the First Battle of Passchendaele. This time, the mud was even worse, choking movement and leaving the artillery far behind. Exhaustion and plummeting morale spread through the Allied ranks. The New Zealand Division, tasked with advancing across this quagmire, paid a terrible price. 845 of their soldiers lay dead or stranded in the mire of no man's land by the end of the day, marking one of the darkest chapters in New Zealand's military history. Elsewhere, modest gains were made. The 14th Corps pushed along the Brombeek, while the Guards Division captured the west end of the Viehwegen Spur, peering into Houthulst Forest. Yet, German counterattacks clawed back much of the ground, sparing only a sliver near the Wallermolen Spur. The toll was heavy. On October 13th, with Allied casualties mounting and morale wavering, Haig and his commanders convened. The decision was made to halt the attacks, at least until the weather improved and the supply lines could stretch further. But there was no talk of abandoning the offensive entirely. Haig was determined to keep German attention fixed on Flanders, especially with a French attack planned for later in the month. Meanwhile, the Germans themselves were suffering. Over 1,000 of their soldiers had been taken prisoner, and their 195th Division at Passchendaele had sustained over 3,000 casualties in just 3 days, forcing a hasty relief by the 238th Division. Ludendorff, however, clung to a fragile optimism. He believed Passchendaele Ridge could still be held, despite calls from some commanders to retreat eastward. For now, the German line would stand firm, though cracks in its foundation grew ever wider. In the early hours of October 22nd, 1917, the battlefield erupted once more as the British 18th Eastern Division of the 18th Corps surged forward, aiming to wrest control of Poelcapelle from the German grip. To the north, the 14th Corps advanced alongside the 34th and 35th Divisions, while a French regiment lent their strength on the far left flank. Their mission was twofold: obstruct potential German counterattacks on the Canadian Corps as they prepared for their assault on Passchendaele, and further weaken the German Fourth Army's ability to respond. In the dead of night, the artillery roared in a coordinated bombardment designed to deceive the Germans into believing a major offensive was underway. Poelcapelle fell to British forces, but the cost was steep. At the junction between the 34th and 35th Divisions, fierce German resistance stalled the advance, and counterattacks pushed parts of the 35th Division back. On the fringes of Houthulst Forest, British troops struggled to outflank the pillboxes that dotted the battered terrain, their movement bogged down by rain-soaked craters and relentless bombardments. Yet, the French pushed forward, achieving their objectives and providing a glimmer of success amidst the brutal fighting. As the battle lines shifted and churned, the Germans mounted counterattacks in the days that followed, desperate to reclaim what had been lost. But their efforts faltered against the unyielding resolve of the Allies, who held their ground despite the treacherous conditions. The Fourth Army found itself stretched thin, unable to concentrate fire on the Canadians preparing for their own moment in the storm, the Second Battle of Passchendaele. Meanwhile, far from the Flanders mud, General Pétain launched the long-delayed French offensive at the Chemin des Dames. Artillery fire began on October 17th, and by October 23rd, the Sixth Army surged forward, breaking through German lines with astonishing speed. The village and fort of La Malmaison fell, and the French claimed control of the Chemin des Dames ridge, advancing nearly 4 miles. The Germans, stunned by the ferocity of the attack, suffered catastrophic losses. 38,000 men killed or captured, along with 200 guns and 720 machine guns. By comparison, French casualties were a third of that number. The once formidable German positions on the ridge crumbled, forcing a retreat north to the Ailette Valley. Pétain's triumph, while significant, had come too late to decisively aid the Flanders campaign. Back in the Ypres salient, the Canadians prepared for their defining moment. By October 18th, the 4 divisions of the Canadian Corps had arrived, relieving the 2nd Anzac Corps and inheriting a front line that seemed eerily familiar. This was the same ground the 1st Canadian Division had fought over in 1915. Their objective was clear: capture Passchendaele and secure the ridge. On October 26th, the first wave began. The 3rd Canadian Division stormed Wolf Copse, securing its objective and linking with the 5th Army to the north. To the south, the 4th Canadian Division pushed forward, but faced fierce counterattacks and communication breakdowns, forcing a slow withdrawal from declined Copse. Undeterred, they regrouped and struck again on October 30th, capturing Crest Farm and sending patrols deep into Passchendaele itself. The northern flank, however, met ferocious resistance, with every inch of ground contested by the determined Germans. Rain fell relentlessly, turning the battlefield into a sea of mud. Yet, from November 3rd to 5th, a brief reprieve allowed the Canadians to reinforce and prepare for the final push. On November 6th, under the grey dawn, the 1st and 2nd Canadian Divisions advanced. In less than 3 hours, they had reached their objectives. Passchendaele was theirs. But the battle was not yet over. On November 10th, the Canadians launched one final assault to secure the last pieces of high ground near Hill 52, ensuring that the ridge, and the sacrifices made to claim it, would remain in Allied hands. As November faded into December, the weary Canadian Corps relinquished its hold on the Passchendaele salient to the 8th Corps on the right and the 2nd Corps on the left. The transition brought no respite. German artillery rained relentlessly upon the exposed British positions. Vulnerable and battered, the salient presented a dilemma. Brigadier C.F. Aspinall proposed a bold plan: either fall back to the safety of the Gallipoli plateau or press forward, broadening the salient toward West Rosbecke. The latter option would shield the men from artillery fire and secure a better staging ground for the spring offensive. On the moonlit night of December 1st, the British chose to strike. Under the cover of darkness, they advanced toward West Rosbecke, but the mud-drenched terrain and the clatter of their movement betrayed them. German sentries, watching from their posts, spotted the approaching soldiers when they were still 200 yards away. As the British reached the open ground, the German defences erupted. Despite the chaos, some ground was taken, and 150 German prisoners were captured, but the attack faltered against the heavily fortified redoubts. The ridge's vantage points, critical for observing the valleys below, remained beyond reach. Just 2 days later, a new battle flared on the Polderhoek Spur, a low ridge from which German observers dominated the surrounding landscape. The 4th Army, freshly renamed from the 2nd Army, launched the operation with the New Zealand Division at its spearhead. 2 battalions of the 2nd New Zealand Brigade prepared to advance 600 yards along a narrow 400-yard front. Their objective was clear: silence the German vantage points and shield the ground north of the Reutelbeek stream. The assault began with calculated misdirection. British heavy artillery hammered Polderhoek Chateau and its surrounding pillboxes, mimicking a routine bombardment. Smoke and gas enveloped the Gallipoli and Passchendaele spurs as the New Zealanders advanced in daylight, hoping to catch the Germans sheltered in their defences. But the ruse unravelled quickly. A strong west wind scattered the smoke screens, and British artillery fire fell short, inflicting friendly fire on the advancing troops. German machine guns opened up from the ridge, mowing down men in the open. The New Zealanders fought on, their machine gunners repelling a German counterattack with ferocious resolve. Yet their advance faltered, 150 yards short of the first objective. A second attempt was planned for nightfall, but the full moon betrayed their movements, and German reinforcements poured in, solidifying the defence. The attack was called off, the ridge still bristling with enemy guns, a haunting reminder of the cost of every step forward on this blood-soaked front. As the Third Battle of Ypres drew to its grim conclusion, the toll on both sides became impossible to ignore. German casualties reached a staggering 217,000, with losses mounting month after month. Their own general staff would later reflect with chilling clarity: Germany had been brought near to certain destruction by the Flanders Battle of 1917. Even as the British fought through the quagmire to seize Passchendaele Ridge, the haunting words of British Prime Minister Lloyd George would echo through history. Passchendaele was indeed one of the greatest disasters of the war. No soldier of any intelligence now defends this senseless campaign. Still, amidst the mire and misery, the British forces had refined their tactics, developing a methodical system of bite-and-hold attacks that pressed forward relentlessly. Historian Paddy Griffith would later argue that these strategies left the German army unable to respond, as each bloody step forward drew the enemy deeper into a battle they couldn't sustain. Others, like Jack Sheldon, emphasised the larger truth. Regardless of relative casualties, the German army simply couldn't afford such losses, nor the strategic disadvantage of being forced into another defensive battle on terrain dictated by the Allies. Yet, the true struggle within the German ranks wasn't only on the battlefield, but within their command structure. In the aftermath, many German historians place blame for tactical failures on men like Fritz von Niblosberg, Zrania, framing his decisions as the root of their unravelling. But historian Jonathan Boff later challenged this narrative, revealing how disjointed leadership and inadequate preparation left Germany's forces in Flanders unable to adapt. Divisions like the 119th, stuck on the front for months, found it impossible to implement new tactics amidst constant assaults and crushing attrition. Reinforcements arrived, but they were a patchwork of inexperienced recruits and shattered veterans, unable to stem the relentless tide of British attacks. Meanwhile, across the Channel, the British War Cabinet wrestled with its own dilemmas. By mid-October, General Julian Byng's Third Army was already planning an audacious strike at Cambrai, set to launch in November. The lessons of Ypres loomed large, and Cambrai would see the first mass deployment of tanks in a combined arms operation, shattering the German defences in a devastating surprise attack. The writing was on the wall. The days of quiet sectors along the Western Front were gone, forcing the Germans to abandon their defensive strategies and gamble on a decisive victory in 1918. Yet, as the fighting in Flanders raged on, the war's theatre expanded. On the Italian front, the Austro-German 14th Army launched a ferocious assault at Caporetto, decimating the Italian Second Army and forcing a catastrophic retreat. Over 650,000 men and 3,000 guns were lost in just 18 days, a disaster so vast it threatened to collapse Italy's war effort. The British and French rushed reinforcements to Italy, pulling resources from the Western Front at a critical moment. For Haig, the reality was undeniable. The Third Battle of Ypres had to end. The last major British attack, a desperate push on the 10th of November, marked the conclusion of the Passchendaele campaign, leaving the battlefield soaked in blood, rain, and regret. The Third Battle of Ypres left a legacy of staggering numbers, contentious debates, and an unforgiving landscape that continued to test the resolve of those who survived. Casualty figures remain the source of bitter argument among historians, but what is undeniable is the human cost. German losses, once believed to number over 400,000, have since been revised to 217,000, according to more reliable accounts. The British claimed a similar toll, over 240,000, including 24,065 prisoners taken, though some argue the true count is far higher. These statistics, dry and clinical, fail to capture the unimaginable suffering endured by the soldiers who slogged through Flanders' mud-soaked hell. As the winter of 1917 closed in, Passchendaele and the surrounding wasteland were divided into barely livable zones. To the east, German pillboxes provided some shelter. To the south, the terrain was an unrelenting nightmare. Frostbite and trench foot became as dangerous as artillery shells. British brigades rotated through 4-day cycles. Frontline, support, reserve, endlessly battling the elements and the unyielding enemy artillery. Snowstorms gave way to floods, plank roads washed away, and duckboards sank into the swampy ground, forcing men to fight both nature and their foes. Despite the brutal conditions, the war never truly stopped. British raids were met with fierce German counter-barrages. On a frozen night in March 1918, 2 companies of the 8th Division stormed Teal Cottage under a smoke and shrapnel barrage, killing scores of the enemy and capturing 6 prisoners for the loss of just 1 man. Days later, a German counterattack was repulsed, marking one of the last German offensives in the sector before their focus shifted south. But the calm was deceptive. In March 1918, the German spring offensive roared to life, and Flanders felt the ripple effects. The once bloody salient around Ypres became a source of reinforcements for Haig's armies battling further south. Worn-out divisions recuperated in Flanders, only to be hurled back into the fray as the German onslaught continued. On the 11th of April, 2nd Army Commander General Plumer ordered a strategic withdrawal to free up forces for the escalating battles on the Lys. By the 13th of April, British forces had fallen back to a new defensive line near Mount Kemmel and Pilkham Ridge. The retreat was executed with precision, avoiding German interference, though their artillery and scouts soon discovered the repositioning. The battlefront shifted yet again. On 27th April, German forces struck near Vormezele, gaining ground temporarily before determined Belgian counterattacks, bolstered by British artillery, forced them back. The Second Army's southernmost outpost line crumbled under the pressure, only for a new line to be hastily dug further back, each yard of ground contested as though it were the key to victory itself. Flanders, battered and scarred, stood as a symbol of endurance. For those who lived through the campaign, the land itself seemed to carry the memory of every battle fought, every life lost. The echoes of Passchendaele do not rest quietly. Across Flanders and beyond, monuments rise from the soil where so many fell, preserving the memory of lives sacrificed in a battle that reshaped the very land on which it was fought. The Meningate Memorial stands as one of the most poignant tributes, honouring Commonwealth soldiers who perished in the Ypres salient but have no known grave. Names etched into its stone walls ensure their stories endure. Those from the United Kingdom and New Zealand who fell after 16 August 1917 are remembered at the Tyne-Cot Cemetery, where rows of white gravestones stretch endlessly, a silent reminder of the cost of war. A New Zealand memorial marks the heroic stand at Gravenstafel Ridge on the 4th of October, its location on Rooiselauerstraat a symbol of their sacrifice. Across the globe, in faraway lands, the soldiers of Anzac are also remembered. Plaques in Christchurch and Dunedin, New Zealand, carry the weight of grief and pride, while Canadians who fought in the Second Battle of Passchendaele are honoured at the Passchendaele Memorial near Crest Farm, where their bravery shaped the battle's final chapters. One of the most recent dedications is the Celtic Cross Memorial, standing proudly on Friesenberg Ridge. It commemorates the fierce determination of the Scottish divisions who fought during the Third Battle of Ypres. Unveiled during the 90th anniversary in 2007, it connects the past to the present, where the land still whispers their names. In July 2017, a century after the battle, the world paused to remember. For 2 days, Ypres became a beacon of remembrance. Under the shadow of the Menin Gate, the British royal family and dignitaries, including Prime Minister Theresa May, gathered for a solemn ceremony. The quiet of the market square gave way to reflection, and at Tyne-Cot Cemetery, the Prince of Wales led tributes to the fallen. The ceremonies, steeped in reverence, honoured not just the soldiers, but the resilience of the human spirit. Passchendaele remains more than a battlefield. It is a testament to courage and sacrifice, to tragedy and hope. Its memory endures, etched into the earth and into the hearts of all who pause to remember. The Battle of Amiens marked the beginning of the final Allied offensive of World War I. On the morning of August 8, 1918, a massive assault was launched that would become known as the 100 Days Offensive, the campaign that would ultimately bring the war to an end. What followed was one of the most stunning advances of the entire conflict. In a single day, Allied forces pushed forward more than 11 kilometres, around 7 miles, dealing a devastating blow to the German army. At the heart of this offensive was General Henry Rawlinson's British Fourth Army, which included the elite Australian Corps under Lieutenant General John Monash and the battle-hardened Canadian Corps led by Lieutenant General Arthur Currie. Together these forces, supported by General Marie-Eugène Debonnais's French First Army, delivered an overwhelming strike using carefully coordinated infantry, artillery, tanks and air power to crush German resistance. The impact was immediate. German morale crumbled, and thousands of soldiers surrendered in droves, unwilling to continue a fight they now saw as unwinnable. The sheer scale of the defeat led German General Erich Ludendorff to describe August 8th as the Black Day of the German Army, a moment of irreversible decline for his forces. The battle also marked a turning point in modern warfare, as armoured vehicles played a key role in breaking enemy lines, ushering in a new era of mechanised combat. Now let's rewind a bit and see what led to this epic battle. In the early months of 1918, the German army launched a desperate bid to end the war on its terms. On March 21st, they unleashed Operation Michael, the first in a series of massive offensives aimed at driving the Allies back along the Western Front. With Russia now out of the war following the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Germans had shifted hundreds of thousands of troops westward, gaining a brief but crucial advantage in manpower and firepower. This was their moment, a final gamble to break the deadlock. Their plan was simple: strike hard and fast, overwhelming British and French forces before American reinforcements could arrive in full strength. But the offensive stalled near Arras, and despite desperate attempts to push forward, German momentum slowed. Their last major push toward the strategic rail hub of Amiens was met with fierce resistance. On April 4th, British and Australian troops held the line at Villers-Bretonneux, stopping the German advance just short of their objective. Over the next few months, Germany launched additional offensives: Operation Georgette in April, Operation Blücher York in May, Operation Gneisenau in June, and Operation Marne-Reims in July. Each attack gained ground, but none delivered the decisive blow Germany needed to win the war. And time was running out. By mid-July, Germany's temporary advantage was gone. Their troops were exhausted, their supplies running low, and the Allied lines still held strong. Then, on July 15th, the the Allies struck back at the Second Battle of the Marne. General Ferdinand Foch, now leading the combined Allied forces, saw his opportunity. His counterattack shattered German forces, forcing them to retreat north. For the first time in years, the Allies were no longer just holding the line, they were going on the offensive. On July 23rd, after the Allied victory at the Battle of Soissons, Marshal Ferdinand Foch revealed his strategy. His plan aimed to eliminate the German threat to Amiens by clearing the Saint-Mihiel salient and freeing critical railway lines from enemy shellfire. Meanwhile, the British already had their own plans in motion. Field Marshal Douglas Haig had given General Henry Rawlinson's 4th Army responsibility for the sector near the Somme. On the left flank, Lieutenant General Richard Butler's 3rd Corps held the line, while to the right, Lieutenant General John Monash commanded the Australian Corps, linking up with the French forces to the south. By the end of May, all Australian infantry divisions were under one command for the first time on the Western Front. Through a series of well-executed counterattacks, the Australians not only secured vital ground, but also tested new tactics that would soon be used on a much larger scale. The mastermind behind the attack was Monash, whose success at the Battle of Hamel just weeks earlier had proven his mastery of modern warfare. He combined infantry, artillery, tanks, and aircraft in a precise and coordinated assault, demonstrating that victory did not require overwhelming numbers, but rather superior tactics and timing. Haig later recorded in his diary that Monash had all the threads of the operation in his hands. Rawlinson submitted Monash's strategy to Haig, who in turn presented it to Foch. A meeting on July 24th confirmed the plan, but introduced one challenge. Foch insisted on including the French First Army in the offensive. Rawlinson opposed this, as the French lacked tanks and would need an artillery bombardment before attacking, which would ruin the element of surprise. A compromise was reached. The French would join the assault, but their attack would begin 45 minutes after the British and Commonwealth forces had already engaged. To keep ahead of the enemy's movements, the date of the offensive was moved up from August 10th to August 8th. With the battle plan finalised on July 21st, Rawlinson met with his corps commanders: Monash, Lieutenant General Arthur Currie of the Canadian Corps, and Lieutenant General Charles Kavanagh of the Cavalry Corps. For the first time in the war, the Australians and Canadians would fight side by side in a major offensive. The success at Hamel had already proven that surprise and precision could defeat even the most entrenched German defences. Instead of the usual days-long preliminary bombardment that alerted the enemy to an attack, the assault would begin with artillery fire at the exact moment the infantry and tanks advanced. The firepower assembled for the offensive was staggering. Over 1,300 field guns and howitzers, supported by nearly 700 heavy artillery pieces, would create a rolling barrage ahead of the advancing troops. British innovations in sound ranging and aerial reconnaissance allowed them to map enemy positions with pinpoint accuracy, eliminating the need for ranging shots. Major General C.E.D. Budworth, Monash's senior artillery officer, developed a timetable that ensured nearly every German gun in range would be hit the moment the attack began. The offensive also saw an unprecedented use of tanks. Over 580 armoured vehicles, including Mark V tanks and the faster Mark A Whippet tanks, would lead the advance. The Canadians and Australians were each assigned an entire tank brigade, while the Cavalry Corps received 2 battalions of fast-moving armoured support. Maintaining secrecy was essential. To deceive German intelligence, the Allies moved the Canadian Corps from Flanders to Amiens without detection, an impressive feat of logistical precision. A small detachment was sent north to Ypres, complete with wireless signals and casualty clearing stations, to convince German spies that the Canadians were still preparing for battle in Flanders. Even the soldiers themselves were given strict orders to refer to the attack, as a raid rather than an offensive. A final warning was pasted into orders given to the troops. 3 simple words: keep your mouth shut. The stage was now set. The Allies had a plan unlike anything seen before in the war. If executed correctly, it would not only break the German lines, but shatter their morale. By late July, the tide of war was shifting. Though the German army was still mounting offensives, the balance of power was beginning to tilt in favour of the Allies. Reinforcements poured in. Fresh American divisions arriving on the Western Front, British troops transferred from home defences, and forces redeployed from the Sinai and Palestine campaign. The German High Command sensed that a defensive phase might be approaching, but misjudged where the next major Allied assault would take place. They believed the French would strike in the east, perhaps at Saint-Mihiel or Reims, and that the British would attack near the Lys or at Albert. Amiens, however, was not seen as a likely battleground. This miscalculation worked in the Allies' favour. To keep their enemies guessing, the Allies launched localised counteroffensives along various fronts, improving their defensive lines while also drawing German attention away from Amiens. Artillery and air bombardments remained constant across multiple sectors, and troop movements were carried out only at night. During the day, false manoeuvres were staged to further disguise the true intent of the attack. The German defences east of Amiens were held by the Second Army under General Georg von der Marwitz. In total, 6 divisions were positioned along the line, with 2 more facing the French to the south. Crucially, only 2 reserve divisions stood ready to reinforce the sector in the event of an attack. On August 6th, an unexpected German assault caused brief concern among the Allies. The German 27th Division, an elite formation trained in stormtrooper tactics, launched an attack north of the Somme just days before the planned Allied offensive. They managed to push forward nearly 800 yards, disrupting the very sector where the British and Commonwealth forces were set to attack. Their assault was in part retaliation for an earlier trench raid by the 5th Australian Division on the night of July 31st. A daring incursion that had captured many German prisoners. By the morning of August 7th, the German division had withdrawn back to its original position, but the brief engagement forced last-minute adjustments to the Allied battle plan. With secrecy still a top priority, another measure was put in place to ensure the approaching tanks remained undetected. Their deep mechanical rumble could have easily betrayed the attack before it even began. To mask the sound, bombers would fly repeatedly up and down the German lines, their engines producing a similar low-frequency drone. The task fell to twin-engine Handley Page bombers, aircraft whose roar would blend with the noise of the tanks below. However, on the night before the battle, the air crews faced an unexpected obstacle: dense, unseasonal fog. Conditions were too hazardous to order a full squadron into the air. Instead, volunteers were called for, and 2 pilots from Squadron 207, Captains Gordon Flavel and William Peace, stepped forward. They flew their mission despite the dangers, successfully covering the movement of the tanks below. For their courage, both men were awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. In the early morning darkness of August 8th, 1918, a thick fog settled over the battlefield. At precisely 4:20 a.m, the British Fourth Army, under General Henry Rawlinson, launched its assault. The British Third Corps advanced north of the Somme, while the Australian Corps struck at the centre and the Canadian Corps attacked to their right. Further south, the French First Army, commanded by General Marie-Eugène Debeney, joined the offensive, beginning their advance 45 minutes later, supported by 72 Whippet tanks. Though the Germans had been on alert, they expected retaliation for their attack on August 6th, not an all-out offensive. Their forces were caught completely off guard. So complete was the surprise that German artillery only opened fire 5 minutes after the attack began, and even then they shelled positions the Allies had already abandoned. 7 divisions led the charge. British, Australian and Canadian troops surged forward, supported north of the river by American National Guard units from the 33rd Infantry Division. By 7:30 a.m, the Allies had overrun the first German defensive line, advancing nearly 4 kilometres. The second line, another 3 kilometres deeper, fell just over an hour later. At 8:20 a.m, fresh divisions pushed through the initial breach. The Australian 4th and 5th Divisions, along with the Canadian 4th Division, continued the assault. The final phase of the attack was meant to be supported by infantry carrying Mark 5-star tanks, but the advance had been so swift that the infantry reached their objectives without them. Now, the cavalry entered the fray. 1 brigade pushed forward on the Australian front, while 2 cavalry divisions rode through the Canadian sector, exploiting the breach. Above them, aircraft of the newly formed Royal Air Force harassed retreating German forces, ensuring they could not regroup. By 11 a.m, the Canadian and Australian forces had shattered German defences, pushing the front line nearly 5 kilometres forward. The attack had been so overwhelming that German officers and staff were captured still seated at their breakfast tables. By nightfall, a gap 24 kilometres long had been ripped open south of the Somme. Not every sector advanced at the same speed. North of the river, the British Third Corps struggled with difficult terrain, limited tank support, and lingering disruptions from the German attack 2 days prior. While they secured their first objectives, they were held up at the Gallipoli Spur, a 75-foot-high ridge near the village of Gallipoli. To the south, the French made significant gains. They launched their own attack, capturing Moreuil by 9:30 a.m. After a prolonged artillery bombardment, French forces advanced, seizing Mézières and Fresnoy. The French suffered 3,500 casualties, but took over 5,000 German prisoners. By the end of the day, the Allies had pushed up to 16 kilometres into enemy territory. The Fourth Army alone had suffered 12,000 casualties, but the Germans had fared far worse. Over 30,000 German soldiers had been lost in a single day, including 15,000 taken prisoner. At German headquarters, panic set in. General Paul von Hindenburg noted how the Allies had used speed and surprise to devastating effect, isolating German command positions and preventing reinforcements from reaching the front. But it was General Erich Ludendorff who grasped the full gravity of the situation. He later described August 8th as the Black Day of the German army, not because of the ground they had lost, but because the will to fight was breaking. As German officers tried to rally retreating troops, they were met with shouts of, "You're prolonging the war!" and taunts of "blackleg" from reserves still marching toward the front. The battle had engulfed 5 German divisions, leaving them shattered. By nightfall, the Canadians had advanced 13 kilometres, the Australians 11, the French 8, and the British over 3. The offensive pressed on into August 9th, but the stunning momentum of the first day had begun to slow. The initial success had driven the Allied forces far beyond their supporting artillery, leaving advancing troops exposed. The fleet of more than 500 tanks that had been so crucial to breaking the German lines was now nearly exhausted. By the 4th day, only 6 remained in battle-ready condition. On the Canadian front, logistical issues mounted. Narrow, congested roads and breakdowns in communication prevented the British 32nd Division from advancing quickly enough to maintain the rapid pace of the attack. Meanwhile, Gallipoli Spur remained firmly in German hands. This ridge provided an ideal defensive position, allowing German machine gunners and artillery to pour devastating fire down onto Allied troops, pinning down the Australian Corps across the Somme at Hamel. The job of taking Gallipoli Ridge fell to the men of the 33rd United States Infantry Division. At 5:30 p.m, 3 battalions of American doughboys launched their assault. Under relentless German fire, they pressed forward, refusing to be driven back. By the end of the day, the Americans had taken the northern half of the ridge and the southern edge of Grosser Wood. The next day, they pushed deeper, securing the rest of the forest and capturing 700 German prisoners, 30 artillery pieces, an enemy aircraft, and more than 100 machine guns. During this assault, Corporal Jake Alex, a Serbian immigrant from Kosovo, found himself in command of his platoon after all his officers had been killed. Without hesitation, he led his men against a heavily fortified German machine gun nest. Single-handedly, Alex stormed the position, killing 5 enemy soldiers and capturing 15 prisoners. For his actions at Gallipoli Ridge, he became the second American soldier of the war to receive the Medal of Honor. By August 10th, signs emerged that the Germans were withdrawing from the salient they had gained during Operation Michael. Official reports later confirmed the extent of the Allied success. By August 27th, nearly 50,000 German prisoners had been taken, along with 500 captured artillery pieces. Even as tank support dwindled, the British Fourth Army had advanced 19 kilometres into enemy territory by August 13th. At this stage, Allied commanders faced a critical decision. Marshal Ferdinand Foch urged Field Marshal Douglas Haig to continue the offensive, pressing the advantage, but Haig believed that the troops needed time to regroup. Instead, he planned a fresh assault, one that would fall to General Julian Byng's Third Army in the region between the Ankara and the Scarpe. This new offensive would begin on August 21st, setting the stage for the Second Battle of the Somme. The Battle of Amiens was more than just another engagement on the Western Front. It was a turning point in the tempo of the war. Since the opening days of the conflict, Germany had sought victory through movement, launching the Schlieffen Plan in an attempt to sweep through Belgium and France. But the race to the sea had brought that momentum to a halt, trapping both sides in years of brutal trench warfare. The German Spring Offensive of early 1918 had once again given Germany the initiative, but that too had begun to falter. Now, with the battle at Amiens, the tide had shifted completely. For years, trench lines had been nearly impregnable, but at Amiens, the Allies demonstrated that these fortifications could be cracked wide open. The difference lay in the tools of modern war. Where the British Third Army, attacking without tanks, struggled to make an impact, the British Fourth Army, supported by fewer than 1,000 tanks, shattered German defences and drove deep into enemy territory. British war correspondent Philip Gibbs captured the moment's significance in his dispatches. On August 27th, he described the transformation taking place. "The enemy is on the defensive. The initiative of attack is so completely in our hands that we are able to strike him at many different places." But the true change, he noted, was not just on the battlefield. It was in the minds of the soldiers. "On our side," he wrote, "the army seems to be buoyed up with the enormous hope of getting on with this business quickly. And on the other side, the Germans were no longer fighting for victory. They no longer have even a dim hope of victory on this Western Front," Gibbs observed. "All they hope for now is to defend themselves long enough to gain peace by negotiation." The Great War was not yet over, but after Amiens, its end was no longer a distant dream. The Allies had seized the initiative, and for the first time in years, the path forward was clear. The long, grinding stalemate of trench warfare was breaking, and the final push to victory had begun. The Battle of Megiddo, fought from the 19th to the 25th of September in the year 1918, marked the final Allied offensive of the Sinai and Palestine campaign in the First World War. The conflict unfolded across a vast expanse, stretching from the coastal plain of Sharon to the Judean hills, and further into the Esdraelon plain near Nazareth, Afula, and Basin. It was a battle not just of brute force, but of strategy and speed, one that would ultimately bring the Ottoman presence in the region to its knees. The name of the battle, chosen by British commander Edmund Allenby, carried deep historical and symbolic significance. Though limited fighting occurred near the ancient site of Tel Megiddo, its association with legendary conflicts of the past gave weight to the victory that would unfold. The battle pitted the Allied Egyptian Expeditionary Force, composed of 3 corps, including one of mounted troops, against the Ottoman Yildirim army group, a force that, despite being spread across 3 armies, was barely equivalent to a single Allied corps in strength. The stage was set across what was then the heart of Ottoman Palestine, covering present-day Israel, Syria, and Jordan. The operation began with an elaborate deception. As forces of the Arab revolt struck at the Ottoman lines of communication, drawing their attention away from the main front, British and Indian infantry divisions launched a set-piece attack in the Battle of Sharon. With the support of creeping barrages, they tore through the Ottoman defensive lines along the coastal sector. As their grip on the front shattered, the Allied desert-mounted corps surged forward, rapidly exploiting the breach. Their objective was clear: to encircle the Ottoman 7th and 8th armies still engaged in battle in the Judean hills. Simultaneously, the subsidiary Battle of Nablus erupted in the hills surrounding the city and along the crossings of the Jordan River. Meanwhile, further east, the Ottoman 4th Army faced relentless attacks in the hills of Moab, near Es Salt and Amman. With each passing hour, the Ottoman defensive structure crumbled, leaving them with little room for escape. The results were nothing short of staggering. Tens of thousands of Ottoman troops were captured, and vast swathes of territory fell to the Allies. The victories continued beyond the initial engagements. Dara fell on the 27th of September, Damascus on the 1st of October, and by the time British forces reached the outskirts of Aleppo, operations were still ongoing when the Armistice of Mudros was signed, formally ending hostilities between the Ottoman Empire and the Allies. The triumph at Megiddo was a stark contrast to the drawn-out, bloody offensives that had characterized much of the First World War. Allenby's success lay in his ability to blend modern firepower with rapid mobility. The precise coordination of artillery barrages allowed the infantry to break through entrenched lines, while cavalry, armoured cars, and aircraft ensured that retreating Ottoman forces had no time to regroup. The irregular fighters of the Arab revolt also played a vital role, harassing Ottoman supply lines and accelerating the collapse of their defences. It was a campaign defined by speed and decisiveness, one that reshaped the final days of the war in the Middle East and sealed the fate of the Ottoman presence in the region. So let us rewind. The ancient fortress of Megiddo, standing atop the heights of Tel el Mutasalim, had watched countless armies pass beneath its shadow. From the ancient Egyptians to the legions of Napoleon, the valley had long been a battlefield of empires. By the year 1918, this vast plain, now known as the Plain of Esdraelon, was still of vital strategic importance. It connected the Jordan Valley and the Plain of Sharon, stretching 40 miles behind the Ottoman front line. These 3 valleys together formed a natural semicircle around the main Ottoman positions in the Judean hills, where the 7th and 8th Ottoman armies were dug in. 4 years earlier, in November of 1914, the Entente powers had declared war on the Ottoman Empire. The conflict in the Middle East soon revolved around one crucial artery of the British Empire, the Suez Canal. The Ottomans, with German assistance, launched 2 separate invasions of Egypt, seeking to seize the canal and sever Britain's vital link to India, Australia, and New Zealand. British forces under General Archibald Murray repelled the attacks, pushing the Ottoman army back across the Sinai Desert. By constructing a railway and water pipeline across the harsh terrain, the British secured their supply lines and went on the offensive. However, their attempts to break into Palestine ended in failure at the First and Second Battles of Gaza in early 1917. Meanwhile, in the Hejaz, a different kind of war had begun. The Arab revolt, led by Sharif Hussein bin Ali and his sons, sought to overthrow Ottoman rule. With British support, they launched a campaign of sabotage and guerrilla warfare against the Hejaz Railway, the lifeline of Ottoman forces in the region. By July of 1917, the revolt had captured the strategic port of Aqaba, allowing Britain to supply the Arab rebels and extending the conflict northward. That same year, the British-Egyptian Expeditionary Force gained new leadership. General Edmund Allenby took command, bringing a fresh approach to the campaign. Under his leadership, the British shattered the Ottoman lines at the Third Battle of Gaza and pursued the retreating enemy northward, winning another decisive victory at the Battle of Mogar Ridge. By December, Jerusalem fell to British forces, marking a turning point in the war. However, the momentum of the British offensive was soon checked by events unfolding in Europe. In March of 1918, Germany launched a massive spring offensive on the Western Front, threatening to break through the Allied lines in France and Belgium. To reinforce the European theatre, Allenby was forced to send 2 full divisions, along with thousands of infantry, cavalry and artillery units, back to France. His tank force was also recalled. In total, 60,000 men were withdrawn from the Middle Eastern theatre. Despite this setback, Allenby kept the pressure on the Ottoman armies, launching 2 offensives across the Jordan River. The first attack succeeded in cutting the Hejaz railway near Amman, but the attackers were forced to retreat. In the second attempt, British and Indian forces captured Es Salt, only to withdraw when Ottoman counterattacks threatened their supply lines. Though neither offensive achieved its objectives, they disrupted the Ottomans and forced them to commit troops to the defence of the Jordan Valley. At the same time, major changes were taking place within the Ottoman command. Since the fall of Jerusalem, the Yildirim army group, charged with defending Palestine, had undergone a leadership shake-up. General Erich von Falkenhayn, the German officer who had commanded the Ottoman forces, was dismissed. His strategy of gradual withdrawal had angered Ottoman officers, who blamed him for the defeats at Gaza and Jerusalem. In his place, General Otto Liman von Sanders took command. Liman believed that further retreat would demoralize his troops and embolden the Arab revolt. Instead, he chose to hold the line and resist the British advance. By the summer of 1918, the strategic situation for the Ottomans appeared more stable than that of their German allies. Their forces in Mesopotamia were holding against British offensives, and in the Caucasus they had launched an ambitious campaign, seizing vast territories in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. Many within the Ottoman High Command believed that Liman von Sanders could achieve another victory, just as he had done at Gallipoli. However, not all Ottoman commanders shared this confidence. Some saw the British preparations and feared the worst. They argued that the army should retreat to a stronger defensive position farther north, forcing the British to attack across open ground. But Liman von Sanders refused to abandon his carefully prepared defences. During the summer of 1918, General Allenby's forces were restored to full strength, readying for a decisive offensive. Reinforcements arrived from multiple fronts, with 2 cavalry divisions, the 4th and 5th, transferred from the Western Front. These divisions were reorganised, incorporating British yeomanry regiments into 5 of their 6 brigades. Meanwhile, 2 Indian infantry divisions, the 3rd Lahore and 7th Meerut, arrived from Mesopotamia to replace units sent to Europe. 4 of Allenby's infantry divisions, the 10th, 53rd, 60th and 75th, were restructured in the British Indian Army format, with each brigade consisting of 3 Indian and 1 British battalion. An exception was found in the 53rd Division, where 1 brigade contained a mix of British, South African and Indian battalions. The 54th East Anglian Division remained entirely British, but was reinforced with a brigade-sized detachment of French forces from Palestine and Syria. While these reorganisations took place, the front remained relatively quiet, though occasional clashes continued. One such engagement occurred on July 19th, when Ottoman and German forces launched an attack at Abu Tellul near the Jordan River. Australian light horse regiments swiftly countered the assault, inflicting heavy losses on the German 11th Reserve Jaeger Battalion, forcing its withdrawal from Palestine. As Allenby strengthened his position, the Arab Northern Army under Emir Faisal operated east of the Jordan, maintaining pressure on Ottoman positions. Faisal's headquarters were stationed at Aba el-Lisan, roughly 15 miles southwest of Mayun, where an Ottoman garrison remained under siege. British support to Faisal's forces flowed through the port of Aqaba, providing essential supplies, including weapons, ammunition, and financial aid. In addition to logistical assistance, the British assigned liaison officers, detachments of armoured cars, Indian machine gunners, and a French-Algerian mountain battery to bolster the Arab forces. The most significant contribution, however, came in the form of financial support. What had initially begun as a subsidy of £30,000 in mid-1916 had expanded dramatically by the time of the Megiddo offensive, reaching £220,000 per month. The Arab Northern Army, composed of 2,000 regular troops, continued to blockade the Ottoman-held Marne. These forces were led by Jafar Pasha, a former Ottoman officer who had once been assigned to instigate a rebellion against the British in Egypt, but had defected to the Arab revolt after his capture. Most of his troops were former Ottoman Arab conscripts who had deserted or, like Jafar, had switched allegiance after becoming prisoners of war. Meanwhile, Arab irregular forces, operating from Aba el-Lisan and Aqaba, carried out relentless raids on the Hejaz Railway. Often accompanied by British officers, such as T.E. Lawrence. These raids targeted Ottoman supply lines, damaging infrastructure and disrupting troop movements. Following Allenby's second failed offensive across the Jordan, the Arab forces escalated their sabotage efforts, demolishing sections of railway over an 80-mile stretch near Mudawara. This effectively crippled Ottoman supply operations to Medina, marking the end of active Ottoman control in the Hejaz. Despite the impact of the Arab revolt, not all British officers viewed their role in the campaign as critical. Some, like Rex Hall of the 5th Light Horse Brigade, believed the Arab forces under Lawrence were more of a nuisance than a decisive factor in Allenby's operations. Nonetheless, their actions played a role in stretching Ottoman resources thin, further weakening their ability to resist the coming offensive. General Allenby's strategy hinged on a decisive breakthrough at the western end of the Ottoman line, where the open terrain favoured cavalry manoeuvres. His plan was to exploit this gap with swift-moving horsemen, driving deep into the enemy's rear, cutting off their 7th and 8th armies from escape or reinforcements. To set the stage, the Arab Northern Army was ordered to strike the Ottoman railway junction at Dara on September 16th. This attack was meant to disrupt enemy communications and draw attention away from Allenby's main offensive. At the same time, British infantry from the 20th Corps, under Lieutenant General Philip Chetwode, would mount an assault in the Judean hills, beginning on the night of September 18th. This would serve two purposes. First, it would further mislead the Ottomans into focusing on the Jordan Valley. And second, it would allow British forces to position themselves for blocking Ottoman retreat routes across the Jordan River. Once the main attack commenced, these forces were to capture the Ottoman 7th Army's headquarters in Nablus and cut off its escape route to the east. The decisive breakthrough was planned for September 19th. The 21st Corps, commanded by Lieutenant General Edward Bulfin, would launch an all-out assault along an 8-mile front on the Mediterranean coast. 4 divisions would spearhead the attack, with a 5th division striking further inland to add pressure. Once the Ottoman defences were shattered, British forces would rapidly advance to capture the headquarters of the Ottoman 8th Army at Tolkam and seize the vital lateral railway at Mesoudieh, an essential supply line connecting the Ottoman 7th and 8th armies. But the most crucial blow would come from the Desert Mounted Corps under Lieutenant General Harry Chauvel. This force of 3 mounted divisions was positioned behind the leading infantry units, waiting for the moment to charge. Once the Ottoman defences crumbled, Chauvel's cavalry would ride north at speed, pushing through the mountain passes of the Carmel Range before the Ottomans could react. Their objective was to seize Al-Afuleh and Bazan, key communication hubs. If successful, this manoeuvre would completely sever Ottoman supply lines and leave every enemy unit west of the Jordan River trapped. In parallel, a separate force under Major General Edward Chaytor, known as Chaytor's Force, was assigned the crucial task of seizing the Jizr-ed-Damia bridge and surrounding fords. This would block any remaining Ottoman forces from retreating across the Jordan and enable a later push toward Es-Salt and Amman. Chaytor's detachment was an eclectic mix of soldiers, consisting of the Anzac Mounted Division, the 20th Indian Infantry Brigade, 2 battalions of the British West Indies Regiment, and 2 battalions of Jewish volunteers from the Royal Fusiliers. In total, this force numbered 11,000 men. Secrecy was vital to the success of the operation. If the Ottomans discovered Allenby's true intentions, they might preemptively withdraw from the coastal sector, denying the British the opportunity for a decisive engagement. Elaborate deception efforts were put in place to convince the enemy that the main attack would come from the Jordan Valley rather than the Mediterranean coast. Movements of troops and supplies were carefully choreographed. Personnel and vehicles travelling westward toward the Mediterranean did so under the cover of night, while those moving eastward toward the Jordan did so openly during the day. The Anzac Mounted Division staged an elaborate ruse, simulating the presence of an entire mounted corps in the Jordan Valley. Soldiers would march openly into the valley during daylight hours, only to be secretly transported out by truck at night, repeating the process the next day to maintain the illusion. Dust clouds were artificially generated, using mules dragging harrows along tracks, simulating large troop movements. Dummy encampments were constructed, and a Jerusalem hotel was ostentatiously requisitioned for what appeared to be an expeditionary force headquarters. To further sell the deception, an audacious raid was conducted east of the Jordan River. British troops from the Imperial Camel Corps, alongside Arab irregulars, struck the Hejaz Railway, capturing and destroying the station at Modawara, effectively cutting the Ottoman lifeline to Medina. Meanwhile, small reconnaissance parties scattered empty cans of corned beef and British documents near Amman, leaving behind physical evidence of their presence. Agents of the Arab revolt openly purchased massive quantities of forage in the region, further hinting at a major Entente operation in the east. As a final flourish, British newspapers and official communications were filled with reports of a grand horse race set to take place on September 19th, the very day the real offensive was scheduled to begin. Though these deception efforts failed to completely fool General Lyman von Sanders into redeploying his forces toward the Jordan, they still succeeded in concealing Allenby's true objective. By the time the British assault began, Allenby had quietly amassed a force along the Mediterranean flank that outnumbered the Ottoman 22nd Corps by nearly 5-1 in infantry and even more in artillery. Earlier in the year, British forces had already laid the groundwork for success. On June 9th, elements of the 7th Meerut Division had captured 2 key hills inland from the coast, depriving the Ottomans of important vantage points that could have revealed British movements. Additionally, the Royal Engineers had quietly established a bridging school on the Nahr al-Auja River much earlier in the year. By the time several bridges suddenly appeared across the river on the eve of the battle, they aroused no suspicion among Ottoman observers. Now, with his forces in position and the enemy unaware of the scale of the coming assault, Allenby was ready to launch what would become one of the most decisive victories of the First World War. The success of Allenby's deceptions and the concealment of his true strength relied heavily on the complete dominance of the skies by Entente forces. British and Australian squadrons outnumbered and outclassed the Ottoman and German air units, rendering them nearly ineffective by the time the battle began. In the weeks leading up to the offensive, enemy aerial activity dropped drastically. In June, German reconnaissance planes had crossed the British lines 100 times in a single week, conducting high-altitude raids between 16,000 and 18,000 feet. But by late August, that number had fallen to just 18 crossings. In the 3 weeks leading up to the battle, only 4 enemy aircraft managed to venture over Allied positions. By mid-September, German reconnaissance planes could not even take off without being intercepted by British or Australian fighters. The result was devastating. Ottoman and German intelligence had no way of piercing Allenby's elaborate deception efforts, nor could they detect the true Allied build-up that lay hidden among orange groves and dense plantations. On the ground, the Ottomans were spread thin across a vast defensive line. Under the Yildirim Army Group, 3 armies were positioned from the Mediterranean coast to the Hejaz Railway. On the westernmost end, the 8th Army under Javad Pasha defended the coastal sector with 5 divisions, a cavalry division, and the German Pasha II detachment, which was the size of a regiment. Further inland, in the rugged terrain of the Judean hills, Mustafa Kemal Pasha commanded the 7th Army with 4 divisions and a German regiment. The 4th Army, led by Jamal Mersinli Pasha, was split into 2 forces, one defending the British-held bridgeheads on the Jordan River with 2 divisions, while the other guarded the key cities of Amman and Marne against attacks from the Arab revolt. By August 1918, the Yildirim Army Group had just over 40,000 combat-ready infantry, with fewer than 20,000 rifles in working condition. Their firepower consisted of over 270 light and nearly 700 heavy machine guns, supported by a total of 402 artillery pieces. Although the Ottomans had roughly estimated the overall size of Allenby's forces, they had no clear intelligence on where the attack would fall. With no strategic reserves available beyond scattered depot regiments and garrison units, Lyman von Sanders had little choice but to stretch his forces evenly across the entire front. The result was a dangerously thin defensive line with no depth. After 4 years of relentless warfare, most Ottoman units were under strength and struggling with widespread desertion, disease, and supply shortages. Yet Lyman placed his faith in the determination of the Turkish infantry and the strength of their defensive fortifications. His men had a high concentration of artillery and machine guns, far more than most Ottoman armies in the war, but their defences lacked the deep barbed wire belts seen on the Western Front. Even more critically, Lyman underestimated how much British tactics had evolved. Over the past year, Allenby's forces had perfected the art of set-piece offensives, short, devastating artillery barrages, guided by aerial reconnaissance, followed by rapid advances that left defenders no time to recover. These tactics had already shattered Ottoman lines at Beersheba, Gaza, and Jerusalem. Now, with complete air superiority, Allenby was preparing to unleash them once again. On the night of September 16th, 1918, Arab forces under T.E. Lawrence and Nuri as-Said launched a series of devastating attacks on Ottoman railway lines near the vital hub of Dara. This junction connected the Hejaz Railway, which supplied the Ottoman garrison in Amman, with the Palestine Railway, which kept the Ottoman armies in Palestine operational. Lawrence's initial strike force included a Camel Corps unit from Faisal's army, an Egyptian Camel Corps unit, Gurkha machine gunners, British and Australian armoured cars, and French mountain artillery. Soon, their numbers swelled as thousands of Ruwala and Hawaitat tribesmen joined the assault, led by the renowned fighting chiefs Auda Abu Tai and Nuri al-Shalan. Though Allenby had instructed Lawrence to simply disrupt communications around Dara for a week, events quickly spiraled beyond anyone's control. Entire communities spontaneously rose up against Ottoman rule, forcing the defenders to divert reinforcements from Al-Afule to protect Dara. Meanwhile, in the hills above the Jordan Valley, British forces under Chetwode's corps launched their own diversionary attacks on September 17th and 18th. Their objective was to seize key high ground overlooking Ottoman roads to disrupt the enemy's ability to manoeuvre. Some positions were taken quickly, but others, like Nairn Ridge, were fiercely defended. It was only on the night of September 19th that British troops finally secured the ridge, allowing engineers to link captured roads to the Allied supply network. In the final hours before Allenby's main offensive, an unexpected complication arose. A deserter from an Indian unit informed the Ottomans of the impending attack. Concerned that this intelligence might be accurate, Refet Bey, the commander of the Ottoman 22nd Corps, requested permission to withdraw and reposition his troops. But his superiors, Jevad Pasha and Lyman von Sanders, dismissed the warning, fearing it might be an elaborate deception by the British. Then, at 1 o'clock in the morning on September 19th, the Royal Air Force struck the first blow of the main offensive. A single Handley Page heavy bomber from the Palestine Brigade took off into the darkness, loaded with 16 112-pound bombs. It flew straight to Al-Afule, where it destroyed the central telephone exchange and railway station. The impact was immediate. Lyman's headquarters in Nazareth was cut off from both the 7th and 8th Ottoman armies for the next 2 days, leaving them effectively blind in the crucial opening phase of battle. At the same time, squadrons of British DH-9 bombers targeted key Ottoman infrastructure. El Afule's railway junction and telephone exchange were shattered, while the headquarters of the Ottoman 7th Army at Nablus was struck with relentless precision. The coordination of these air raids crippled Ottoman communications just as Allenby's main attack was about to begin. Then at 4:30 in the morning, the silence along the front was shattered. A massive Entente artillery barrage erupted as 385 British guns, along with 60 trench mortars and even 2 naval destroyers offshore, pounded the Ottoman 7th and 20th Divisions along the Nar El Falik line. The bombardment was precise and relentless, battering enemy positions before shifting into a lifting barrage that paved the way for the advancing British and Indian infantry. Within hours, the Ottoman defences had been shattered, and the desert-mounted corps surged north along the coast, unopposed. By mid-morning, the scale of the breakthrough was staggering. If an enemy observer had been in the skies over the battlefield, they would have witnessed one of the most dramatic cavalry movements of the war. 94 squadrons of horsemen spread across the plains, racing forward with relentless speed and purpose. It was a moment that every cavalryman had dreamed of, but that few had ever experienced in reality. Concentration, surprise, and speed, the very elements that Allenby had so carefully planned, were now fully unleashed. By nightfall, the British 60th Division had reached Tulkarm, and what remained of the Ottoman 8th Army was in full retreat, pursued by Australian airmen strafing their columns from above. At the defile at Messudier, German officers desperately tried to rally the fleeing soldiers, while rearguards formed under the command of Oberst Gustav von Oppen. But it was already too late. The headquarters of the Ottoman 22nd Corps had been overrun. Its commander, Refet Bey, barely escaped. Jevad Pasha, the leader of the 8th Army, had fled. And with the total collapse of the Ottoman right flank, even Mustafa Kemal Pasha at 7th Army headquarters was powerless to regain control. Throughout the day, German aircraft stationed at Jenin remained grounded. British pilots, flying in rotating shifts, took turns circling the airfield. Any attempt by the Germans to take off was met with immediate attack. By sundown, the enemy's ability to mount a counterattack had been entirely neutralized. The breakthrough Allenby had envisioned was now a reality. The Ottoman lines had been torn apart, and their armies were unravelling. The race to encircle them had begun. In the early hours of September 20th, 1918, the Desert-Mounted Corps seized the vital defiles of the Carmel Range, opening the way for a swift advance into the heart of Ottoman-held territory. The 4th Mounted Division surged forward, capturing Afula and Bison, along with the bulk of 2 depot regiments. Meanwhile, a brigade from the 5th Mounted Division launched an assault on Nazareth, where Lyman von Sanders had established his headquarters. Though his troops fought fiercely, Lyman himself managed to escape. By late afternoon, a brigade from the Australian Mounted Division swept into Jenin, cutting off the retreat of thousands of fleeing Ottoman soldiers. Just days later, on September 23rd, the 15th Imperial Service Cavalry Brigade stormed the port city of Haifa, securing another critical stronghold for the advancing Allied forces. With nothing now standing between Allenby's forces and Mustafa Kemal Pasha's 7th Army at Nablus, the Ottoman commander was faced with a grim reality. His army was heavily outnumbered and exhausted from weeks of fighting. With the rail lines cut and no clear path for withdrawal, his only escape route lay to the east, down the Nablus Basin Road into the Jordan Valley. As the 7th Army began its evacuation of Nablus on the night of September 20th, it became the last intact Ottoman fighting force west of the Jordan River. Though Chetwode's 20th Corps had been pushing to cut off their retreat, Ottoman rearguards had managed to slow their advance just enough to keep the escape route open. But on the morning of September 21st, Ottoman troops were spotted from the air as they moved through a narrow defile west of the river. Within moments, waves of British aircraft descended on the column. The Royal Air Force pounded the retreating soldiers relentlessly, unleashing a storm of bombs and machine gun fire. The assault had been planned to last 5 hours, but within just 60 minutes, the 7th Army was utterly annihilated. The wreckage of the shattered column stretched for more than 6 miles, a landscape of burning vehicles, abandoned artillery, and bodies. British cavalry later scoured the battlefield, recovering 87 artillery pieces, 55 motor lorries, 4 motor cars, 75 carts, more than 800 wagons, and untold amounts of abandoned supplies. The Ottoman forces had been decimated. T.E. Lawrence would later write, "The RAF lost 4 killed. The Turks lost a corps." The effectiveness of Allenby's plan stunned military observers. His strategy was executed with such precision that his biographer later described it as brilliant in execution as it had been in conception. It was unlike anything seen in France or on any other front. In fact, some would later compare it in principle, and even in detail, to the Blitzkrieg tactics of 1939. As the 4th Cavalry Division and the Australian Mounted Division pressed forward, they encountered vast numbers of demoralised Ottoman troops, many of whom surrendered without resistance. Those who managed to cross the Jordan found themselves at the mercy of Arab forces, who attacked the fleeing soldiers as they neared Daraa. Meanwhile, Lyman von Sanders attempted to mount a final defensive stand at Samak, a critical stronghold on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. His forces aimed to establish a new defensive line, stretching from Lake Hula to Daraa. But in the pre-dawn hours of September 25th, 1.5 regiments of Australian Light Horse launched a daring charge into the town. Intense hand-to-hand combat raged through the streets, but by morning the town had fallen. With Samak lost, any hope of re-establishing a defensive line was shattered. As the battle in the north reached its climax, the British advance in the Judean hills resumed. By midday on September 21st, the 10th Division and the Australian 5th Light Horse Brigade had secured Nablus. At the same time, the British 53rd Division, which had been advancing towards the Wadi El Farah road, halted its movement. It was clear that the Ottoman forces in the area had been completely destroyed by aerial bombardment, leaving nothing left to pursue. But the fight was not over. At Daraa, German and Ottoman aircraft continued to operate, launching raids against Arab insurgents who were attacking rail lines and isolated Ottoman outposts. In response, Lawrence urged the British to establish a forward airbase at el Surab. By September 22nd, Bristol fighters had taken to the skies, shooting down several enemy aircraft. The powerful Handley Page bomber ferried in fuel and supplies, before launching devastating attacks on the Ottoman airfields at Daraa and Mafraq, effectively silencing them. Meanwhile, on the western side of the Jordan River, the Ottoman 53rd Division found itself under heavy assault. Meldrum's force, a mixed unit of New Zealand mounted rifles, British West Indies troops, and Indian mountain artillery, stormed their headquarters near the Wadi El Farah road. Within hours, the Ottoman commander had been captured, along with 600 prisoners. Pressing forward, Meldrum's men smashed through determined Ottoman rearguards and seized the Jisr ed-Damia bridge, tightening the noose around the retreating Fourth Army. At the same time, Lyman von Sanders finally ordered the remnants of the Fourth Army to withdraw from the Jordan Valley and fall back to Daraa and Irbid. But the order came too late. As the Ottoman columns attempted to retreat, British and Australian aircraft launched relentless strikes on the roads between Es Salt and Amman. The devastation was immense. Hundreds of vehicles were reduced to smouldering wrecks, and entire units collapsed into chaos. By September 25th, those Ottoman troops who had reached Mafraq by train found themselves trapped. The railway ahead had been destroyed, and heavy air attacks tore through their ranks, scattering the survivors in all directions. Many fled into the desert in desperation, but a disciplined corps of troops, having abandoned their vehicles, pressed on toward Daraa on foot and horseback. That same day, Chaytor's force advanced across the Jordan, capturing Amman. Meanwhile, an Ottoman detachment retreating from Marne found its route blocked at Ziza, south of Amman. With no means of escape, and facing the brutal possibility of being slaughtered by Arab forces, they surrendered en masse to the Anzac Mounted Division on September 28th. Allenby's offensive had been an overwhelming success. The 7th and 8th Ottoman armies had been annihilated. The 4th Army was in full retreat. The enemy's entire front had collapsed, and the war in Palestine was nearing its end. In his final address to his troops, Allenby reflected on the magnitude of their victory. "I desire to convey to all ranks and all arms of the force under my command my admiration and thanks for their great deeds of the past week, and my appreciation of their gallantry and determination, which have resulted in the total destruction of the 7th and 8th Turkish armies opposed to us. Such a complete victory has seldom been known in all the history of war. With the destruction of the Ottoman 7th and 8th armies, Allenby turned his attention to the final prize, Damascus. He ordered his cavalry across the Jordan to capture Dara and push northward, while infantry divisions advanced along the Mediterranean coast toward Beirut and through the Bekaa Valley to seize Baalbek, where the Ottomans had positioned their last major supply depots and reinforcement camps. By September 27th, the 4th Mounted Division reached Dara, only to find that Arab forces had already overrun the town. The retreating Ottoman columns, fearing pursuit, had committed brutal atrocities against hostile Arab villages. In response, the Arab forces showed no mercy, wiping out an entire Ottoman brigade, including German and Austrian units, near the village of Tafas. Jamal Pasha himself barely escaped with his life. General Barrow, leading the British cavalry, met with Sharif Faisal's Arab forces at Tafas and proposed they take the right flank in the attack on Damascus. This suited the Arab army well, as another force under Sharif Nasir of Mecca had been shadowing the main Ottoman retreat along the Hejaz railway, launching relentless attacks day and night. The Arabs struck again the following day, suffering several hundred casualties, but inflicting devastating losses on the enemy. Nearly 5,000 Ottoman troops were wiped out in 2 brutal engagements. Meanwhile, the 5th Mounted Division and the Australian Mounted Division pressed northward across the Golan Heights. Fierce clashes erupted at Banat Yaqub, Quneitra, Sassa and Katana as the cavalry force carved its way through to the approaches of Damascus. By September 29th, they had closed off the city's northern and northwestern escape routes. The walls of Damascus were now surrounded by Arab and British imperial forces. With no hope of victory, the remaining Ottoman and German troops quickly surrendered. The final blow came on September 30th, when Australian cavalry intercepted a last desperate attempt by the Ottoman garrison to retreat through the Barada Gorge. The following day, October 1st, Damascus fell. The Allies marched in, capturing 20,000 prisoners in the process. Jamal Pasha, unable to rally any resistance, fled the city. By the time the dust settled, the entire campaign had resulted in the surrender of 75,000 Ottoman soldiers. The Ottoman forces in Palestine, once feared and well disciplined, had been shattered beyond repair. But the campaign was not yet over. With Damascus secured, the 5th Mounted Division, along with detachments from the Arab Northern Army, advanced northward into the heart of Syria. They reached Aleppo on October 26th, pushing ever deeper into the crumbling Ottoman defences. At Muslimiyah, they met fierce resistance. Mustafa Kemal Pasha, who had now replaced Lehman von Sanders as commander of the Yildirim army group, rallied what little remained of the Ottoman forces. Kemal's men, hardened and desperate, held their positions against the British and Arab advance, determined to salvage what they could. But it was too late. On October 31st, hostilities ceased. The Ottoman Empire, having suffered total strategic collapse, signed the Armistice of Mudros, ending the war in the Middle East. The Battle of Megiddo, along with its subsidiary battles at Sharon and Nablus, was recognised as one of the most decisive victories of the war. The battlefield honour Megiddo was awarded to British, Dominion and Empire forces that took part in the offensive. The psychological impact of the defeat was staggering. The Ottoman High Command, reeling from the catastrophe, knew their time was up. Historian Edward Eriksson would later compare the collapse of the Ottoman armies to the Black Days of the German army, stating, "The Battle of the Nablus Plain ranks with Ludendorff's darkest moments." It was now clear to all but the most die-hard nationalists that the Turks were finished in the war. Even with victories in Armenia and Azerbaijan, Turkey's position was indefensible. The collapse of the Bulgarian army in Salonika and the disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian forces left no doubt the Central Powers were doomed. From this moment until the final armistice, Ottoman strategy was no longer about winning, but about salvaging whatever territory they could before the end. The war in the Middle East was over. The Ottoman Empire, once a vast and mighty force, was now a shadow of its former self. The victory at Megiddo had not only sealed the fate of the Ottomans, but had set the stage for the post-war world. A world where new nations would rise, empires would fall, and the map of the Middle East would be forever changed. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. The Battle of Megiddo was a turning point in the First World War, a moment where strategy, deception, and relentless speed shattered an empire. If you enjoyed this video and want to hear more immersive war history, be sure to like and subscribe to ASMR War History. Your support helps us continue bringing you these stories in the most relaxing way possible. And as always, sleep well, my friends.